Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei got Devilangel with blood gear. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. She ran through the remains of the deserted church, searching for a place to hide. She had no idea where he was, only that he was somewhere within the confines of the ruined building. As she crouched behind a church pew, she wondered where her friends were. She had hoped to spend time with them tonight. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. She turned to see one of her friends, a stray devil like herself, thrown across the room, darkness swallowing her as she vanished from sight. Panic surged within her as she scurried along on her lizard-like legs, desperately seeking another hiding spot. Another scream echoed, and she glanced over to see one of her playful friends thrown to the ground. The figure responsible for the chaos appeared, methodically picking them off. She watched in horror as he struck the stray fallen, who burst into a flurry of black feathers. Before she could process what was happening, a stray angel attacked the figure, but it was a grave mistake. He retaliated swiftly, summoning a blade and striking the angel down, who then dissolved into white feathers. Finding a nearby corner, she pressed herself into the shadows, realizing she was the last one left. She scanned the area for the figure but found nothing. As she inched deeper into her hiding place, she heard movement all around her. Suddenly, the figure materialized before her. Clad in black armor, he drew a blade that shimmered ominously as his wings displayed a striking contrast of white and black. "What are you?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I am the last thing you will ever see," he replied ominously before dispatching another stray devil, the scene fading into darkness as he surveyed his work. Issei awoke slowly, feeling his left arm pinned to the bed. Turning, he found Rias Grenmory beside him. The well-known devil and his mistress lay there, and as he admired her, his mind wandered to playful thoughts. Just as he reached out, Rias stirred and smiled. "Morning, Issei." "Morning, Rias," he replied, sighing as he lowered his hand. As he turned over, he found himself face to face with Aazel, who yawned and greeted him. "Good morning, Issei. Another big day ahead of us." Issei smiled back. "Let's hope today isn't too eventful." Sitting up, he stretched and attempted to get out of bed, only to realize Akino had pinned his legs. She woke up, her movements causing a gentle commotion as she said, "Looks like everyone is finally awake." Finally free, Issei stood up and announced, "All right, party's over for now. Let's get ready for school while we still can." Everyone nodded and smiled as Issei began to dress. As Issei, Aazel, Rias, Akino, Kaneko, Yuto, Gasper, Zenobia, and Rosweiss walked toward school, Issei's thoughts wandered until something caught his eye on a nearby hill. The old church had once been a place of worship but had fallen into disrepair after a fallen took over, attempting to steal Aazel's powers of twilight healing. Rias, Issei, and some of her house had rescued her, bringing her into House Grenmory. Yet, as he gazed at the church, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Yuto noticed his distraction and asked, "Everything all right?" "Yeah. Just a weird feeling." Issei replied, continuing to walk. "What do you mean?" Yuto pressed. "Something about it feels different. But I'm sure it's nothing," Issei said, trying to shake off the feeling. As they continued, Drake stirred from his spot on Issei's arm. Startled, Issei felt a familiar presence emanating from the church, but Drake chose to remain silent for now. "What is it?" Issei asked, noticing the others had moved ahead. "Oh, it's nothing as you said, Issei," Drake replied before retreating into silence. Issei sat by the window, feeling the monotony of the school day when his friends Matsuda and Motohama appeared. He waved at them and Matsuda grinned. "So, dude, have you made any moves with that girl you're hanging out with?" "Not yet, but it's not like either of you could score a point," Issei replied with a smirk. "Well, if you don't start making a move, maybe one of us will step in," Motohama said, returning the grin. "Please. I doubt anyone but that one girl would even look your way," Issei shot back, still grinning. "Hey, watch it." Motohama playfully slapped Issei on the back of the head. Meanwhile, Rias walked through the school halls, chatting with Akona when Sona Citri approached. "Hey, Sona," Rias greeted, noticing her friend's tense demeanor. "Hello, Rias. I trust you are well?" Sona replied, her expression serious. "What's wrong? You seem a bit on edge." Rias asked, stopping beside her. "There have been reports of stray devils, fallen, and angels in the area. But from what I've heard, we shouldn't interfere. Others will likely handle it. However..." Sona's voice trailed off. "But what?" Rias pressed. "Something took out a group of them last night. I'm not sure if we should be concerned," Sona said, glancing at Rias. "I'm sure everything will be fine, Sona," Rias reassured her. Asia walked along the street, searching for her contract. Alone but accompanied by her dragon, she felt a bit lost until she remembered the device she had been given. Checking it, she realized she was close to her destination. As she ventured down a dim alleyway, she thought she heard something behind her. It sounded like something was moving, but when she turned, there was nothing there. Shaking off the unease, she continued through the alley until she reached the apartment. Smiling, she approached the door and knocked, but it slowly slid open. "Is it already open? What's going on?" Asia wondered, looking around before calling into the apartment. "Hello." No response came, and hesitantly, she stepped inside, unsure if this was what her contractor wanted. "Hello," she called again. "In here," a voice responded from another room, and Asia noticed a light flickering down a dark hallway. Cautiously, she walked toward the lit room, her dragon flying ahead and growling at the doorway. Surprised, she followed and peered inside. A gasp escaped her lips as she took in the scene. The room was a mess, and the sight was unsettling. A figure lay in disarray, and the atmosphere felt heavy with dread. "Who's there?" she called out, her heart racing as a shadowy form emerged. Whoa. "Looks like we have a special guest," the stray devil said, eyeing her with a sinister grin. Suddenly, she realized she was surrounded by other stray devils, fallen, and angels, and her dragon had gone silent. Panic surged through her as one of the stray angels cackled, holding up what remained of her dragon. "Shall we have some fun?" another stray fallen angel asked, his appearance unsettling. Frozen in fear, Asia could only watch as they closed in on her. But then, a figure burst into action, striking one of the stray angels with incredible speed. For a moment, everything paused as the impact sent the angel crashing against the wall. "What are you all doing here?" came a deep, commanding voice. The figure stood tall, wings unfurling behind him, black and white against the dim light. What are you?" a nearby fallen devil stammered, horror etched on his face as Asia remained forgotten. "Blood spears," the figure shouted, raising his fist, which glowed with a crimson light. Spears of blood-red energy formed around him and shot toward the nearest stray devil, piercing it with a force that sent it disintegrating into darkness. The remaining strays reacted, charging at the figure, giving Asia a chance to escape with her dragon. As she dashed toward the exit, a stray fallen crashed nearby, and she screamed as chaos erupted around her. The figure shouted, "Blood wave," unleashing a shockwave of energy that sent another stray angel reeling. Go, maiden of the House of Grenmory. Let me handle this," he urged her. "Who are you calling trash, abomination?" a stray devil yelled, spitting a toxic substance that splattered behind the figure. "Go," he commanded, summoning a blade from his back. As Asia fled, she heard the clash of battle behind her, the echoes of screams filling the alleyways as she raced back to Issei's home. After only a few minutes, the last stray devil hit the ground hard as she tried to scuttle away on her centipede-like legs. The figure grabbed her and dragged her back as she screamed, "What do you want?" "I want you all to perish," the figure declared, summoning a holy lance. He moved its explosive tip into the devil and pulled the trigger. The explosion erased the devil from existence, and he put the weapon away, contemplating the devil he had saved. She must have once been with the church, as he recognized a similar face from another church. Shaking his head, he began his long trek back to the church he called home. "Go! Run!" shouted the figure. Asia suddenly bolted upright in her bed, drenched in a cold sweat. She looked around with wide eyes, expecting to see the figure, but soon realized it had been a bad dream. As morning light filled the room, she slipped out of bed and walked over to her closet to get dressed. She found her school uniform and, after changing out of her night clothes, put on the blouse and then the shirt. Once dressed, she picked up her school bag and slung it over her shoulder. As she walked downstairs to the dining room for breakfast, the haunting memories of the previous night lingered in her mind, the blood and the screams of the strays as the figure fought them without mercy. What kind of being could act so ruthlessly? Yet she reminded herself that the figure had fought to save her, and she felt a deep gratitude for his actions. She wished she could find him and thank him for saving her life. Issei watched as the house of Rias Grenmory gathered for breakfast. When Aazel and Zenobia walked into the room together, he noticed that Aazel seemed a bit shaken. He suspected something had happened recently that had left her unsettled, possibly even last night. He remembered her rushing through the door with her familiar unconscious in her arms, her eyes wide with terror. After ensuring her familiar was taken care of, Issei had brought Aazel upstairs to her room and put her to bed, wanting to shield her from any further distress. Now, she appeared somewhat less terrified than the night before, but still seemed a little off. As she sat down next to Zenobia and Kaneko, he asked from his seat next to Rias, "Are you all right after last night, Aazel?" "I'm doing fine, Issei. Thank you for asking." Aazel replied with a small smile as she began to eat her breakfast. Issei watched her with concern, hoping she would feel more like herself later that evening. There would be much to discuss. Aazel walked alongside Issei toward the main school building, her school bag slung over her shoulder. She thought she saw someone sitting under a nearby tree, hidden in the shade. He wasn't in the boys' school uniform, just wearing jeans and a dark hoodie. She dismissed him as just another student when suddenly, a group of 3 boys began shouting at another boy near the tree. Normally, she would have ignored it as a typical argument, but what caught her attention was how the figure reacted from beneath the tree. He sprang to his feet and approached, grabbing one of the boys by the shoulder. "What?" the boy snapped as the figure retaliated with a swift punch to his face. The boy stumbled back, and as students looked on in shock, the figure seized another boy's arm and twisted it, causing him to cry out in pain. The third boy, still standing, pulled out a switchblade, but the figure quickly countered, striking him in the gut and flipping him to the ground. Afterward, he helped the boy who had been bullied, picking up his books and handing them over before walking away. Aazel noticed the figure briefly liking his hands, and a chill ran down her spine. "I wonder who that kid was." Issei mused aloud, and Aazel couldn't help but agree. Meanwhile, watching from a nearby window in the main building, Sona observed with distaste as the figure slipped away. She knew she would have to confront him and put a stop to his actions. He had already been involved in several fights, sending 7 of her students to the infirmary. As she recalled the events of the previous night when a person had been killed by strays and their remains found among barriers of red spikes, she began to wonder if this figure was somehow connected to it all. The night was quiet, and his stomach rumbled as he searched for something to eat. More like something to drink, since he was a blood drinker. He glanced around, wishing he could quench his hunger by feeding on that one boy's blood, but he knew he had to resist until he was truly desperate. With a hungry stomach and a conflicted mind, he slowly walked along the streets, hoping to find a food source. He was grateful he hadn't attempted to drink from the strays roaming about, creatures generally despised, but he felt like an abomination even among them. Suddenly, he heard a cough nearby. He peered out from beneath his hood and saw a figure step into the glow of a streetlight, brandishing a knife. "Give me your money," the figure demanded. He smiled, shaking his head. "Not a chance." He raised a hand, beckoning the robber forward. The robber charged at him, but then froze in shock and fear as the boy transformed, donning black, sinister armor. In an instant, he dashed forward, gripping the man's arm with the knife. The helmet of the boy opened, revealing sharp teeth. "What are you?" the robber stammered. "A nightmare from hell itself." The boy lunged, and the scene shifted away from the gruesome act, leaving the outcome to the imagination as he filled his hunger. The group of fallen angels walked through the streets, seeking the strays that plagued the town. Their lances were ready to unleash concentrated blasts of energy. One of the fallen turned a corner and stopped, signaling the group leader over. She pointed to a nearby scene. A human lay drained of blood, a knife clutched in his left hand, his eyes wide in terror. "Lord Azazel, I have something you should see," the leader said as the group surrounded the scene. Issei and the others followed Azazel through the neighborhoods, sensing an urgency in him that was unusual. "What is this all about?" Rias asked. "Something quite disturbing has shown up," Azazel replied as they entered an alleyway. They stopped to see a squad of armed fallen angels, and Issei's gaze fell on the body. It was too pale, with a deep wound in the neck and only a small amount of blood around it. As the group gathered, Rias asked, "A human was killed by a stray? What's so shocking about this?" "Because strays usually consume their victims whole, not just drain their blood," Azazel said, scanning the area as he tried to piece together what had happened. "Do you think something else did this?" Issei asked. "The last species of devil capable of this was wiped out by me," Azazel replied, standing up from the corpse. He turned to the fallen group's leader. "Did you encounter anyone on your way here?" "No, Lord Azazel. The human likely died during the night," the fallen angel responded. "Continue your patrol. And alert me to any more of these incidents," Azazel instructed. Meanwhile, Drake understood what had transpired and who was responsible. For the first time, he chose to keep quiet, feeling uneasy about withholding important information from Issei and his friends. He knew he would need to find a way to lure Issei alone to confront the one responsible. His stomach felt better, and although it pained him to have taken a life to satisfy his hunger, he justified it by the fact that the human had attacked him first. Now, he was back on the move, following more strays. He preferred to avoid broad daylight, and it seemed the strays did too, but they continued on, heading toward the old church where he stayed. Strange. Most strays would seek a different refuge. They must have a purpose for going there, he thought as he watched them cross the street into the wilderness below the church. He took flight, soaring above the church, and found a spot to observe the strays, attempting to remain as still as a statue on the rooftop. To his surprise, several large groups of strays emerged from the area around the church and entered inside. Curiosity piqued, he climbed down and peeked inside. He counted at least 6 dozen strays milling about, and he realized he needed help, whether he wanted to admit it or not. Then one of the strays spoke above the rest. "My friends, we have gathered here for one simple reason. 2 nights ago, our kind was maliciously slaughtered by a figure. They are neither fallen, angel, nor devil, but something worse. We are here to begin our hunt for them in the city. We will search day and night, not resting until they are dead. They threaten our newfound freedom, and they will be eliminated." The other strays roared in approval, and he felt a wave of concern wash over him. He looked around the outside of the church, then sighed, knowing he needed to find help. With that thought, he took off in a flurry of black and white feathers. Issei calmly gazed from the balcony of his room, taking in the city he called home. "Drake, what was that about yesterday? When you appeared and said there was nothing. What did you mean?" he asked the Red Dragon Emperor. Drake pondered for a moment before responding, "Do you remember the church?" "Yeah. What about it?" Issei replied. "Oh, this may sound strange, but I suspect the strays have taken up residence there," Drake said, hoping Issei would investigate the place to find the presence of someone he wanted to meet again. Issei recalled the church and, looking in its direction, asked, "Do you really think so?" "Absolutely. If all the strays were gathered there, it could lead to serious trouble. I guess we could bring the others. But what if you're wrong?" Issei wondered, curious about Drake's sudden confidence. Suddenly, a rush of wind caught their attention as a figure with black and white wings soared overhead. Issei noticed the dark armor the figure wore, which almost concealed what appeared to be a sacred gear on their right arm. As the figure glanced at him, they conjured a ball of red energy in their hand, prompting Drake to recognize the figure. "Who is that?" Issei exclaimed as the figure hurled the orb of magic toward his home. The sphere struck below Issei's room, and the explosion rocked the house. He heard screams from below and cursed, "I don't know who you are, but no one attacks my home." "Then come after me, little man," the figure taunted, flying away on their wings. Issei, fueled by determination, shouted, "Boosted gear! Balance breaker!" In an instant, dragon-scale armor enveloped him, and he felt Draig's power surge through him. With his dragon wings unfurling, he took off from the balcony in pursuit of the figure, calling out, "Come here!" The figure was taken aback to see the Red Dragon Emperor, aware of a connection to him. They needed to lure Issei out to help clear the Church of the Strays. But when a powerful blast of energy nearly struck him, he noticed the two large cannons on the dragon's shoulders and realized he might have provoked a formidable opponent. Another blast whizzed past him, and as he glanced back, he saw the rest of House Grenmory taking flight. He took off like a bullet, determined to escape. Who is this guy? Issei thought, astonished by the figure's speed as they raced toward the church. He was resolved to confront the figure, flying as fast as he could, dimly aware of Rias and his friends trying to keep up. Azul observed from a distance as the squad of fallen angels remained silent. Watching the figure disappear into the church, he contemplated the significance of their black and white wings. "Your orders, Lord Azazel." "What should we do?" a fallen angel asked. "Bring that figure to me alive. I want to know who they are," Azazel commanded, and the fallen nodded before taking off toward the church. As the strays prepared to leave the church, the figure burst in. Many looked up and shouted in surprise as he called out, "Blood spears!" Several spears of energy formed around him, and with a swift motion he moved his fist downward, sending the spears toward the strays. However, he quickly realized there were far more strays than he could handle. As he dodged through the spacious upper structure of the church, energy bolts and projectiles slammed into the walls and ceiling, the strays below trying to hit him in a chaotic barrage. He barely managed to evade most of the attacks and landed on one of the beams, noticing that all the strays were focused on him. It means the Red Dragon Emperor won't be overwhelmed right away, he thought as more energy blasts soared toward him. He took off in a flurry of black and white feathers, diving toward the ground. Drawing his blood drinker sword, he swiftly incapacitated a few strays, their forms disappearing as he switched to his soul knight lance, firing an explosive tip into the ranks of the strays. The blast caught one stray and sent it flying, taking others down with it, but more were still firing at him, their aim improving. One energy blast grazed his wing, but he ignored the pain and continued to launch more spears at the strays. Issei watched as the church seemed to be tearing itself apart. As he landed before it, Draig suddenly said, "There are a lot of strays inside." "Wait, you just mentioned they were here?" Issei asked. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, sending a few strays tumbling from the door. As they struggled to get up, two bolts of lightning struck them down at the House of Grenmory. Rias, glancing at the church, asked Issei, "Did that figure come here?" "Yes, but I can't tell if he's fighting the strays or if the strays are fighting each other," Issei replied, trying to piece together the chaos from what he heard outside. The others stared at the church just as another explosion tore a huge hole in the wall, giving them their first glimpse of the turmoil inside. The figure was darting around the church while various strays attempted to shoot him down. Issei felt a strange urge for the strays to overpower the figure. But then Draig took control of his body. Issei shouted in shock as Draig fired the twin cannons on his shoulders, sending blasts through the opening that took down several strays. Rias yelled, "Hey, what did you do?" "It's Draig. He's controlling my body," Issei shouted back, while Draig called out, "Come over here, strays. Face the Red Dragon Emperor." All the strays turned their attention to him, hissing in response, but the figure retaliated with magic, taking down a few more. As he landed, he drew a blade and swiftly dispatched a stray. Issei could only watch helplessly as Draig charged into the church. Issei, Zenobia, Yuto. Help fight the strays until Issei can regain control. Kino, Kaneko, Roswise. Make sure nothing escapes the church. Asia, be ready to heal Issei if things get really bad. Rias quickly shouted orders, and everyone scrambled to obey. Issei grunted as he struggled to regain control, but Draig was too powerful. As Draig tore another stray apart with Issei's bare hands, he shouted, "Boosted gear! Dragon blade!" As the legendary blade emerged, The figure merged his weapon with his sacred gear, continuing to take down strays while firing blood-red spears at them. Zenobia drew her sword, Durandal, and Yuto brandished his holy devil sword, Betrayer. The two charged into the fray, slashing at the strays around them while Drake pressed forward toward the figure, who was now at the foot of the stairs leading down to the secret chamber below. Rias watched as a few strays attempted to escape, only to be blasted down by Aquino. She noticed the fallen angel squad from earlier charging in, and she realized they wouldn't last long against them. That was until Drake shouted, "Boosted gear! Explosion!" and hurled a powerful ball of magic toward the strays trying to kill the figure. The explosion shook the church, and as strays screamed, Zenobia, Yuto, and the fallen angels were forced to flee as the roof collapsed, wiping out everything within. "Issei!" shouted Rias and Asia. When the dust settled, Drake broke the beam that threatened to crush Issei and looked toward where the figure had been. Debris piled up before the entrance to the chamber below, and as Drake made Issei's body walk over, Issei shouted, "What are you doing?" "Be quiet," Drake replied, shifting some debris aside. It rattled down the stairs as he descended into the dark depths, asking, "Are you in here?" He heard Mem and two voices talking. As he walked down the steps, the rest of the House of Grenmory followed, with the fallen angels trailing behind. Drake strained to see the figure in the darkness below. Then he saw movement and noticed the figure pinned under the body of a stray. As the figure weakly tried to lift their head, they croaked, "Who are you? Have you come to kill me, Red Dragon Emperor? Show your sacred gear." Drake commanded, lifting the stray's corpse and causing it to dissipate. The figure struggled to sit up, raising their right arm. They managed to say, "Blood. Gear." A sacred gear with blood-red gems appeared, veins of crimson coursing through the black armored hand, resembling a different version of Issei's sacred gear. "No, my friend. Brother, are you there?" Drake asked, helping the figure up. "What are you doing, Drake?" Issei exclaimed as the sacred gear responded, "Brother? Is that you?" "I am here, It has been too long since you appeared," Drake said. The figure looked at Issei in his scale mail and asked, "May I have your name, wielder of the Red Dragon Emperor?" At that moment, Drake relinquished control, and Issei looked at the figure, saying, "I am Issei. Issei Hayudu." "It is nice to meet you, Issei. But tell me, if you are not here to kill me, what are you here for?" the figure asked, shaking the blood off his armor like a dog. Before Issei could respond, the fallen angels swarmed in and seized the figure. Drake shouted, "After them, Issei." "Why?" Issei asked, confused. "Because that boy is the wielder of my brother. I will not lose my brother again," Drake roared. Issei was taken aback but quickly grew his wings and flew after the fallen angels. As the House of Grenmory watched the figure being taken away, Rias realized what he was and felt a wave of disgust. "Come on, everyone. Let's go home," she said, and they all grew their wings to follow the fallen angels. Azazel calmly observed as the figure was presented before him, held down by the fallen angels with their polearms. The House of Grenmory watched from around the room, and Issei turned to Drake, asking, "Who is your brother?" "Korn. My only brother from my time as a dragon. He is one of my best vassals, often fighting alongside me during the conflicts among the dragon clans. He is likely the only other dragon, aside from the vanishing dragon, who possesses power comparable to mine," Drake replied. Azazel looked down at the figure, noting the blood-stained armor and the holy lance and blood sword lying before him. "Tell me, what is your name, and how did you come here?" Azazel inquired carefully. The figure remained silent for a moment before responding, "I do not have a name. And as for how I arrived here, I stumbled upon this place." Azazel regarded the figure, stroking his chin thoughtfully before rising from his chair and clasping his hands behind him. "Do you know who I am?" he asked. "You are fallen angel Lord Azazel. I fail to see how your curiosity about me will aid you in any way," the figure replied, the lower jaw of his helmet moving as he spoke. After a moment of contemplation, Azazel said, "It's not that I want to harm you. But if I recall correctly, the last time your kind was present was during the war between the fallen, the angels, and the devils. How is it possible that you are alive now? The figure managed a shrug despite his restraints, prompting Azazel to ask, "Show me your wings." The figure hesitated as if reluctant, but eventually extended his white and black wings. Azazel studied him before asking, "Do you possess a sacred gear?" "Blood gear." The black and red gear manifested on the figure's right arm. As Azazel examined him, Rias asked, "What are you thinking, Lord Azazel? Should we eliminate this being?" "Eliminate?" Issei echoed from nearby. Long ago, the devils and angels created berserkers to help turn the tide during the Old War. The devils had blood drinkers, and the angels had soul knights. After the war, both types of berserkers grew weary of peace and formed their own communities to sustain their existence. But when a certain couple attempted to create what this being is, they drew from the Holy Grail itself to forge something called a devil angel. In exchange for committing such a grave sin, we eradicated them from existence, along with all the blood drinkers and soul knights. In other words, how can a devil angel stand before me now when all of you should have perished long ago? Azazel asked. The devil angel remained silent, unable to provide an answer. Suddenly, Draig spoke up. Is it possible he has been lost within the dimensional gap? Azazel contemplated this before looking down at the figure. Think. We will discover what to do with you tomorrow. He was confined to a small room, chains linking his wrists to the wall, and a collar fastened around his neck. Stripped of his weapons, he still had Korn with him. As he sat in the darkness, pondering what would happen next, he asked Korn, "Do you think they will harm us?" "My brother will ensure they face consequences if they dare touch us. It has likely been many years since we last saw one another. Or at least, the wielders we have," Korn replied. "But can we trust these fallen and devils with our lives?" the boy questioned. "Aside from Issei, we cannot underestimate the rest of them. They will most certainly want us gone," Korn said, and both fell silent in the darkness. Issei lay back on his bed, reflecting on the events of the day when he heard Draig say, "I am sorry, Issei." "For what?" Issei asked. "For taking control of your body. But you must understand, when they exterminated the blood drinkers and the soul knights, it pained me because I thought I would never see my brother again." Draig explained. Issei stared at the ceiling, contemplating this, and asked, "If they attempt to harm your brother's wielder, will you take over my body again to protect him?" "Absolutely." Azazel gazed up at the starry sky, contemplating the devil angel and how to handle the situation. The being seemed to lack knowledge and posed little threat. In fact, he had proven helpful by eliminating strays and guiding them to their nest at the church. Yet, the fallen angel found himself conflicted about the devil angel's fate. He and Lucifer had condemned the blood drinkers and soul knights for their actions, leading their forces in the eradication of angels and devils. Now, somewhere in a shadowy chamber, something unnatural was being created. He reminded himself that having a fallen devil, a holy devil sword, and similar artifacts in the House of Grenmory had become commonplace. Thus, including a devil angel in their ranks likely wouldn't make much difference. Azazel steepled his fingers, reflecting on the mixed feelings surrounding devil angels. Most shared his sentiments, condemning them for their past. The blood of the lamb was revered by all, even the devils, and any loss of it had sparked outrage. However, some believed that a devil angel represented the best of both worlds. Many thought that merging soul knights and blood drinkers would yield the ultimate warrior. He sighed, lost in thought. "You seem tense. What troubles you, Lord Azazel?" a voice inquired from behind him. Azazel turned to meet the gaze of Lucifer, the devil king. "I have a dilemma that I don't think any of us could have foreseen." "What could possibly be so troubling?" Lucifer asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. "We have a devil angel locked away below, and he is the bearer of the blood gear." Azazel replied, returning his gaze to the starry night. Lucifer pondered this for a moment. "What do you plan to do?" "Honestly, I want to bring him into House Grenmory, to help us combat the Cows Brigade," Azazel admitted with a sigh. Lucifer looked up at the sky, contemplating. I think we should. Azazel met his gaze as Lucifer continued, we have done much in the past few years. And we all have regrets. I would be lying if I said I didn't reflect on the extermination of the blood drinkers and soul knights and think about how terrible it was. But now that the reason behind it has surfaced, I want a second chance to make amends. We all deserve that opportunity. Lucifer looked back at Azazel, who smiled in agreement. Yes, we do. Issei awoke to a bright morning, realizing for the first time that there was no girl in his bed. He quickly got up, showered, and dressed in a fresh school uniform before grabbing his bag and heading downstairs. As he stepped outside, he spotted Asia emerging from her room, her familiar limping behind her as it continued to recover from recent events. Morning, Asia, Issei greeted her with a smile. She turned to him, offering a faint smile that conveyed a mix of emotions and concern. Is something wrong, Asia? He asked as he approached her. Been thinking, that's all. Asia replied. Does it have something to do with the Devilangel? Issei inquired as they walked toward the dining room below. He saved my life during a contract, protected me from some strays. But now, I wish I knew what they planned to do with him. Asia expressed, worry etched on her face. Issei nodded, sharing her concern. Me too. Me too. Just as he began to drift off, the door swung open, flooding the room with light. Hands grasped his shoulders, and as his chains and collar were removed, a gruff voice commanded, Come quietly, abomination. He didn't resist as they pulled him to his feet, guiding him away with the tips of their polearms pressing against his back. Half-blinded, he could barely see as they led him to an unfamiliar place. Rias smiled as Asia and Issei joined the table where everyone was enjoying a pleasant breakfast. As they sat down, Lord Azazel and her brother, Lucifer, approached. Rias regarded him with a neutral expression while continuing her meal. Rias, I see you've been doing well lately. Lucifer said kindly as he took a seat at the table. What brings you here, Lord Lucifer? Issei inquired. I heard about a situation you encountered and wanted to see it for myself, Lucifer replied, settling in next to Azazel at the head of the table. Suddenly, a commotion caught everyone's attention as the Devilangel was brought forth. The fallen angels restrained him with their weapons, and Azazel smiled while Lucifer remarked, I would be lying if I said I didn't expect something so cowardly. Before anyone could react, a bright light appeared, revealing Michael the Archangel and 5 other armored angels wielding polearms. They marched toward the Devilangel, and Azazel asked, What brings you here with a host of angels, Michael? What do you plan to do with this Devilangel? Michael asked, pointing a holy sword at the figure, while the fallen angels and angels prepared for a confrontation. Azazel sighed and looked at Michael. We've come to a conclusion, and Lucifer supports me on this. The room fell silent as Michael awaited the answer. We will keep the Devilangel alive and introduce him into House Grenmory. Rias sputtered her drink in shock, spinning to face the fallen angel lord. What? Absolutely not. Lucifer glanced at Michael, who sighed in relief, sheathing his sword as his angel guard dispersed. I was afraid I would have to declare war on you if you had tried to kill him. Azazel smiled as Lucifer asked, Is there any reason you want to keep him alive? Because even you feel regret for what happened. I forgave them long ago for their actions, Michael replied. Lucifer smiled, and the fallen angels regarded the Devilangel, one of them slowly placing his polearm on his back as they helped the Devilangel to his feet. Azazel then asked the figure, You said you never had a name, correct? The figure nodded within his armor. Azazel pondered for a moment before saying, You will be called Reaper. Really original name, Azazel. Lucifer remarked. Suddenly, someone slammed their fists on the table, drawing everyone's attention to a furious Rias as she stormed away. Issei stood to follow her, but Lucifer stopped him. No, Issei. Let me handle this. Right now, you all have school to attend. Issei nodded, but Lucifer added, And I think you need to find Reaper here. Some appropriate clothes, don't you think? Issei glanced at the figure, who seemed to shrink back slightly as his armor began to dissolve, revealing a black hoodie and jeans. I Think I'm fine, Lord Lucifer? Reaper said, his face obscured by his hood. If you want to avoid being hunted, you need to wear the school uniform, Lucifer insisted. Issei noticed Reaper's discomfort but saw him straighten up and approach. Let's get this over with. Issei and Reaper walked alongside Gasper and Yuto, while Rias had the girls with her. Issei noticed that Rias's mood remained sour since that morning. He recalled her raised voice as she confronted Lucifer, whose calming tone had no effect on her. As they walked, Reaper appeared somewhat downcast in his new attire. The school uniform fit him, but he seemed to dislike it. So, now that you're with us, what are you going to do? Issei asked Reaper. Besides trying not to die. I don't know. This is the first time I've been involved with devils, fallen, or angels, Reaper replied, glancing around. Issei noticed that Reaper's hair was bright red, his eyes matching, and his complexion was almost ashen. As they continued, Yuto asked, "Tell me, why do your wings resemble those of angels or fallen, yet are both white and black?" Honestly, I wish I could tell you, but I don't know myself. I don't know much about the soul knights and blood drinkers, just that I can do some things with blood and souls. Reaper explained. He looked ahead and said, "Come on. We need to catch up before we fall behind." With that, he began to jog lightly after the girls, and the rest of the group followed. Sometime after school had ended, Issei led Reaper from their classes as they approached the devil's hideout. When they reached the door, Issei noticed Kaneko, Yuto, Gasper, Zenobia, Asia, Rosswise, and Aquino standing outside. "I wouldn't go in there right now," Aquino warned, glancing at Reaper and Issei. "Why not?" Issei asked, puzzled. "Leviathan and Grenmory are having a discussion in there. And do you really think bringing him into the mix will help us, especially after this morning?" Zenobia replied. Reaper stepped closer to the door, pressing his ear against it. He could hear calm voices on the other side. Looking back at Issei, he said, "I think it's okay for you to go." "No, it's not. Everyone got kicked out, even her queen. She's furious." Kaneko interjected, her ears twitching. Reaper sighed, "All because I somehow became a pawn for her." Earlier, when he had come back downstairs after changing, Reaper was greeted by Lucifer, who held 8 red chess pieces and 8 black ones pawns. "Now that you will be part of the House of Grenmory, you shall become a pawn for Rias. It's the only position that could fit you, I'm afraid," Lucifer had said, placing the chess pieces in front of Reaper. "I thought you could only have 8 pawns. Are you really going to give Rias 16 more?" Issei had asked. "Relax. As Devil King, I can bend the rules occasionally. In this case, I can make an exception for how many pawns she has, just this once," Lucifer replied. Reaper shook his head, sighing as he sat down and summoned a ball of blood from the ground, corn materializing on his right arm. He watched the ball with boredom when Aquino asked, "What are you doing?" "Just observing something," Reaper replied in a disinterested tone. "What are you observing?" Gasper asked, distracted by his mobile game. "I don't know. Can someone explain why a boy is dressed as a girl?" Reaper said, casting a disapproving glance at Gasper. "I just like how the girl's clothes look," Gasper started, but suddenly a wash of red enveloped him, and before anyone could react, he was back in boy's clothes. "Man up for once," Reaper muttered as Issei asked, "Hey, what was that for?" "I may be different, but that doesn't mean I can't stand silly things like that," Gasper replied, on the verge of tears. After a moment, he sniffed and said, "I'll wear boys' clothes from now on." As Gasper returned to his gaming, Reaper focused back on the ball of blood, watching it spin. He began to move his hand around the ball. "Okay, seriously, what are you doing?" Issei asked. "I'm just observing," Reaper said, when Aquino noticed a thin line of blood trailing under the door. "You're spying on them inside, aren't you?" Aquino accused. "Lady Rias will not tolerate that from you." "Well, just because I'm now part of a devil house doesn't mean I won't get backstabbed by you all," Reaper replied, watching Rias and Sona talk to one another. "So this boy is a devil angel, and you put him in your house? Why?" Sona asked. "Because we believed he deserved a chance to prove his worth. All the leaders felt that way." Rias explained. And how did you react? Sona inquired, sipping her tea. I immediately stormed off, and when my brother came to talk to me, I told him he was making a mistake. There was a reason we eliminated them. Rias said heatedly. Sona set her tea down and asked, but? From what I've heard, he bears the brother of the Red Dragon Emperor, and he's the one who's been dealing with strays. Wouldn't you think that's a reason to give him a small chance before we take any action? No. He's an abomination and will always be one. He's nothing but a stain on my house, and I will not tolerate him for any reason whatsoever. Rias shouted, her eyes glowing. Reaper stopped the observation and stood up. As he began to walk away, Issei called out, Where do you think you're going? It seems all I can do is wander the streets as a stray. No one wants me in their house. Reaper replied, glancing back at them. But you heard what the Devil King said, you will be in danger if you go stray. Issei warned. I know what he said. But let me ask you this. How many of you, besides Draig, actually want me around? Reaper challenged. Issei looked back at the others, noticing they were all looking away. Grimacing, he said, Look, just because people think you're not normal doesn't mean you can't try to act normal. Reaper shot him a dark look before walking away into the trees surrounding the building. Just then, a commanding voice called out, Where do you think you're going, Devilangel? Reaper looked up to see Azazel watching him. He sighed as Rias and Sona appeared in the doorway. Rias surveyed her house before saying, You may all return inside. Everyone began to enter as Azazel gave Reaper a gentle push. Reaper shook his head, about to walk away when Azazel said, Come on now, don't get cold feet. Just give it some time before you judge them. It's not me who's judging the others. Reaper growled as he reluctantly walked toward the structure. Once inside, Rias surveyed her household, her gaze drifting over each member. When her eyes landed on Reaper, she noticed him leaning against a corner, watching her intently beneath his red hair, as if he anticipated her next move. Well, Sona, it seems you've learned quite a bit about Reaper. Azazel remarked, glancing at the girl from House Leviathan. Indeed. I've also observed many other things about him. Sona replied, her gaze fixed on him. Reaper regarded Sona warily as she adjusted her glasses and asked, Can your dragon hear us? Yes, I can hear you very clearly. Korn said, appearing on Reaper's arm. Is there anything you want to say, perhaps? Sona inquired. We both have a lot to say about you, but we won't share it, Korn replied before vanishing. Azazel sighed and turned to Rias. You're not helping this situation, Rias. In what way am I not helping? Rias shot back, crossing her arms. First off, you haven't exactly been subtle with Reaper. Secondly, your powers are manifesting in your hand. Azazel pointed out, noticing the glyphs and sigils swirling around Rias's hands. Well, it's not my fault for being honest about my feelings towards him. Rias muttered. More like blunt. Reaper added quietly. Anyway, tonight we'll head out and clear another warehouse of strays. That should keep everyone in top fighting shape, Azazel announced. As you wish, Lord Azazel, Rias replied with a sigh. And this time, I want to see the Devilangel in action. Everyone turned to Azazel, and Issei asked Reaper, Are you ready for this? Reaper glanced at Azazel, then at the others, before shaking his head. Korn appeared again, saying, Why am I not surprised that I'm about to get into another fight with strays? The night was calm as the House of Grenmory and Lord Azazel walked through the city streets. Reaper trailed behind with the fallen angel beside him, while Rias led the group to the warehouse where the stray had been reported. It loomed in the distance, an old steel structure. As they approached, Reaper asked Azazel, Are you going to send me in right away, or will Rias decide that? Rias, as the king, will choose who goes in first, Azazel replied. Reaper sighed, knowing that regardless of Azazel's words, Rias would likely keep him back from the fight. When they reached the entrance, Rias examined the warehouse before calling out, Reaper, come here. He walked over slowly as she assessed the building, then said, You're up. Clear it out by yourself. Reaper looked at her, surprised. Okay then. He approached the entrance and pushed the door open. Inside, the darkness of the warehouse enveloped him, and he was taken aback that Rias had let him enter. He scanned the area for movement. It might have helped if he had realized he was facing 10 opponents. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the first 5 strays charged at him, unleashing energy blasts from their mouths. He quickly raised a shield of blood, and though the energy knocked him back against a steel beam, he recovered swiftly. "Blood gear!" he shouted. Corn manifested on his hands, and Reaper summoned several blood spears, hurling them at the strays. One was pinned against a steel beam, while the others scattered. "You do realize this wasn't what I meant when I wanted him in combat," Azazel remarked, looking at Rias. With her eyes closed and arms crossed, Rias replied, "I believe he can handle 10 strays on his own. He has faced tougher odds before, so we should trust he can manage." Azazel sighed, "You're really a challenging person to deal with." Reaper dodged another energy blast, raising another shield of blood. Suddenly, he summoned souls into a swirling storm, sending them screaming towards the strays. The remaining 9 clutched their ears and fell to their knees. He lunged at one, using his blood drinker blade to strike decisively. As he turned to the next opponent, he pulled out his Soul Knight gun lance and fired an explosive tip, which detonated against a far wall, revealing the outside world. Just then, more blasts came at him, and he rolled away as Korn warned, "There are 3 above you." "I see them," Reaper replied, sprouting his wings and soaring into the air. He pursued the 3 strays in the rafters. 2 fled, but he managed to strike down the 3rd with a spear. Looking down, he unleashed another blast of souls upon the strays below. As they recoiled in fear, he sent 2 spears into 2 of them, while he crushed another underfoot. Suddenly, a stray charged at him, teeth bared. It gripped his shoulder, and he roared in pain as his blade pierced through the stray's face. Blood streamed down his shoulder, but he used his limited blood magic to freeze the wound. Looking around, he summoned a spiked arm of blood that shot up and pierced another stray. As it howled in pain, he sent arms to ensnare the remaining 3. 2 were speared, while the last was captured and pulled close. Gripping its hair tightly, he growled, "Welcome to a new hell." With that, he encased the stray in blood, which dissolved it completely. When Reaper emerged from the warehouse, everyone stared at him. He glanced at Rias, whose expression was sour as she sighed, and said, "Our work here is done. Let's go home." Asia approached Reaper, but he gestured for her to stay back, cradling his injured arm. As the group made their way back to the house, Azazel let out a sigh, walking alongside them. Reaper sat on his bed, using a blood orb to listen to Rias and Azazel's heated conversation outside. He could almost hear her without the device. "We are not keeping him," she exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice. "Fine. Then we can remove you from the House of Grenmory and eliminate your lineage. Lucifer can appoint someone else as the leader of your house," Azazel replied sternly. "You wouldn't dare." Rias shot back. "Then accept him as part of your house. I won't hold back if you continue to resist what has been decided," Azazel warned darkly. Reaper sighed, dispelling the orb, and glanced at his shoulder, where he melted away the blood that dripped onto the floor. He pulled a needle and thread from his pocket, managing to thread the needle and tie it off as he began to sew the wound closed, grimacing against the pain. Rias sighed, "What good can he do for us? You know what others will say about me, and I won't let my house be tarnished because of him. And you won't be brought down. If you give him a reason to see you as an ally rather than a threat, he'll be the greatest fighter heaven, earth, and hell have ever seen." Azazel argued. Rias looked down, then to the side, and back at him, asking, "Do you really think so? We wouldn't have acted if we didn't believe he was capable of fighting. He's already proven time and again that he can handle just about anything." Rias approached the door to Reaper's room, placing a hand against it. "You know I don't want my house to fade away like so many others. I'm sure that once he accomplishes something remarkable, no one will look down on him, and your house will be safe." Rias sighed, glancing back at him before slowly opening the door. She was met with a pool of blood on the floor, where Reaper struggled to stitch himself up. "Asia, quickly in here," she shouted, rushing over to him. She tore the stitches out, causing fresh blood to flow, and pressed her hand against the wound to stem the bleeding. Reaper fought to stop the blood flow with magic but struggled, slowly losing consciousness as Asia rushed in to heal him. But it was too late. He slipped into darkness and collapsed onto the floor. When Reaper finally regained consciousness, his shoulder throbbed but was bandaged. As he opened his eyes and surveyed the room, he realized he was still in his own space, tucked under the covers of his bed. Attempting to sit up, he winced at the pain in his shoulder and lay back down, savoring the comfort of the bed compared to the ground he usually slept on. As his eyes began to close again, he wished he could stay there forever. However, he knew he needed to get moving. He tried to sit up again, managing to turn himself over and dangle his feet off the bed before looking around. "Where do you think you're going?" Rias's voice came from the doorway. Reaper looked up to see her standing there. "You don't expect me to just lie around while I'm needed. I am one of your servants now, after all." "You've lost a lot of blood, Reaper. How can you expect me to believe you're okay?" "Just trust me," he said, attempting to get up when the covers slipped off, revealing that he was completely unclothed. "Oh, that's awkward," was all he could manage. "I'll let you get dressed," Rias said, closing the door. Reaper quickly searched for his clothes, finding them nearby, and swiftly put them on. When Reaper finished getting dressed, he walked down the stairs of the house, heading to breakfast. As he descended, he paused for a moment, hearing voices in the dining room. "So, Reaper is finally back up?" Asia's voice asked. "It probably has a lot to do with how Rias climbed into bed with him. She can be so passionate." Aquino replied. Reaper's skin crawled at the implication as he continued to listen. "Oh, I would be lying if I said it was only under extreme circumstances that I did that. I think my skin is still crawling from that time." Rias admitted. "Maybe you should take a shower. Get his scent off of you," Kaneko suggested from somewhere in the dining room. "I think I will. The smell of blood is overwhelming," Rias responded. Reaper slowly walked down the stairs, reaching the bottom just as he heard the sound of water being poured. Focusing on the sound, he began to dispel some blood magic. He heard a gasp from Zenobia as the water transformed, flowing over the table and onto the floor. As he walked toward the dining room, the liquid moved up his legs and body, replenishing the blood he had lost. By the time he entered the room, the last of it had slipped down his throat, and he let out a sigh, taking in the shocked expressions around him. "What?" he asked. "Did you have to do that?" Asia questioned. Reaper merely shrugged as Azazel stood up, saying, "You're on your feet. At least that's a good sign." Reaper walked around the table and noticed an open spot next to Issei. As he sat down, both Issei and Reaper were surprised when Draig and Korn appeared. Korn remarked, "Tell me, Draig, did Rias do something similar to Issei when he first joined?" "Yes, she did. He was stabbed, however, not torn apart," Draig replied. "I still see you live up to your name then." "What does that mean?" Draig asked, his tone heated. "Why are your dragons acting like this now?" Rias inquired. Reaper glanced over, saying, "Don't worry about them. They're brothers, and it's been too long since they've seen each other." "Then what are they talking about?" Rias pressed. "Who knows? I wish I could tell you, but I'm as clueless as you are. I'm just saying that you always have to choose the mischievous ones to hide behind," Korn added. Draig seemed to growl, and Reaper then said, "Ah, now I know what they're discussing. Although it's personal, so I won't let my tongue slip." "What does he mean by the mischievous ones?" Issei asked. Reaper glanced at Issei. "Wait, you mean you haven't heard his other name? Don't you dare speak, Devilangel," Draig warned. "Draig, it's not like you can keep it a secret much longer. I mean, how many boys are here? How many girls? 6. You have a harem, just like the old days," Korn teased. "Well, it seems my little brother still can't pick his fights better," Draig said as the boosted gear and blood gear began to glow. "What?" Issei started, but the glowing orbs floated to the floor, transforming into scale mail armor Draig in red and Korn in black. They squared off as Rias exclaimed, "What are you two doing? Get them under control now." "Relax, Rias," Reaper said. "They won't destroy this place." We are still their bearers after all. Then what happened? Issei asked. Well, occasionally, they can break free from the bearer for a short time to be themselves. In this case, they're just being brothers. And what's that? Azazel asked. Rough, Reaper replied. With that, Korn and Drag began to wrestle on the ground behind Reaper, throwing punches and kicking as Reaper filled a glass with water. Everyone remained in shock as Rias watched the two animated armors tumble around. She turned to Reaper and asked, Please tell me. Those two won't hurt each other. Just as she said that, the two armors locked each other in a headlock. Reaper sighed and stood up, looking at them. Are you two done yet? And oh! They both shouted. Without warning, he launched himself at them, delivering kicks that sent them spinning to the floor, where they transformed back into orbs and floated back to Issei and Reaper's arms as he took his seat again. Now, are we going to be good dragons and behave? Reaper asked. Drag and Korn both replied, Yes. Good. Then I think that concludes this fiasco because we still have school to deal with. Right. Reaper said. We don't. Not today, it's the weekend. Rias informed him. Oh. Well then, you should probably take a shower since you mentioned the smell of blood is overwhelming. Rias flushed red before standing up and saying, Fine then, I will. Without another word, she left. Oh. At least the group is slowly coming together now. Azazel remarked. After breakfast that morning, Reaper found himself relaxing in the library of the house. As he looked around at the vast collection of books and scrolls, he sprouted wings and floated up to examine the titles on the spines. One gold plate caught his attention, Romance. He wrinkled his nose in mild distaste and continued his search, soon spotting another gold plate labeled Science Fiction. He scanned the titles until he reached the W's and picked up a book titled Warhammer 40K The Warfield. After a moment of consideration, he tucked it under his arm and soared higher, eager to discover more. His eyes landed on another gold plate that intrigued him, Devil History. He floated over, tracing his fingers along the scrolls and books, wondering if there was anything about blood drinkers. When he found an old book with a cracked spine, he carefully slid it out and floated down to a nearby table to set his books down. Curiosity piqued, he ascended again, hoping to find more about blood drinkers or the soul knights. He discovered several scrolls on blood drinkers and a book along with a scroll about soul knights. Gently, he floated down with his findings and opened both the soul knight and blood drinker books, eager to read. Meanwhile, Rias Grenmory felt refreshed after her shower and wandered down the halls. She noticed the library door slightly ajar and was curious about who might be inside. As she pushed the door open, she was surprised to find Reaper engrossed in two books, surrounded by scrolls. He seemed completely unaware of her presence. Intrigued, she approached him and asked, What do you have there? Reaper, deeply focused on his reading, didn't hear her at first. When he finally looked up, he said, I'm sorry, were you calling for me? What made you suddenly interested in your origins? Rias inquired, glancing at the open books and surprised to see he was nearly finished with them. Reaper looked down and replied, I never really knew what a blood drinker or a soul knight was. I just knew I had certain abilities related to blood and souls. He returned his attention to the scrolls, opening one as Rias asked, Do you recognize what it is? It looks like a technique to create blood demons. But it's pretty advanced, even for me. The side effects could be quite severe if I fail. Reaper explained, placing it down before picking up the Soul Knight scroll. This one is about creating souls and turning them into soul specters. Another advanced technique with potentially dire consequences if I mess it up. As he examined the other scrolls, he picked one up and tilted his head, looking at Rias. What exactly is this? I've never seen this before. Rias took the scroll and was taken aback. It depicted a soul knight in armor holding a lance, standing beside a blood drinker in a similarly styled outfit. She recognized the figure as female due to the armor's shape, with black hair flowing from the helmet. The blood drinker held a blade in one hand and something else in the other. Is this your parents? Rias asked, pointing to the small object floating above their hands. And I think that is you. When the afternoon arrived, Reaper had only finished the first few chapters of The Warfield when he suddenly stopped. After Rias discovered a picture of what they believed to be his parents with him in the middle, he had quickly left the library without a word, taking only the science fiction book with him. Now, as he stared at the ceiling, his eyes watered slightly as he wished he could have met his mother and father. The door creaked open, and he sat up to see Zenobia. "Reaper, it's time for lunch," she said. "Not exactly hungry at the moment." Reaper replied, laying back and placing his hands behind his head. "Are you feeling okay?" Zenobia asked as she walked into the room and examined him. "Let's just say I found something. And I immediately regret it," Reaper said, still staring at the ceiling. Although Zenobia felt a mix of emotions towards the Devilangel, she also felt a twinge of sadness for him. She slowly walked over and sat next to him. "Want to talk about it?" Reaper glanced at her, contemplating saying no, but he felt compelled to share. "What would you do if you found a picture of your parents and yourself from a scroll in some library?" Zenobia tilted her head. "What do you mean?" "I was looking for information about the Blood Drinkers and Soul Knights and found a few scrolls. One of them, well, I think it showed my parents." Zenobia watched as Reaper sighed. "I never met my parents. I wonder what they were like." She looked at him, then up at the ceiling, sighed, and got up. "When you're done thinking, philosopher, we're having lunch downstairs. You can join us if you want." Reaper listened to her walk away and closed the door. As he reflected on what he had said, he sighed, realizing he should probably take a break before picking up his book and sitting up to get off the bed. He might as well get something to eat. Rias was calmly enjoying her lunch with the rest of her house. Issei sat on her right, and Azazel was at the head of the table, observing everyone when Reaper finally arrived. He noticed a strange mood surrounding the Devilangel, as if he were feeling down. As Reaper sat at the end of the table, he stared at his glass, slowly changing its contents from water to blood and back again. "Something wrong, Reaper?" Azazel asked. "Just thinking," Reaper replied, appearing distant. Azazel tilted his head as Reaper floated the blood towards him, letting it rest on his shoulder while keeping a single tendril in his mouth as he read a book. "Azazel, tell me, have you ever met Reaper's parents?" Azazel, who had just taken a sip from his glass, choked slightly before regaining his composure. "Is there any particular reason you're asking me that?" "I found this in the library." Rias pulled out the scroll, and as everyone looked at it, Zenobia noticed the orb in the middle. "Is that Reaper in the middle?" "I can only assume," Rias replied, glancing at the fallen angel. Azazel took the scroll, examining it closely. "It's been many years since I've seen this picture." He sighed before continuing, "But yes, I have met them. Twice." He looked at Rias and asked, "How did you come to find this?" "I didn't find it. Reaper did," Rias answered. Azazel turned to the Devilangel, who met his gaze. "What suddenly made you curious about your people?" "Well, it's not like I've ever really known who I was. I just knew my abilities," Reaper said. Azazel studied him, crossing his arms and leaning back. "Tell me, Reaper, have you ever learned the game of dodgeball?" Rias shot Azazel a questioning look. Reaper regarded Azazel curiously. "What did you do?" "I have invited the Leviathan house for a small, friendly match. What do you say, Reaper?" Reaper slurped the last of the blood as he considered it, glancing at Rias and then back at the fallen angel. "Why does it feel like we're about to get into a fight?" Reaper stood in the backyard, surrounded by pools of blood. Issei watched him from a distance, and Draig spoke up, "Do you think he's going to pull it off?" Reaper cut his palm, and as his blood dripped down, Issei noticed it began to connect with the pools of blood. Suddenly, the blood started to bubble and shimmer with light. In an instant, 5 figures with claws for hands and red devil wings emerged, shooting up into the air like geysers. Issei was taken aback that Reaper had succeeded on his first attempt. Reaper surveyed the blood demons and spotted a nearby statue. He pointed at it, and the demons snarled as they charged forward. The first one reached the statue and slashed at it, causing it to crumble into pieces. The other 4 swarmed the remains, and then, as if in a trance, they stopped and melted away. Reaper gasped, and Issei noticed him wavering. He quickly jumped over the railing and rushed through the small garden, reaching Reaper just as he collapsed. Issei put an arm around him and said, "Take it easy. I'm surprised you pulled that off on the first try." "Barely. If I hadn't studied the scrolls so much, they might have overwhelmed me. But now I can't test out the soul specters." Reaper replied hoarsely. "Well, get some rest, and maybe you can try the specters later. Besides, shouldn't we be more worried about the dodgeball match against Leviathan than practicing moves?" As they climbed the stairs from the garden, Rias and Aquino watched Reaper and Issei enter the house. They had seen everything unfold, and while Rias was pleased that Reaper was expanding his abilities, she couldn't shake the worry that he might get himself hurt. He had become too important to their group for her to let anything happen to him. Finally, stepping away from the window, she said to Aquino, "Summon the house. We have a game to play." The gym was mostly quiet and empty, but as Issei helped Reaper stretch, he appreciated having someone to support him for this match. Aquino was assisting Asia, and as Reaper grunted under Issei's guidance, he asked, "So the goal is to avoid getting hit by the ball and to eliminate the other team?" "Basically. We try not to use magic, but last time it got chaotic when we did," Issei explained. "Doesn't sound too bad. Still, I guess I should be thankful it's not a rating game yet." Reaper mused. "Agreed. Although if we do end up in a rating game, it will be interesting to see what happens." Just then, the members of Leviathan entered, and Sona addressed Rias. "I hope your house is finally ready. You won't be as lucky as last time." "Oh really? Coming in bold, are we?" "But my house will not fall to you, Sona," Rias replied confidently. "Who shall we have serve first this time?" Sona asked as everyone took their positions around the gym. "I'm going to let my newest pawn serve to see what he can do. And I'll allow magic just this once," Rias declared. With that, she tossed the ball to Reaper, who stood at the back of Rias's side. As he looked back at everyone, his pale skin contrasted with his eyes and hair. He closed his eyes, and blood swirled around him, flowing to 4 spots in front of House Grenmory. "Are you waiting on something, Reaper?" Zenobia asked when he didn't move for a full minute. As soon as she spoke, he tossed the ball onto a pad of blood, causing it to expand outward and slam into one of Sona's knights, sending her flying. As the ball came to a stop, it landed in front of Sona. She picked it up and said, "Not bad. But now it's our turn." With that, Sona summoned her powers and hurled the ball back at Reaper. He wasn't going to let it pass easily. He raised his hand, and Korn appeared, catching the ball as the wind whipped around them. He tossed the ball into the air, caught it again, and smiled a mischievous smile. "You're going easy on me," Reaper remarked before throwing the ball again, striking another girl out as she was sent flying. Rias watched in surprise as the ball returned, and when another of Leviathan's servants picked it up, she threw it with force, knocking Asia off her feet so suddenly that most didn't see it coming. "Well, it looks like we have a real fight on our hands," Rias exclaimed as she picked up the ball and prepared to throw it again. Within a few minutes, only Rias, Sona, and Reaper remained standing. Issei had been knocked out shortly after Asia had gone down, but now that almost all of Leviathan was defeated, victory seemed certain except for the fact that Sona was the only one left. She smiled as she once again had the ball, and with all her might she threw it. Reaper barely caught it as he staggered back, but he smiled as he began to spin the ball filled with energy and determination. As everyone watched him, the ball emitted a high-pitched whine. "Kamehameha," began Reaper, and Issei was about to shout something, but it was too late. "Mehea!" shouted Reaper as he launched the ball, which streaked towards Sona like a bolt of red lightning. She tried to stop it, but it was futile. The ball struck her squarely in the chest, and as she fell to the ground, Azul nearby clapped and said, "And that's match point." House Grenmory cheered as Reaper stumbled a little, and Rias managed to catch him, using her support to help him stand. She smiled a genuine, friendly smile as she assisted him, and as Sona got up, she said with a grin, "I can't believe I lost to a pawn. But good game." Everyone laughed as Reaper managed a weak smile, and as they said their goodbyes, he felt a strong desire to get home more than ever. Reaper slid onto his bed, dressed only in his boxers, and slowly found the strength to pull the covers over himself. The cold sheets felt refreshing, and he sighed in relief as he rested his head on the pillow, trying to fall asleep. Just then, the door to his room creaked open, and he looked up in confusion to see Zenobia. "Zenobia? What are you doing here at this hour?" asked Reaper as he sat up and watched her walk toward the bed. "I couldn't sleep. Figured I might as well share the space," she said. "Why not Issei?" asked Reaper. "Rias, Aquino, and Asia, that's why," she replied as she climbed onto the bed. "Well, why not? One of the others," Reaper suggested. "Just please let me sleep here. We both need the rest, especially you after that trick of yours," Zenobia said as she slid under the sheets beside him. Reaper felt uncertain about how to handle the situation since he had never been close to a girl before. As he watched her get comfortable, she yawned and said, "Good night," before drifting off to sleep. He sighed, thinking that no real harm could come from this. But just as he turned over, he felt her hands reach for him, and he looked over to see her arms wrapping around his waist. Unsure of what to do, he decided to let her be. They both needed the sleep. When Reaper woke up, he found himself curled up with Zenobia, who was still asleep. He slowly sat up and looked around before sliding out of bed and heading to the closet. He paused for a moment, then muttered to himself, "I'm going to take a shower instead." He grabbed some clothes and a towel and walked to the bathroom, closing and locking the door behind him. As he turned on the shower, Zenobia stirred awake to the sound of water splashing. She sat up, stretched, and looked around, realizing Reaper was gone. Catching a whiff of something, she grimaced as she noticed the scent of blood. Then she heard the water again and realized someone was taking a shower. Curiosity piqued, she got out of bed and started to move toward the bathroom when she heard humming. It was a strange sound, almost like he was talking through his humming. She crept closer to the door and pressed her head against it, listening intently. He was definitely washing himself in there, and as she listened, her imagination began to wander. Suddenly, the water stopped, and she heard him getting dressed. Quickly, she grabbed her belongings and slipped out of the room just before Reaper unlocked the door and stepped out, catching a whiff of himself and shrugging. "I guess the scent of blood is pretty strong." Reaper walked down the stairs, straining to listen for anything out of the ordinary. He heard singing from one of the girls up the stairs and humming from another girl below, but with so many people in the house, he couldn't identify who it was. As he reached the bottom, he continued to scan his surroundings, his ears tuned for anything unusual besides the pleasant melodies. He soon recognized the voice as Rias Grenmory and spotted her in the kitchen. She was wearing a playful, revealing apron outfit. Zenobia was also there, doing her best to prepare a meal. As Reaper approached, Rias greeted him cheerfully, "Good morning, Reaper. Are you hungry by any chance?" Reaper considered it for a moment before replying, "I suppose I could eat something normal for once, aside from blood." "He even took a shower this morning, believe it or not," Zenobia chimed in from behind her. "Not to mention that Zenobia got a bit cozy with me because you apparently took her favorite," Reaper added with a light chuckle. Zenobia blushed slightly, and Rias smiled as she flipped her hair, saying, "What can I say? First come, first served. And when it comes to my Issei, I always have first dibs on him." "I'm surprised none of the other boys get to have fun. Maybe it's because we bear dragons," Reaper mused aloud, prompting Korn to interject. Hey, don't drag me into this." Zenobia finished preparing a large platter of scrambled eggs while Rias completed a stack of pancakes. As they began to take the platters over, Rias asked Reaper, "Could you be so kind as to bring the pitchers over here?" Reaper nodded and fetched the glass pitchers of water and orange juice. The trio set their dishes down on a nearby table, and Reaper looked at the two girls, asking, "Why do we have to wear aprons like that?" "What, you don't like them?" Zenobia replied, playfully adjusting her apron. "No, don't do that," Reaper exclaimed, covering his face with his hands. Korn sighed. "Well, at least Drake, the Red Harem Emperor, would appreciate that view." "The Red Harem Emperor?" Rias asked, shocked by the title. "That sounds ridiculous." "Not as ridiculous as seeing the one person who hated me the most now trying to sweet-talk me," Reaper retorted. You enjoyed it when it tried to kill you? Rias teased, manifesting a small spark of her powers in her hand with a playful smile. Reaper quickly waved his hands in front of him, saying, "No, no, no. I just thought it was kind of funny." She put her powers away, still smiling. Well, let's see how long it takes the others to wake up and realize there's food here. It didn't take long as everyone soon came rushing down the stairs. Reaper took his seat nearby, and Issei sat down next to him, inhaling the delicious aroma. Asia, sitting on Reaper's other side, sniffed the air as well, and they both exchanged glances. Asia asked, "Did you actually take a shower? What? Does it surprise you that much?" Reaper replied, "Well, I didn't think you would even consider it. Or wear deodorant," Issei added. Reaper feigned hurt, sighing, "I hope you're not rubbing off on me, especially since I had this one cuddling up with me." He pointed at Zenobia. "Was it passionate?" Aquino asked from nearby. "If there was passion, I couldn't tell. I was too busy trying to sleep," Reaper said, turning his glass of water into blood and sipping it slowly. "Well, you're not exactly on Issei's level of cuddliness," Zenobia remarked, sipping her orange juice. At this point, everyone was eagerly looking between the two, with Rias hiding a smile behind her hand as she nodded at Issei. The morning was off to a great start, and as they exchanged glances, Kaneko said, "So, you two are hitting it off. That reminds me. I heard you're going out with Gasper. It makes sense since you look around the same age," Reaper noted. Zenobia nearly choked on her drink, while Gasper looked up from his game console, surprised. "You are. You're despicable," Kaneko said, her ears and tail twitching. "Naya." Reaper stuck his tongue out playfully. "Morning, Corn," Drake suddenly said. "Morning, Drake. Or should I say, Red Harem Emperor," Corn replied. Silence fell over the group as they processed this information. Issei looked down at his hand, where Drake was present, and they all heard a sigh. "Corn." "Yes, Drake? You should count your blessings. Because if I were in my dragon form, I would tear you apart for that one." Laughter erupted around the table, and Kaneko said with a straight face, "That explains where he gets his pervy thoughts." "Drake, what are they talking about?" Issei asked. "Before I became a sacred gear, before the fight with the vanishing dragon, I was a normal dragon. Except I had a thing for keeping a lot of ladies around me." "So why do you get on me when I have dreams?" Issei questioned. "Because I can," Drake replied. Corn and Reaper snickered, and Issei protested, "Hey, it's not that funny." "Oh, it so is funny," Reaper shot back. "I hear the sounds of happy devils having a good time." Azazel suddenly appeared, looking around the table at their grins. "What did I miss?" "Oh, nothing," Reaper said, winking at the others, who nodded in agreement. "Well, I have some news today that I didn't expect to hear for some time now. We are being summoned once again into hell." Back in Lucifer's palace, Reaper and the others felt a wave of nervousness wash over them. Rias's expression shifted to one of concern as she asked, "When are we supposed to be there?" "As soon as possible, it seems," Azazel replied. "Oh boy. Reaper is going to the capital for the first time ever. This won't be easy," Issei remarked. Reaper gazed out the train window, resting his chin on his hand while the others busied themselves. Gasper was engrossed in his portable console, and Kaneko was nearby, snacking once again. Issei sat beside Reaper, also looking out the window, their dragon tattoos visible on their arms. At a nearby table, Rias, Aquino, Zenobia, Asia, and Rosswise chatted, while Azazel sipped a drink in a chair, his attention fixed on Reaper. The news of their impending trip to the Devil World had startled everyone, especially Rias, who felt anxious about what might happen with Reaper around. Azazel, though not overly concerned, anticipated some reactions from others. As he observed Reaper, Azazel noticed Yuto staring at him. "Something wrong, Yuto?" he asked. "I wonder if Tannen will try to surprise Reaper like he did with us," Yuto replied, still watching Reaper. Korn then turned to Issei. "So, how did you find out about your bond with Drake?" "It took nearly dying for me to realize I was his host," Issei admitted. "Seriously? How did that happen? Reaper asked, his red eyes focused on Issei. The fallen angel, a girl, to be exact, stabbed me. I summoned Rias and she saved me. Now look where I am, Issei explained. What about you? It took a fight with strays for Korn to show up. Eventually I got used to him, Reaper said, returning his gaze to the outside. The group fell silent, listening to the girls chatting nearby, unsure of what else to say. What's it like in hell? Reaper finally asked. Issei raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I mean, from what I've heard, you've all been there before. What's it like? Reaper pressed. Issei thought for a moment. I didn't see much, to be honest. But the place we lived in felt a lot like Earth. The Grenmory estates looked almost identical to the real world. Reaper nodded, contemplating this. Suddenly, he conjured a small ball of blood before him. He muttered, and Issei watched as Reaper summoned a ball of bluish-white souls. He glanced between the two, deep in thought. Reaper, don't do anything reckless, okay? Issei warned. Reaper slowly merged the two balls, and as the red and white began to swirl together, they formed a baseball-like shape, one side white and the other red, neither mixing completely. A hissing sound emerged as Reaper concentrated, and Issei instinctively took a step back when pink began to appear on the ball. Reaper set it on the windowsill, where it melted into red, white and pink parts, eventually taking shape as a creature with claws and wings, its body red, claws and wings white, and where they met, a soft pink hue. The head was red, with white eyes surrounded by pink, and it stood still, awaiting instructions. This is a first, Reaper said, sounding fatigued. He glanced at the girls, then back at Issei. Tell me, what kind of abilities do you have? Issei looked around before responding quietly, I have Power Shot, which shoots a big ball of energy. There's also Dress Break, where I can touch a woman's clothes and snap my fingers to make them disappear. And Bilingual, which lets me understand and communicate with women. Reaper raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Do you have any other nicknames I should know about? BRST Dragon Emperor. Harem King. I think that's about it, Issei replied. Reaper grinned at the small figure before him, which nodded and dashed toward the girls. I think I'm rubbing off on you, Issei remarked. Well, what can we say? We're boys. You're a bit of a perv, and I don't know much about girls, so we click, I guess, Reaper said with a small smile. So, what are you doing? Issei asked. Just what you would do. Except I can't do Dress Break, Reaper replied, motioning for Issei to be quiet. The small figure, resembling a figurine, scampered across the floor toward the girls. Gasper paused his game, intrigued, as the little red, white, and pink creature zipped past Kaneko, who stopped eating to watch it. Yuto and Azul noticed the strange figure as it began to climb up the chair behind Asia. As it reached the top, none of the girls seemed aware of its presence until suddenly Asia cried out. She felt a strange sensation at her back, and the figure emerged from her skirt, causing her to instinctively cover herself while bits of fabric fluttered to the ground. Rias, Aquino, Rosswise, and Zenobia turned to look at her, and it was then that Zenobia spotted the figure as it darted toward her. What is that? She exclaimed just as it leaped into the air, its wings flapping rapidly. In a flash, it swiped at her, and she gasped as her outfit was torn away. The creature then zoomed off toward the other girls, who finally realized what was happening. They all tried to scatter, but Rosswise was caught off guard and fell to the floor, covering herself in distress. Rias and Aquino remained, preparing to summon their powers. Suddenly, the creature halted and tilted its head at them. Aquino unleashed a bolt of lightning, and the figure disintegrated in an instant. As everyone stared at the spot where it had been, Rias glanced over at Reaper and Issei, sharing a knowing look. All eyes turned to the two boys as Issei looked at Reaper, who mirrored his expression. They both pointed at each other and shouted in unison, "He did it!" When the train came to a stop, Azul was happily humming as Yuto, Gasper, and Kaneko followed him slowly. Rias, Aquino, Rosswise, Asia, and Zenobia trailed behind. When they all paused and looked back, Azazel almost grinned and said, "All right, you two, you aren't hurt too badly. Come on off the train." Issei and Reaper managed to get off the train, gingerly holding their backsides and faces. Issei managed to say, "I swear I'm rubbing off too much of you." "I won't disagree with that," Reaper mumbled as they finally stepped off the train. Reaper looked around and saw where they were. "Welcome to the Grenmory Estates," Rias said with a small smile. Reaper noticed that Issei seemed to be holding up well. The estate looked like it came straight from a fairy tale, and as he looked up, he saw the large, almost castle-like building that was the home of the Grenmory family. "Wow. I didn't imagine it would be like this," Reaper muttered just as he heard something large approaching. "Very large. Oh. It looks like Tannen has come to say hello," Rias said with a smile. Everyone turned to see a massive figure slowly emerging from the trees. Tannen was the only known dragon who allied with the devils, though no one knew why. He faithfully served House Grenmory as a guardian. As the enormous dragon landed before the group, he looked at them and said, "Welcome, House of Grenmory. Welcome back." He paused, his gaze landing on Reaper, and he examined him closely. "I don't remember Korn's usual bearers looking so unscathed." "You flatter me," Reaper replied dryly, glancing at Issei with a look that seemed to ask, "What's up with this guy? Is this the Devilangel you all spoke of?" Tannen inquired, looking at Rias. "He is." "Why?" Rias asked. Tannen lowered his head and suddenly knelt, asking, "Tell me, bearer of the blood dragon, what makes you so special that Korn chose you?" "Tannen, I chose him because the rest of the blood drinkers and soul knights were being eliminated. But now I've seen what he can truly do," Korn said, appearing on Reaper's arm. "He is the first to combine blood and souls to create something new and powerful." "Oh?" Tannen asked, intrigued. Suddenly, Reaper summoned a larger ball of souls and blood, and as the two combined, a figure emerged, the same as before but now the size of Reaper, with a jagged mouth opening wide. "Finally, Reaper, you let me out again." "Geez, you sure know how to take your time," the figure exclaimed. Everyone stared at it in bewilderment. "Meet the first ever." "I don't know." Reaper seemed stumped on what to call the figure when it said, "I'm made of blood and soul. I'm a mix of specter and demon. Think of something fast." "Yeah, hold your horses, Grendel," Reaper replied before finally saying, "I'm going to call him a blood soul, because nothing else seems to fit." Grendel snorted as everyone exchanged glances. Issei then asked, "How are you not already passed out?" Grendel and Reaper looked at each other before Reaper, almost in slow motion, leaned back and fell hard. Grendel shouted but vanished completely before he could say anything as Issei rushed over with Asia at his side, grabbing Reaper's arms and beginning to drag him away. "Oh, that was unexpected," a voice said from behind them, and everyone turned to see Lucifer and Michael watching them. "What can I say? He grows more interesting each day," Azul remarked as he observed Issei and Asia being pushed aside by Kaneko, who then hoisted Issei over her shoulder as they all began to enter the grand home of the Grenmory family. A week had passed since the House of Grenmory arrived in Hell. As Issei watched Reaper slowly descend from the upstairs of the Grenmory estate, he noticed that the training Tannen had been putting Reaper through had made him more muscular and powerful, just as it had done for Issei. But now the big event was here, with all the devils, angels, fallen, and Norse gods gathering to discuss the Chaos Brigade and how to deal with them. Everyone was dressed in their finest attire provided by the Grenmory family. As Issei, in his suit, watched Reaper appear, he had expected him to be in armor. However, Lord Grenmory had provided something different. Reaper wore a blood-red suit, and as he looked around, Lord Grenmory suddenly appeared behind him with his wife, Venelana Grenmory. It's been many years since a blood drinker or soul knight was under my roof. But I admit, it has been a pleasant first for a Devilangel to be here," he said. Issei watched as Reaper nodded and rejoined the group with Rias and the others. Rias turned to her father and asked, "Will you be joining us, father?" "Not this time, I'm afraid. I have much work to do," Lord Grenmory replied as he departed. Venelana smiled and said, "Be safe, my daughter." Rias nodded, and the group began their journey to the gathering. As soon as Reaper entered the large, expansive hallway, Lucifer was waiting for them. Graphia Lucifuge stood next to him, and as Reaper nodded in acknowledgement, Lucifer turned to Rias and asked, I hope you've been keeping busy since your arrival here? Very busy. I believe not a day has gone by without us training in some form, Rias replied with a small, satisfied smile. And what about Reaper? Lucifer inquired. Rias glanced at Reaper and said, Tanin has been training him well. Good. Then it's time to join the others, Lucifer said, turning to walk away. Issei walked alongside Reaper as the group followed the Devil King down the long corridor. Looking around, Reaper asked Issei, You've been here before? Yeah, although I'm expecting nothing bad to happen, Issei replied as they approached some doors. When Lucifer opened them, the sounds of music and laughter filled the air. As they entered, Reaper was stunned by the number of devils, fallen angels, and Norse deities present. He jogged to catch up with Issei and the others just as Sona and her group joined them. Reaper watched the two groups exchange pleasantries before Sona extended her hand and said, Hello again, Reaper. Miss Sona. I see you are well, Reaper replied politely, giving a small bow. Hey, Reaper! Saji exclaimed, nearly knocking Reaper off balance as he wrapped an arm around his shoulder and playfully jabbed him in the ribs. I see you're still alive and kicking. For now, Reaper said with a small smile, looking around until he heard a voice behind him call out, Zenobia! He turned around just in time to see an angel rush over to Zenobia and embrace her. As he slowly got up with Saji's help, he looked at the angel and asked, Who is she? The angel looked back at him, puzzled, until Zenobia introduced her, saying, Meet my friend, the angel Irina Shidu. She is one of the 4 ace angels under Michael. Who is he? Irina asked, looking at Reaper. I'm Reaper, the other pawn to Rias, he replied. Oh, you are the Devilangel everyone has been talking about. Irina exclaimed. Reaper nodded but then sighed suddenly. Issei noticed and asked, Something wrong? Holding up a finger, Reaper summoned a pink, red and white ball, tossing it into the air. It morphed into Grendel, who stretched and said, Oh, now you summon me? Yeah. Reaper yawned, seeming to slump slightly. Issei sighed and asked, Why must you tire yourself out so fast? Just then, Issei spotted 2 familiar figures approaching and frowned slightly as Riser Phoenix and Revel Phoenix, both dressed in fine clothing, came into view. Riser looked at Issei and said, Well, we meet again. Indeed we do. Riser, Rias replied, appearing behind Issei. I heard you found yourself in the hands of a dirty devil angel. How unfortunate for your house to accept such a savage creature, Riser taunted. Revel remained silent, clearly uncomfortable with the confrontation. As Issei prepared to retort, Grendel interjected. It looks like someone's really wanting to pick a fight. What do you think, Reaper? Riser stiffened as a shadowy arm wrapped around his legs. Reaper looked at Riser and asked Rias, Who is this man? The head of House Phoenix, Riser. His sister is the one behind him, Rias explained. Is that the Devil Angel? Riser asked, a cruel smile forming on his face. I was right, he is indecent. Grendel then appeared beside Reaper and tapped Riser on the shoulder. As Riser stiffened, Grendel turned to Rias and asked, Can we just get rid of this guy? I'm afraid you cannot kill him. Defeating him is much preferred, Rias replied. Along with humiliating him, Azazel chimed in, earning curious looks from everyone. Do you really want me to fight such a disgusting creature? Prize asked with a sigh. I think we would all find it amusing to see. Besides, these parties have a tendency to become boring, Lucifer added as he appeared. But must every gathering have a fight? Riser protested. Because when we don't keep ourselves in top fighting shape, we tend to become complacent. Besides, I want to see this boy in action, Odin said with a smile. With that, everyone in the room focused on Reaper and Riser. Feeling the weight of so many eyes on him made Reaper uncomfortable, but he met Riser's disdainful gaze. Riser sneered, You will easily be defeated, and I will take no satisfaction in eliminating the last blood drinker and soul knight in existence. Grendel snarled at Riser, and as the air shimmered around them, the two were suddenly teleported away. Now let's see how well this dragon bearer fares, Lucifer said, conjuring a large portal that displayed the battlefield where the two would fight. As Issei recognized the location from his previous battle with Riser, he watched as Reaper and Riser slowly appeared on the field. Reaper felt his Blood Reaper and Soul Knight armor manifest over his body as Grendel appeared by his side. Drawing his gun lance and blade, Reaper looked at everyone watching and then turned to Korn, asking, "Ready for this?" "I am ready. And though I may take your arm like Issei, I don't think you'll complain much, will you?" Korn replied. "But that's for how long again?" Reaper asked. "Let's teach this man a lesson. I give you a full minute to turn him into nothing," Korn declared as he manifested on Reaper's arm. Riser looked at Reaper and asked, "Are you ready, Devilangel?" Grendel chimed in, "I'm not needed for this, am I?" Reaper shook his head, and as Grendel disappeared, he motioned for Riser to come at him. "Bad decision," Riser sneered, launching himself at Reaper with incredible speed, leaving everyone wondering if Reaper would survive. As Riser unleashed his attack, a powerful wave of air surged through the arena, causing the ground to crack beneath Reaper's feet. Scale Mail. Riser's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the sleek, obsidian armor of Scale Mail envelop Reaper, adorned with striking red jewels. Attempting to retreat, Riser found himself caught by Reaper's grip, staring into a reflection of Issei's armor that appeared both formidable and intimidating. Reaper's voice resonated with confidence as he declared, "Now let me show you the true power of a dragon bearer." Dragon Shot. The massive sphere of energy surged toward Riser, propelling him backward as he realized, too late, just how outmatched he truly was. Reaper had not only honed his abilities but had significantly amplified them. In a flash, Reaper unfurled his wings and soared toward Riser with incredible speed, landing a powerful blow to Riser's chest. As Riser was sent flying, he began counting down, aware that Reaper's control over such immense power was limited. Upon reaching 10, Riser roared in determination and charged at Reaper, striking his helmet with all his might. Yet, the armor held firm. Reaper seized Riser by the neck, bringing him close to his faceplate and stating, "You thought I would be like Issei during your fight. But I've achieved more in a shorter time than most do in years." "How?" Riser gasped. "I had assistance from another dragon, and a shared understanding with my own," Reaper replied before slamming Riser into the ground with tremendous force. The impact sent a cloud of dust soaring into the air, signaling that the match was decisively over. Lucifer gestured, and applause erupted from the crowd. As Issei observed Reaper, Rias smiled and remarked, "It seems Tannin has had a significant influence on Reaper." Once the armor vanished, Reaper collapsed, exhausted, with Korn resting on his arm. Issei helped him up and asked, "So you too sacrificed your arm for that power?" "For a full minute. It only took about 20 seconds. Totally worth it." Reaper replied, his voice low. Asia chimed in, "You did really well, Reaper. But it appears he still has a long way to go. He ran out of energy quite quickly," Odin noted as he watched Reaper being supported by his friends. "He does. But I suppose this means we won't have to worry about him for a while," Lucifer added. "He earned that victory. Even if Riser's pride will take a hit from Reaper, this was a commendable fight," Azazel remarked. "I think it's time for me to take my leave," Michael said as he and his deck began to fade away. With that, the gathering slowly began to disperse. Reaper lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling exhausted. He heard the door open and managed to sit up with a groan, seeing Zenobia walk over in her usual night clothes. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Sitting up. What brings you here in those clothes?" Reaper replied. "Well, I thought I'd sleep with you tonight," Zenobia said, tossing her pillow onto the bed next to him. As she slid onto the bed, she looked at him and asked, "So you can do what Issei can do, huh?" "In a sense. I think there are a few powers I still have yet to unlock," Reaper said just as the door opened again. Looking up, he saw Akino walking over. As she climbed onto the bed, Reaper asked incredulously, "And what do you think you're doing?" "Sleeping here for the night," Akino replied, her head hitting the pillow as she quickly fell asleep. Zenobia joined her, and Reaper sighed, glancing between the two before lying back down and closing his eyes. When Reaper awoke to the morning sun streaming through the windows, he felt the weight of Aquino and Zenobia against him, making it a bit difficult to breathe. The warmth of their presence brought a blush to his cheeks, especially when he noticed their hands resting near his waist. He carefully got up, wanting to give them a gentle kiss on their foreheads but deciding against it. Instead, he slid out of bed, stretched slightly, and walked to the shower. As he entered the bathroom, he began to undress and turned on the water. The sound of the hot water splashing in the basin stirred Aquino and Zenobia from their slumber. Aquino yawned and asked, "Is he taking a shower again?" "It seems so," Zenobia replied, her mind wandering as she listened to the water. Aquino then suggested, "Should we peek on him?" Zenobia looked flustered. "I would do no such thing to him." "But you like him, don't you?" Aquino teased. Zenobia didn't respond, and Aquino smiled before getting up, taking her pillow and saying, "Have a good morning," as she left the room. Zenobia listened to the water until it stopped. Hesitantly, she approached the door and pressed her head against it, only to realize it hadn't been closed all the way. Before she could stop herself, she leaned too far into the doorway and stumbled into the bathroom, landing with a thud. Looking up, she saw Reaper sitting in the bathtub, staring at her. They both froze in silence. Reaper, not breaking eye contact, reached for the soap and said, "Do you think you could close the door and leave? I don't think we should be in the same room like this." Her face flushed, Zenobia slowly got up. Just as she was about to exit, she blurted out, "Make sure you clean really well for me." Reaper looked at her, a slight blush on his cheeks, and nodded. As she left the room, he pondered her words and began to scrub himself clean. Zenobia pressed her back against the closed door, her face burning with embarrassment. She quickly grabbed her pillow from the bed and left the room, eager to escape the awkward moment. When Reaper left his room, he had all his belongings ready for the day the House of Grenmory would return to the normal world. As he walked down the hallway, he passed a door and heard a beautiful voice singing from within. He stopped, captivated by the melody, and felt his body move toward the door. Wait, no. Reaper thought as he reached for the handle. The door slid open, and he stepped inside, only to find Zenobia half-dressed, struggling to put on her bra while humming her tune. As she turned around, just as she was pulling on her shirt, she caught him staring, mouth agape. Reaper's face turned warm, and he realized he could move again. He quickly slammed the door and hurried away, trying to maintain some dignity. Zenobia glanced around her room, expecting someone else to be watching, before continuing to dress herself. The train powered through the portal back to Earth, and as Zenobia watched Reaper gazing out the window, she felt uncertain about their situation. She didn't want things to be awkward, but when she glanced over at Rias, she caught her friend staring with a curious expression. "Is something wrong?" Zenobia asked. "You're staring at him. Why?" Rias replied, resting her chin on her hand and keeping her eyes fixed on Zenobia. "Nothing," Zenobia said, straightening up and looking away, closing her eyes in embarrassment. "I think she might have taken a peek at Reaper and is trying to hide it." Aquino chimed in from nearby, giggling softly. "You're almost as bad as Issei," Kaneko remarked, causing Zenobia to flush and protest. "I did no such thing." Yuto and Issei observed Reaper, who continued to stare at the multicolored portal. They almost wanted to turn him away before he hurt his eyes, but Reaper sighed and covered his face with his hands when Gasper asked, "Something wrong? Have you ever accidentally done something because your body acted before you could stop it?" Reaper asked, looking at them all. "What happened?" Issei inquired, intrigued. Reaper sighed again. "I heard Zenobia singing, and my body opened the door to see her changing when I didn't want to. Now I think she hates me." He groaned, looking down at the ground, and Issei reassured him, "It's okay. Since it was an accident, I don't think she can be that mad at you. Well, before that, she fell into the bathroom while I was trying to get clean. How much more awkward can this get?" Reaper said, glancing at Issei. Issei chuckled lightly. "Boy, you really got yourself into a mess. Sadly, I can't do the same without getting absolutely annihilated." Reaper interrupted. "Destroyed," Gasper suggested. "Crushed." Yuto added. I was thinking more along the lines of getting beaten up, but those will do too, Issei sighed, looking over at Rias and the girls, who seemed to be deep in conversation. Reaper leaned back against the window, closing his eyes when he suddenly felt an unfamiliar energy. Issei felt it too and stood up, slowly walking toward a nearby doorway, sensing the energy around them. Reaper joined him, and Yuto asked, "Something wrong? You feel it too, don't you?" Reaper replied, reaching for the door. Before he could touch it, the door swung open, revealing Kuroka and Biko from the Cow's Brigade. Both pairs stared at each other, and as Reaper looked past them, he saw Azazel surrounded by mages with their Illuminati headdresses, aiming their weapons at the fallen angel lord. Azazel greeted him, glad you could join us for this party. Reaper? Don't you have friends for these fine people? Who is that at the door? Rias began, noticing the two members of Vala's team. Kuroka grinned at Reaper and said, "Oh my, what a poor boy you are to have to." "I'll have to stop you right there with that statement," Reaper interjected, his bored expression surprising Issei. "See, I've never met you, nor have you met me, so why don't we exchange names and allegiances later? Also, you only have some mages around a fallen angel lord. Do you really think your men can stand against him? And one last thing." Issei heard something approaching from behind and turned to see 6 blood demons and soul specters. Unlike the demons, who were all claws and fangs, the specters had wings and their arms extended into blades. The demons had toothy grins and dark eyes, while the specters had toothless mouths shaped like an O and white eyes on their bluish bodies. "I do have some friends. Meet the blood demons and soul specters," Reaper announced as he summoned Korn. Kuroka appeared momentarily speechless, and as Reaper swayed slightly, Biko introduced himself. "Forgive us. I am Biko, one of the Hindu gods. This is Kuroka, a former devil and sister to that girl." He pointed to Kaneko. "Anyway, we just came here to create some fun chaos, and I hope you don't mind us keeping you away from the fallen lord," Biko added. Reaper looked at Azazel and asked, "Can you handle either of these two?" "I dunno. I mean, I'm in a bit of trouble with the mages. Could you help with them?" Azazel replied as one of the mages glared at Reaper, their eyes glowing ominously. "If you summoned mages, I might as well summon my own cultists," Reaper said, giving a whistle. From the other car, a shout echoed, followed by the sound of rushing feet. Several mages stumbled out, their clothes torn by what looked like claws and blades. As their bodies fell to the floor, Rias watched a cloaked figure appear and exclaimed, "A necromancer? You have a thing for necromancers?" "Necromancers are kind of cool. Besides, the blood drinkers. Didn't mind them as much as you might think, considering they could summon minor blood demons and more. But right now." Reaper summoned Grendel, who looked at the specters and demons and asked, "You really are going to do this? Why not? If we don't fight now and then, we lose our edge, right?" Reaper replied, glancing at Azazel. The atmosphere grew tense and silent, but as Kuroka looked at Reaper, noticing his red eyes and hair, she smiled and said, "I sense some fun about to happen." "Yeah, for me." "Not for you," Reaper said, taking 2 flasks and drinking from them. "What were those?" Issei asked, watching as Reaper's veins began to glow with red and blue. "Just doing what I was naturally made to do," Reaper replied as his blood drinker and soul knight armor materialized around him, and his blood drinker sword appeared in his hand. Berserk. Within a few minutes of Reaper going wild, Issei truly understood what Reaper meant by going berserk. He transformed the word devil into demon almost instantly after his body absorbed and energized from the blood and souls he had consumed. Kuroka, however, didn't grasp that change until Reaper's necromancers began battling the mages throughout the train. Even as the blood demons and soul specters rushed past her to assist Azazel, she couldn't stop Reaper from tackling her while Grendel pursued Biko. This left Issei and the others to fend for themselves against the numerous mages that were appearing. Suddenly, Issei heard portals opening and watched as demons, risen zombies, and skeletons emerged, plunging the train into chaos, even where the conductor was supposed to be. Issei took down a mage and shouted to Rias, "What do we do?" "Take back the train. Until help arrives." Rias yelled, her power blasting several mages down. The air filled with the magic of the mages and the spells of the necromancers as Kuroka finally hit the ground. Reaper kicked her away, and his blade sent 3 mages spiraling to the ground. Azul dodged a few blasts right from the start, and his replacement arm shot out, impaling 2 mages, who cried out in pain. He yanked his arm free just as Kuroka leaped over Reaper's back, slashing at his armor. Reaper smiled as he spun around, grabbing her by the hair. She shrieked as he pushed her face into a nearby wall, doing so twice more before she kicked him away. "What are you?" she shouted, slicing the air in front of her, attempting to strike Reaper as he backstepped. A necromancer got in her way, and she swiftly dispatched him with a fierce swipe. Reaper noticed the blood demons protecting the soul specters and smiled at Kuroka, who glared at him in fury. "Don't you remember what you learned about the First Heavenly War?" he asked as the specters let out a piercing shriek that echoed through the train. The sound was like a wailing banshee, causing everyone to clutch their ears as they fell to their knees, while Reaper stood tall, his soul knight half making him immune to the specters' wail. Once the shriek faded, the specters charged at the demons, and as the battle continued, Kuroka glared at Reaper. "Are nothing compared to me," she yelled, launching herself at him. Reaper was momentarily caught off guard, tearing up the carpet with his armor as he stumbled back. He quickly regained his footing, raising his gun lance and firing. Kuroka dodged, but the mages behind her were not so fortunate, meeting a swift end. Azul continued to take down mages, noticing Issei holding his own with his dragon-scale mail armor and blade. However, he frowned when he realized Grendel was gone, taken down by Biko. "So, what shall it be, old guy?" Biko asked. "Well, I can't let all the kids have the fun for themselves," Azazel replied with a grin. Just then, Reaper tackled Kuroka between them, and limbs, claws, and teeth flailed as Biko and Azazel watched the chaotic scene unfold. Reaper hurled Kuroka away with a shout before chasing after her. "We can discuss this later when you've lost," Azazel said, pursuing Biko. Issei observed as Reaper raced after a fleeing Kuroka, the carpet and furniture stained with blood and bodies. With the undead and demons mostly dealt with, the battle between the mages and necromancers intensified. Zenobia and Yuto teamed up against the mages, while Asia supported Rias and Aquino, who blasted mages with their powerful magic. Gasper froze anyone Kaneko couldn't reach, and Rosweiss fought alongside them. This left Issei to handle everything else with only Draig's assistance. He didn't mind, though, as his powerful shots and sword cut down mages wherever they were. He watched a necromancer take down another with a machete, only to see that woman overwhelmed by more mages. At this rate we'll be overrun. Even if Reaper is berserking, he's completely focused on Kuroka and can't help us. Issei thought quickly as he unleashed a blast from his shoulder cannons into a group of mages. Meanwhile, Kuroka struggled to shake off Reaper, but his berserking made him an opponent she couldn't defeat. He relentlessly pursued her, even as her claws tore at him. When she swiped at him again, he caught her arm, his helmet's jaws opening as he bared his fangs. She hissed and charged at him instead of fleeing. They landed with her on top, swiping at him, but he twisted her off and held her neck, slamming her into the ground once more. Looking down at her, he said, "What, little kitty? Had enough of your punishment. How do you do it? Take even the strongest and weaken them?" Kuroka asked through gritted teeth, trying to swipe at him again, but he held her hands firmly. He leaned in, his jaws opening and closing with his breaths. "It's not because you are weak. It's because as a berserker, I can become as strong as you. And trust me, it will be a while before it fades away. Also," Reaper added, pulling at her ears and tail, "you shouldn't hide your Nikomata form. I could care less when it comes to Kaneko." "Funny. She's my sister," Kuroka replied, managing to free a hand, but he pinned her down again. Although Reaper didn't fully understand the situation, he knew one thing. She was incredibly strong, an SS-class devil that Tannen had warned him to be cautious of. He looked down at her and realized they were in a secluded part of the train, untouched by the chaos of the battle. He slowly got up and backed away from her. She looked him up and down, smiled and sighed, bad choice. In an instant she lunged at him, and his armor cracked and fell away as he was sent flying back. But as she approached him again, he summoned his dragon-scale mail, causing her to freeze. Korn's voice echoed, "So, the sight of a dragon-bearer scares you." She gazed at him in his black and red armor, recalling Valley and Issei. A small smile crept onto her face as she asked, "Has anyone ever told you about me? Besides you being most wanted and an SS-class devil?" "Not much else," Reaper replied, observing her closely. His instincts about her being more than just a random stray were proving correct. She sighed, swishing her tail as she looked around before saying, "Has Issei told you that I approached him once?" "Nope. Let me guess. By approach, you mean you tried to kill him?" Kurako was slightly taken aback but sighed, "I wish. I want to save my race, the Nikomata, from the brink of destruction. And dragon-bearers are known to be the most powerful." Reaper tilted his head as Korn said, "So you're making us an offer?" "Yes, indeed," Kurako replied with a smile. "How about a counteroffer?" Reaper asked, extending his hand. "How about you leave Biko and whoever else, and join the House of Grenmory?" Kurako laughed until she noticed his movement. Before she could react, his arm wrapped around her, and she found herself staring at his black helmet. Ironically, Reaper felt a lack of control over his own body as well. But if she was anything like Issei had described the night before, she wouldn't always be one to fight. She playfully swatted at his helmet, saying, "A little anxious, are we?" "No, but if you truly did all this to save your sister, wouldn't you rather be with her again without fear?" Reaper asked. She smiled, her old self returning, and asked, "And what should I be afraid of, little devil?" Then his helmet vanished, and as she gazed into his blood-red eyes, she felt their coldness and unforgiving nature. He said, "Let me show you why. I will be feared by you." Suddenly, blood began to seep from his mouth. She struggled to break free, but his arms locked around her. As the blood rushed down her throat, her body fought against itself. She tried to scream as the warmth spread through her veins, constricting her muscles. Tears filled her eyes as she felt the presence of souls surrounding them, their cries echoing in her ears, and she felt their pain as she cried out, "Reaper!" He instantly withdrew, the souls retreating into his armor, but the blood remained, lingering like a shadow. He turned to see Kaneko, who looked at him with her ears twitching and her tail swaying. "So, she really is your sister?" Reaper asked, noticing Kurako limp in Kaneko's arms, her strength drained. "Yes, she is. She has done many terrible things. She deserves a lot," Kaneko said, her gaze impassive as she looked at her sister. "But she doesn't deserve your torture." Reaper sighed, looking down at the Nikomata in his arms, her tears staining the floor. He gently stroked her cheek. "But what do we do with her then?" he asked Kaneko. Kaneko considered it, observing her sister, who seemed so lifeless and helpless that any other devil might have ended her. But here was Reaper, almost giving her a second chance as she lay in his arms. She looked at her sister, whom she had both loathed and loved, and then asked, "What will you do?" Kurako looked at her sister, completely broken. Reaper had somehow shattered her heart and mind. As she gazed back at him, tears streamed down her face. "Do what you want with me." Reaper smiled as he lifted her into his arms, cradling her gently. He turned to Kaneko and said, "Tell Rias that I will deal with her." Kaneko regarded him, thinking he was either foolish or brave, and said, "Reaper, you're either stupid or crazy. I'm a Devilangel. I'm already a mess," Reaper replied, looking at Kurako, who saw kindness in his eyes, now kindness and mercy. "But everyone deserves a second chance. Even those who have wronged us in the worst way possible." Issei watched the last mage fall to the blood demons as the specters vanished. Rias approached an exhausted Azul and asked, "Did Biko escape?" "Not that I did it for my own sake. But what about Reaper?" Azazel replied, "I sent Kaneko to help him. He should be fine," Rias said just as they heard a door creak open. They turned to see Reaper, his scale mail armor falling away, with Kaneko following closely behind. All eyes fell upon Kurako in his arms, and Rias felt her faint smile fade as she asked, "Shall we deal with her?" Before Azazel could respond, Reaper's wings of black and white unfurled from his back, his stance widening as the wings enveloped him and Kurako. His expression was as hard as stone, unyielding. "I will handle this. Myself." She glanced at Kaneko, who nodded knowingly. "He's determined. I can see that." "You do realize she could end you in an instant?" Issei warned. "You clearly didn't witness what I did to her. Or what she did to me." Reaper's voice faltered as the wounds from her claws began to bleed. Asia stepped forward to heal him, but he remained standing, saying, "If I, a Devilangel who was despised by all, can be given a second chance, I believe others deserve the same." "Fine. But if she harms you, that's on you," Azazel cautioned. "She won't. Trust me," Reaper replied with a small grin. Later that night, Reaper walked with Kurako still in his arms. She was dozing lightly as he gently laid her on his bed. Sitting beside her, he asked, "Tell me, why did you betray your master?" She looked at him, wanting to tease but feeling vulnerable, so she clutched her covers and said, "To protect my sister." Reaper smiled, brushing a stray hair behind her ear. "You know, you're quite beautiful." She returned a shy smile. "Are you trying to charm me?" For the first time, her cheeks flushed as he leaned closer, pressing a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Good night, Naya." "Gigi good. Good night, Naya," she stammered before drifting off to sleep. Kuroko awoke, yawning and smiling as she sighed. That was such a strangely pleasant dream. I wonder if a devil named Reaper, who is a Devilangel, really exists, she mused, stretching in bed. "Oh, I exist all right. Is your head okay?" A familiar voice chimed in. Kuroko turned, stunned to find an almost bare Reaper, wearing only pants and holding his shirt. He looked at her and asked, "Did you sleep well?" "Naya," she replied, trying to smile while her mind raced to understand how she ended up in this situation. She noticed corn on his arm and remembered why she had gone with him, recalling how he had drained her energy. Sighing, she asked, "So, you really took me in, Naya?" "Yeah. I'm not the type to harm women I meet," Reaper said, crossing his arms over his chest, even without his shirt. Her ears drooped slightly, and her tail twitched as she looked down at herself, noticing red crystals along her body. "What are these?" she inquired. Well, I used a bit of my blood magic to help you recover." Reaper admitted sheepishly, finally putting on his shirt. "I don't remember being hurt." "What did you do to me?" she asked, arching an eyebrow. "Nothing," he insisted. She gave him a skeptical look before glancing around. "I thought your room would be more impressive." "That's Rias's room. I'm more of a straightforward guy who doesn't like anything extra," Reaper explained as he walked to the nearby door. "Now, be a good kitty and come along. It's breakfast time for us," he said, motioning for her to follow. Unlike many times before, Kuroko found herself following him. She wasn't sure why, perhaps to discover where she was, but she sensed he was different from everyone else she had fought or met. He intrigued her, and she wanted to learn more about him beyond his fighting skills. Breakfast was unusually quiet, as not everyone had woken up or was present. Kuroko sat next to Reaper, glancing at the food before her when she felt a gentle tap on her foot. She looked over to see Zenobia pointing at her and asking, "I don't remember those marks being there. What happened?" Kuroko turned to Reaper, who was sipping his orange juice. He replied, "She had a few scratches, so I used blood magic to freeze the wounds. But she didn't have any scratches on her," Zenobia said, looking at Reaper. Reaper was now making bubbles in his drink as Kuroko sighed and added, "Well, I guess he did leave a few marks after our little battle." Reaper finally finished his juice when Zenobia suddenly asked, "Still, you do realize that she could take you down, right? If she wants to try, she's welcome to make an attempt," Reaper said, slowly getting up. "But she has to remember that not everyone she meets will be her enemy in the end." As Reaper walked away, Zenobia sighed, resting her hand on her cheek. "You know, I may not know you very well, but I get the feeling you feel the same way I do. Probably, Kuroka replied with a yawn. But to be sure, why don't you tell me? I'm confused about how he can be so confident that you won't harm him. Kuroka sighed, contemplating the thought. She could easily overpower Zenobia and escape, but as she watched Zenobia push her breakfast around, she began to take some food for herself, suddenly struck by a realization. What if Reaper wasn't trying to manipulate her but genuinely wanted to be her friend? She shook her head to dismiss the thought and looked at Zenobia, who asked, "So, what was Reaper like when you met him?" "Dark and brooding, living like the outcast he was back then. I think the term, stray, didn't quite fit him either," Zenobia said. "I can imagine it wasn't easy for him." Kuroka replied. Rias wanted him gone. Pure and simple. The only reason she didn't act on it was because of Lord Azazel, Zenobia continued. "Kuroka, if that's your name, why do you sit here so calmly? You must want to escape, right?" This was true, but as Kuroka looked at Zenobia and then back to where Reaper had gone, she felt her heart torn. With a genuinely conflicted voice, she said, "I don't even know what I can do anymore." Kuroka rested her head on the table as Zenobia sighed. Just then, Aquino and Rias entered, and Rias, noticing Kuroka's distress, tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong with her?" "Reaper. I think he's really getting to her," Zenobia said, taking a sip of water. "How did he manage that? How can a boy who nearly threatens to kill me be so kind, as if I'm some sort of pet?" Kuroka sighed into the table. "You know, if someone had told me in the future that you would be joining us as a guest, I would have probably made Reaper deal with you anyway," Rias said, walking over to pat Kuroka's head. "But you don't want to harm him either, do you?" "Well," Kuroka began, but then Kaneko appeared from training, a light sheen of sweat on her brow. She looked at her sister, tilting her head in concern. "Are you okay, Kuroka?" Kuroka couldn't muster a tease for her sister. Suddenly, she felt something shift within her, looking down to see the crystals Reaper had placed on her starting to crack. She noticed Rias using her powers and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm not exactly sure, but I think those were power restraints," Rias replied, stopping when the last crystal shattered. "So, he doesn't trust me?" Kuroka said, shaking slightly in annoyance. Kaneko remarked, "At least he's not completely foolish. You still can take him down." Kuroka glanced at her sister, flicking her tail in frustration before standing up. Realizing she wasn't hungry, she decided to go find Reaper. "Reaper is trouble, no doubt about it," Aquino said from behind Rias. "Kaneko, keep an eye on those two if you can," Rias instructed, then turned to Zenobia. "And if possible, do the same." The two girls nodded, and soon everyone dispersed from the area. When Kuroka found Reaper, she paused at the entrance of the expansive room, realizing he was deep in training. She hesitated before opening the door, captivated as she watched him fire his gun lance several times, sending waves of energy from his blade toward a series of targets. Reaper sighed as he put away his weapons and summoned his specters and demons, sending them charging at the targets. Kuroka could tell he was troubled by something. With that thought in mind, she slowly opened the door and stepped inside. As Reaper took out his blade again, he glanced over at her, still clad in his Berserker armor. "Is a certain boy wanting some company?" she asked playfully. "Not exactly," Reaper replied, noticing his energy crystals were missing. "So you destroyed the crystals?" "No, Rias did that," Kuroka said, placing a hand on her hip. "But what were those crystals?" "Energy crystals, meant to sap your energy if I thought you were trying to harm me," he explained, crossing his arms. "What do you want, kitty cat?" he asked. "I'm thinking of maybe a small play fight," Kuroka suggested, holding up her hands like cat paws and playfully saying, "Naya." "Play fight like sparring?" Reaper asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes," she exclaimed, smiling and giving another, "Naya." Reaper considered her for a moment before tossing aside his weapons. "I'll do this without my weapons. I don't want it to be unfair for you." Giggled. "You sure you want this to be a claw and tooth fight? What? You have something I don't know about?" Reaper asked, intrigued. With that, Kuroka summoned several glowing orbs of magic around her. "Weren't you a bishop before?" he asked. "Yep. And you are a little pawn," she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Oh, you would bring out the magic when I disarm myself," Reaper said, suddenly darting toward her in a zigzag pattern. Kuroka unleashed her magical orbs, and the resulting explosions shook the floor, sending Reaper tumbling backward. At that moment, Korn appeared and remarked, "You really had to pick the bishop, didn't you? Well, if you want to help me at any moment during this fight, please do." Reaper muttered, managing to get back on his feet. He found himself surrounded by multiple Kurokas, all grinning down at him. "You need help getting up?" they asked in unison. "Oh, so this is how you play." "Let me respond in kind," Reaper said, unleashing a shockwave that caused the duplicates of Kuroka to vanish. She gracefully flipped away and sent more energy orbs at him, asking, "By the way, have you noticed that I have 2 cat tails?" "Oh really? Any other surprises besides the magic and the tails that I should know about?" Reaper replied, dodging her attacks. "Oh, I can do this," Kuroka said, vanishing from sight. "You would be able to do this." Reaper groaned, straining to listen for her. Unable to hear her, he summoned a special blood pouch from his back, spreading it thinly across the floor. He noticed 2 feet perfectly outlined in the blood, untouched by the crimson liquid. "Wow. I never thought I'd see this much blood in my life," Kuroka said from her hidden position. "You know, I won't argue there," Reaper replied, freezing the blood beneath her. Kuroka struggled to free herself as the icy layer trapped her feet. "Why don't you just chill out for a bit?" Reaper quipped, using the claws on his boots to glide across the ice. I would like to, but I don't like getting cold feet," Kuroka said playfully. "I prefer to be the girl to give my man joy." "Well, looks like Reaper began, but the ice shattered as Kuroka unleashed a flurry of energy blasts, sending him flying. She walked over and playfully sat on him. "Don't think too poorly of yourself. You'll improve over time, maybe. I mean, I want my children to be strong, as you may know," she said with a grin. "No comment. Or problem. Next time it is." Reaper sighed. "Take off your armor or I'll break it off," Kuroka teased, her cat tails swishing playfully. Reaper slowly let his armor dissolve, looking at her with a mix of determination and amusement. He caught one of her tails in his hand, holding on tightly. "NYA," she exclaimed. "Gotcha this time, though." The morning was beautiful as the city slowly awakened from its slumber. The docks, seemingly unused, were actually the staging ground for the Cows Brigade. Magicians and a few old-world demons gathered in a disused warehouse. Edom, clad in blood-red armor and wielding his executioner's blade, Angel's Bane, surveyed his forces. With 200 strong magicians and about 100 old devils in their more demonic armor, he addressed them confidently. "Today is a glorious day for the Cows Brigade," Edom declared. "The church that once stood dormant in this city is being renewed by the Archangel Michael as a base of operations to help protect this town. I would also like to mention that the House of Grenmory and Lord Azul, the fallen angel lord, will be attending." "What an unfortunate coincidence," he added, eliciting chuckles from the gathered magicians and devils. Edom gazed outside, a smile on his face. It had been many years since he had vanished from Devil Society, striving to become stronger than any devil, even the Devil King himself. It was during this time that he met the Cows Brigade. Although he wasn't the most powerful devil, he proved his worth as a strategist and a capable commander. As he gazed at the church, perched majestically on a distant hill, a smile spread across his face. He knew this would be the day that Edom, the devil of the Cows Brigade, would establish himself as the most feared devil of them all. "We will strike at nightfall when the celebration is in full swing. Come on, Reaper, he's not going to turn you down," Rias encouraged as they walked through the dimly lit forest of familiars. The atmosphere felt heavy and slightly damp, making Reaper uneasy for the first time in ages. Kuroka walked beside him while Issei and Asia strolled ahead, with Issei, Asia's dragon familiar, finally on its feet again, soaring around them curiously. "I don't know. This place is actually giving me the creeps," Reaper admitted, adjusting his school uniform. Oh, that's so cute. Naya. Kuroka smiled playfully. Well, toughen up quickly. Otherwise, the familiars won't take a liking to you, Yuto remarked as he walked alongside them. Oh really? So it's just my lack of courage that's scaring them? Reaper sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Boy, you sure are on edge today, Akino noted, walking with her imp familiars. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that I'm heading to another gathering that will likely end in a confrontation with some devil, fallen, or angel, Reaper muttered just as they heard a rustle in the underbrush. They all halted as Issei, with Asia, stopped them to observe what appeared to be the adult version of Ash Ketchum, who perched on a nearby tree. He smiled down at them and said, Welcome, my friends. I see there are 2 new members in your ranks. Does he remind you of someone? Reaper whispered to Issei, leaning closer. He does, but I can't quite place it. Issei replied, then turned to the familiar master. Could you please assist Reaper and maybe Kuroka with their first familiars? I can help the Nyakmata, but the Devilangel will have to manage on his own, the master replied as he leaped down from the tree. Why alone? Rias asked, puzzled. He'll understand as he ventures deeper. Besides, he has a rather unsettling vibe, the master shrugged. Ugh, fine. Reaper said, starting to walk alone into the forest, indifferent to the others. Follow me, my lady. Perhaps your familiar will be quite charming. The familiar master beckoned Kuroka, and the House of Grenmory followed him into the woods. As they walked, Kuroka marveled at her surroundings, surprised by the calmness of the place. Suddenly, she heard a noise and turned to see a sleek, black two-tailed cat with striking yellow eyes. Staring back at her, letting out a loud meow. Looks like this one has come to you, the familiar master observed. But what can it do? Kuroka inquired, intrigued. Without warning, the cat transformed into a toned man dressed in a crisp black uniform and bowed, saying, My lady. Oh, he will do. Kuroka exclaimed, stepping closer. As the man shifted back into a cat, the familiar master suddenly paused, listening intently to the wind. It seems your friend is having no luck. Yet, he remarked. Reaper wasn't angry, he was simply overwhelmed, and the event happening tonight only added to his anxiety. Taking care of Kuroka was already a challenge, and he knew that once others found out, there would be doubts about his choices. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he walked in silence until he suddenly heard a sound. Hisses. He stopped and looked around, then glanced upward. There, stuck in a tree, was a large cobra, hissing and baring its fangs. Reaper chose to ignore it and continued on his way. He wasn't sure if there were any familiars meant solely for blood drinkers or even soul knights, but as he walked, he summoned Grendel. You feel that, right? Reaper asked the blood soul. Grendel sniffed the air and replied, Yes. I sense something unusual. They scanned their surroundings until Reaper noticed a nearby cave. As he approached, he waved Grendel to follow him. Suddenly, a voice called out to them. A blood drinker? And a soul knight. Both halted at the cave's entrance, unable to see inside. Reaper squinted into the darkness and asked, Do familiars always talk? Only when we take our human form, the feminine voice replied. They heard footsteps, and something began to morph before their eyes. A dragon, pure white with red eyes and claws, emerged from the shadows. Do you recognize that? Reaper asked Korn. A blood dragon familiar. But it's grown too old. It's an adolescent now. Most dragons leave this place at this age due to their potential power, Korn explained. Then why is it here? Reaper inquired. Perhaps it's been waiting. Grendel suggested. For what? Reaper asked, just as a rush of air swept through the cave. He watched in shock as Grendel disintegrated beneath the dragon's red claws. As the dragon turned its gaze to Reaper, he summoned blood to form spears around him, witnessing the souls scatter into the air. Looks like we have to fight, Reaper said, his armor materializing around him. He squared off against the dragon, which was nearly his size. The dragon studied him with its red, orb-like eyes before lowering its head and transforming into a stunning woman with white hair and fair skin, her red eyes and white dress standing out in the forest. You are a blood drinker, yes? She asked. Yes, and a soul knight, Reaper replied, keeping his fists raised. You are the first of your kind. But to be my master, you must prove your strength, she said. All right then. Reaper responded, maintaining his stance. The woman smiled and transformed back into a dragon. As the blood dragon circled him, Korn remained on Reaper's arm. Let's hope my strength can win her over somehow. You'll do fine, Korn assured him. Just trust in your strength and the strength I provide. The blood dragon charged, and Reaper intercepted it, grabbing its head. As it attempted to snap at him, he forced its jaws shut and twisted its neck. Wrapping his legs around its neck, he tightened his grip, trying to force the dragon into SBMsen. But the dragon knocked him off, slamming him into the ground. As Reaper scrambled to his feet, he ducked to avoid its tail. He charged at the dragon, which roared and leaped, unleashing a wave of red fire that caught him off guard. Rolling away, Korn warned, "Be careful. Blood Dragon's blood fire can seriously damage your armor." "Right," Reaper replied, watching as the blood dragon opened its jaws and hissed at him. He dashed forward, dodging a swing from its tail. Sliding beneath a claw attack, he jumped up and delivered an uppercut to its jaw, causing it to stagger back. He followed up with a right hook, but the dragon ducked. Reaper kicked it instead, and it hissed, retreating but not finished with the fight. "Is that the best you have?" Reaper taunted, gesturing for it to come at him. It hissed again, inhaling deeply. Reaper bolted away just as it exhaled a raging inferno of blood fire, igniting nearby trees. He charged at the dragon once more, but this time it was ready. It unleashed another blast of blood fire, and Reaper yelled as the flames licked at his armor, forcing him to fall back and swat the flames away. The dragon grinned at him. "You will regret that," Reaper said through gritted teeth. As the dragon prepared another breath of blood fire, he raised his hands, and the flames swirled around him. He formed several spears from the blood, feeling grateful that he could still control the blood fire. As the dragon grinned and bowed to him, transforming back into the woman, she asked, "What is my name, master?" "Oh, I think I'll name you Grendel. The other one seems to be gone now," Reaper said with a sigh of exhaustion. "No, I consumed him," the woman replied with a sigh. Just then, the rest of the House of Grenmory appeared. Asia approached and healed Reaper, while the familiar master nodded as Grendel shifted back into her dragon form. "A blood drinker blood dragon, and a white one at that, an excellent choice," he remarked. As Reaper lay on his bed, only a few hours remained until the event. He still wore his blood-red suit and black tie, and when he glanced at Grendel in her dragon-like armor, he asked, "Grendel, could you do me a favor for a moment?" "Yes, master," she replied, her white armor making her stand out. "Could you help me into my suit? My arm still aches from your fire," Reaper said, gesturing to the suit nearby. "Of course," Grendel responded. As she approached, Reaper remained still, feeling her hands assist him with the suit's top. He managed to put on the pants himself, and as she helped with the coat and tie, he turned to see Grendel smiling. "What makes you happy, Grendel?" Reaper inquired. "I've spent most of my life in that forest. Now I have someone to take care of me. Why shouldn't I be happy?" Grendel answered. Reaper shrugged, wincing slightly as he stood up. When he walked to the door, he wasn't surprised to see Kuroka waiting for him, her familiar tidying up her room behind her. "I assume, master, that I will await your return?" Grendel asked from behind him. "Make yourself comfortable. It may be a long night," Reaper replied. He and Kuroka left his room, walking down the halls while their familiars continued their tasks, anticipating the events ahead. Reaper escorted Kuroka like a gentleman as they approached the church, which had been beautifully restored. Lights illuminated the space, filled with devils, fallen angels, Norse gods, and angels all dressed in their finest attire. As the House of Grenmory neared the church, Azazel called out to a waiting figure, "Michael, a fine celebration you have here." Michael smiled in his angelic armor and said, "You have come. And I see there are some I never thought to see with you." He extended his hand, and Kuroka placed hers in it. He lightly kissed her hand as a courtesy and remarked, "Kuroka, Devil of a deceased master. Now a wanted criminal. What brings you here for? Non-combative reasons? Oh, a friend. Kuroka replied, withdrawing her hand. As everyone bowed, Irina appeared in an elegant gown and exclaimed, Zenobia! It's so good to see you. Zenobia smiled and bowed in her black-blue dress. As the group began to ascend the steps into the church, Reaper took one last look around. Kuroka asked him, You all right? Feeling an odd sensation in his stomach, Reaper brushed it off. It's nothing. Come on, he said, continuing to escort her inside. Inside, angelic guards stood near the windows, and the pews had been moved to create a large space in the center of the room. Reaper sighed as he surveyed the area. Hard to believe a battle happened here. Is that how they found you? Kuroka asked as they followed Rias and the others. Fighting dozens of other strays, you bet. Reaper replied. Kuroka let out a small, cute laugh. Either way, it doesn't look bad for an angel base. The group halted as Lucifer and Graphia appeared. Lucifer smiled at them and said, Welcome to this grand event. We have a surprise for you, Rias added with a hint of a smile as she stepped aside to reveal Kuroka. Lucifer's expression remained neutral as he said, I'm assuming something happened? Reaper went a bit too far with her. Kaneko muttered, her tail and ears twitching beneath her small dress. Rias explained, So far, she has been kept in line by Reaper. He is turning out to be similar to Issei, Lucifer remarked, bowing to Kuroka. Forgive my coldness, but I never expected to meet you again. At least, not alive. Believe me, I would say the exact same thing, Kuroka replied, offering a courtesy. Reaper sensed something ominous in the air but tried to ignore it as Graphia said, Would you all please walk with us? Rias nodded, and the group followed Graphia and Lucifer away from the large crowd of angels, fallen, and devils in the center, heading toward the stairs that led to the second story. As they ascended, Lucifer asked, Has everything been quiet for you all? What do you mean? Rias inquired. I mean, have you fought anything in the past few weeks? Silence fell over the group until Azazel spoke up. You don't mean the Cows Brigade is up to no good again, do you? Lucifer did not respond as they reached a door. Once inside the second story, meant for the choir, he continued, I'm afraid that might be the case. You may have a point, but the question is where will they attack? Azazel asked. That is concerning, but the truth is, something is not right, Lucifer said, glancing at Graphia. He nodded at her, and she bowed, summoning her magic to create a map between the groups. Recently, all hot spots that the Cows Brigade and the old devils and angels once occupied have vanished. The old fallen angels remain where they are, but everyone else has disappeared, and magician hideouts have been completely emptied before anyone reached them. So, what do you want us to do? Yudo asked from behind Rias. Scout the city when you can. I'm afraid the Cows Brigade may have caught wind of our plans here and could be preparing for an attack, Lucifer instructed as Graphia dispersed the circle with a wave. What about the Leviathan house? Rias asked. I will address them shortly when they arrive, Lucifer replied, looking toward the choir stands. Reaper. Something is wrong. Korn said from Reaper's arm. What do you mean? Reaper asked, the feeling intensifying. Something is coming. Korn warned and Draghi added, I feel it too. Both Issei and Reaper exchanged glances, realizing they had been ignoring a growing sense of unease. Issei suddenly asked Lucifer, Do we have guards around the perimeter? We do. Why? Lucifer responded. Can you ask them? What could be out there? Suggested Reaper. The group exchanged glances as Lucifer conjured a ball of magic and declared, All units, check in and report what you have observed. Silence enveloped the room, and Lucifer frowned, repeating himself. Patrolling angels and devils, report to me what you have seen. The silence persisted, and a worried expression crossed his face until Michael appeared and asked, Is something wrong? I can't get the angels and devils outside to respond, Lucifer replied. Michael tilted his head, while Reaper caught a familiar scent. Guys, he said, summoning armor over his suit. I think we have some unexpected visitors. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room. Whoa. Isn't it splendid to see the angels, devils, and fallen angels collaborating with some Norse? What a delightful gathering we have here. Gasps filled the air as several old devils and magicians entered the church. Among them was a devil clad in ancient armor, wielding a square blade the length of an arm. His black hair and yellow eyes surveyed the room. Well, the devil said, looking around. Isn't anyone going to offer me a drink? The angel guards positioned themselves in front of the devil, but they were swiftly overpowered. The devil sighed, so much for hospitality. Who are you? Lucifer demanded from the choir pulpit. I am Edom the devil, one of the many leaders of the Cows Brigade. You haven't changed a bit, Lucifer, he replied, gazing upward. Amusing. Have you come to entertain us? Lucifer asked, looking down. On the contrary, I came to crash a party, Edom said, surveying the room. Who among you wields a sword? Surely, there must be at least one. Reaper, Zenobia, and Yuto drew their swords, and Rias looked at Edom, asking, What do you want, Cows Brigadier? Oh, just want to eliminate some fools. Except, I'm not the fool here, Edom said with a slight grin. Well, you certainly don't seem intimidating, Yuto remarked. Oh, of course. I'm not supposed to, Edom replied with a slight bow. Come on down if you enjoy talking while holding a sword. Yuto, Zenobia, and Reaper jumped down, and Edom declared, So, who will be first to challenge me? No, wait, a better idea. Why don't I take you all on at once? A magic blast surged from his blade, sending Yuto and Zenobia flying, but Reaper stood firm as Edom turned to him. Oh, you're still standing? I'm not just your average devil, Brigadier, Reaper stated, pointing his blade at Edom. Oh, and who are you then? Edom asked, aiming his blade at Reaper. I am simply called Reaper, he replied, keeping his focus on the point of his blade. Well then, Reaper. Let's duel, shall we? Edom said, gripping his blade with both hands. Reaper nodded, raising his sword as the others began to back away. Edom smiled, eager for a worthy opponent. They clashed, their blades meeting with a dazzling light that shattered nearby windows. Sparks flew as they engaged, Edom smiling but unsettled by Reaper's helmet obscuring his face. He pushed Reaper back, twirling to slash at him. Reaper parried the attack and countered with a powerful blow to Edom's face using the pommel of his blade. Edom staggered back, grimacing as he blocked Reaper's next strike. He retaliated with a punch, which Reaper absorbed with a grimace as he stumbled back. In that moment he quickly gulped down 2 small vials, feeling the energy of blood and souls surge through him. With renewed vigor he charged at Edom, swinging his blade upward and knocking Edom back. Edom quickly regained his footing and lunged at Reaper, only to have his kick caught. Reaper twisted Edom's foot, drawing him in, and lashed out with his claws, grazing Edom's face. Edom screamed in anger, swatting Reaper's hand away just in time to save his eye. He glared at Reaper, saying, You will pay for that. Add it to my list, Reaper replied, brandishing his sword. Then Edom surprised Reaper by raising Angel's Bane above his head. This is the end of the line for you, my friend, Edom declared, still smiling. The blade came down, unleashing a wave of dark magic that struck Reaper, sending him crashing back. His armor shattered as he broke through the church's back wall, feeling the impact and knowing he must have sustained injuries. He landed hard, his blade disappearing nearby, and felt himself slipping into unconsciousness as the sounds of battle echoed around him. He watched the chaos unfold, the church ablaze, devils, angels, fallen, and Norse fleeing. With heavy eyelids, he saw someone rush toward him, grabbing him and dragging him away. The last thing he heard was Korn's voice. One day, we will defeat Edom the devil in combat. The sensation of being enveloped in warmth surrounded him, but his consciousness faded as he drifted back to sleep. Reaper. He looked around the cold, empty void, seeing no one. Reaper. Look at me. He heard a whoosh. As he looked over, he saw Korn in his imposing dragon form, his eyes glowing with an ominous light as his red orbs focused on Reaper. Reaper, he roared, the sound echoing through the vast emptiness, shaking Reaper from his stupor. "Wake up!" Reaper slowly opened one eye, feeling the cool rain falling on him. He turned his head slightly, perceiving only shades of black and white, yet he understood it was morning, and the skies were pouring heavily. With great effort, he lifted his head and noticed figures approaching, searching around him. Despite the monochrome world, he could discern the outlines of various beings. Many were angels, devils, or fallen, while others appeared to be magicians or old devils. One figure approached him, and as he attempted to move, his left arm slid through the mud, almost completely numb. He finally managed to raise it, and the figure, who had been inspecting another nearby body, noticed him and rushed over. Voices surrounded him, though he couldn't make out the words clearly. Then, he felt gentle hands grasp him, and one of them leaned in closer to his ear. "It's okay, Reaper. Everything is going to be all right." Issei watched from the Rias estate as the train approached, accompanied by Zenobia, Rias, Asia, and Kuroka. Azazel remarked, "They are back." Rather quickly. "I hope someone survived the attack," Asia said, her eyes fixed on the train as it came to a stop before them. The first to step off was Reaper, supported by 4 fallen angels. A trickle of blood stained the ground, and Asia rushed over instinctively, beginning to heal Reaper. Zenobia gasped, "My goodness. He looks terrible." Reaper was battered and bruised, his body marked with cuts and scrapes. One of the angels pressed a spike into his side, causing more blood to spill. "Internal bleeding, great," he exclaimed. Asia ran alongside them as Reaper was carried away. One fallen angel bowed before Azazel and said, "My lord, I fear he was the only survivor." Azazel sighed, looking down, then addressed the fallen, "That will be all. If anything arises, please contact me immediately." "Yes, my lord," the fallen replied before vanishing. Azazel turned back to the group and said, "Let us ensure Reaper will be okay." Everyone nodded and followed him as the train disappeared behind them upon entering the estate. It wasn't hard to find where Reaper had gone, as a clear trail of blood led up the nearby stairway. As they followed it, Rias instructed Zenobia, "Tell the others Reaper is back with us." "Yes, Rias," Zenobia replied before walking away to alert the others. Kuroka followed Rias and Issei, who asked, "Do you think he'll survive?" "He is a Devilangel and has endured far worse than what happened 2 days ago," Rias assured him. Are you going to stay with him to help him recover?" Issei asked, glancing at her. "I may have to. As much as I wish to be with you, if Reaper is to survive, I may need to." Rias sighed as they reached the floor. As they walked down the hall, Kuroka asked, "What should I do?" Rias and Issei exchanged glances before Rias thought for a moment and replied, "You can help comfort him. He's likely in a lot of pain." Kuroka nodded, and Rias continued, "Kuroka, I must ask you, does this item seem familiar to you?" Kuroka shook her head. "I'm afraid not. He must be one of the new Cow's commanders." "What about Valley and your team? What were you doing with the magicians?" Rias inquired. "Well," Kuroka hesitated before saying, "We were hoping he could provide us with information to help with Valley and Albion." "What do you mean?" Rias asked. "Valley and Albion have been experiencing some difficulties together," Kuroka explained as they approached the door. "They haven't been able to use their abilities for some unknown reason." Rias and Issei exchanged concerned looks, and Azazel interjected, "Albion is rejecting him? We're not sure. But the crystal that would normally be glowing isn't, and we can't hear Albion when he speaks," Kuroka added. Issei, Rias, and Azazel shared surprised glances, and Azazel said, "We can address that later. Right now, Reaper is our priority." He opened the door, and they all entered. The bed was covered with a white sheet to hide the blood that had stained it. Asia knelt beside Reaper, whose clothes were tattered and torn, indicating he would need a new school uniform. His face bore cuts from the church's masonry, and he struggled to breathe. The fallen had applied what bandages they had, covering his sides and chest. Kuroka and Rias knelt beside him, watching as he labored for breath. Asia tilted her head slightly and said, The damage. It's extensive. But, Asia continued with a hopeful smile, he will survive. Kuroka sighed in relief, brushing Reaper's hair aside. He turned his head slightly but remained unconscious as Asia continued her healing. Kuroka crawled closer and gently positioned Reaper's head on her lap, cradling it in her hands as she leaned over to observe his face. Issei moved to the door, and Azul joined him as they stepped out of the room. Asia stopped her healing and fell onto the bed, covering her eyes with her arm. That should do it. Rias lay down next to Reaper, placing a hand lightly on his chest. She felt his heartbeat as it steadied in his newly restored ribcage. Sighing, she looked up at the ceiling and said, "Lights out." With that, the lights dimmed. As Reaper turned his head, he felt 3 warm sources of heat around him, 1 beneath his head and 2 more against his chest and arm. The warmth was slowly waking him up, and as he turned his head again, he managed to open one eye slightly, seeing nothing but darkness. However, he sensed that he was underneath a bed, and as his body and mind began to awaken from unconsciousness due to blood loss, he started to feel his surroundings. It quickly became apparent that he was without clothing once more. With that realization came the understanding of who was around him. He managed to sit up and look around. To his right, Rias was sleeping soundly, snuggled close to his arm. On his left, Asia was lightly dozing, pressed against him. Remembering someone was on his head, he turned to see Kuroka, who was also without clothing. It seemed he had been using her stomach as a pillow, her tail curled around her legs, and her ears twitching gently in her sleep. He looked at them all, aware of their state, and sighed to himself as he noticed a shape moving toward him. It was Grendel who asked, "You are alive, master?" Reaper looked at himself, still bandaged, and replied, "It seems so, Grendel. Do you need help waking these women from their slumbers?" Grendel inquired. "I would like to have clothes on first. So maybe just gently shake them?" Reaper suggested, ruffling his red hair with an errant hand. Grendel nodded. "Yes, master." "Call me Reaper. Master unsettles me," he said with a sigh. She smiled slightly and replied, "All right then, Reaper." As she approached Rias, she paused and asked, "Should I maybe open the curtains?" Reaper glanced over and saw that the curtains were closed. He nodded. "Please." Grendel nodded, her armor shifting as she walked to the window. Her small dragon wings flexed, and her tail swished side to side as she grasped the curtains and slowly opened them. Even though the light from hell was nothing like the real sun, it was enough to startle the girls awake. They groaned and rubbed their eyes, with Asia asking, "Why did you turn on the lights?" "It's sunlight," Reaper muttered. "Besides, the lights wouldn't have woken you up as quickly as natural light." "Fine. Have it your way," Rias said as she got up, still without clothing. She paused and asked, "So, Reaper, do you remember anything from the fight?" Reaper thought back and replied, "I remember everything up to someone trying to drag me away. But I don't know who that was." Rias pondered this when Asia suggested, "Didn't Irina do that?" "Maybe," Rias said, glancing back at Kuroka, who was rubbing her eyes and still lying in bed. Rias tilted her head and called, "Kuroka? I'll get going soon." Kuroka muttered as she slid off the bed. Her familiar appeared, holding her outfit and saying, "Your outfit, my lady." She put it on while Reaper remained in bed, watching the women as they gradually left his room until only he and Grendel were left. "What shall we do now, Reaper?" Grendel asked as she walked over. "Recover from what has happened." Reaper replied, getting up and walking to where his clothes were, quickly putting them on. Issei watched Reaper as Grendel walked behind him in her white armor. He was surprised, as not all familiars could take on human forms, but he guessed that some could at certain ages. Next to him, Irina nursed herself after a nasty blow, quietly eating as she tried to keep her breakfast down. An old devil had injured not only her left wing but also her stomach, and although it was just bruised, it still made her feel uneasy. Everyone was gathered around the table, and as they watched Reaper descend from the upstairs rooms, he looked at them, his bandages visible. "What have I missed? How long have I been out?" he asked. 2 days since we found you." "So now 3 days you've been asleep," Aquino replied. The city has fallen to the Cow's Brigade. Although the mortals haven't been affected yet, Gasper added, looking a bit more his age in his boyish clothes. Anything else? Reaper asked as he began to prepare his breakfast. Yes. We are the only survivors. No one knows the fate of House Leviathan, Rias said solemnly. The dungeon was dark and musty as Sona hung from her wrists, the shackles digging into her skin as she tried to conserve her energy. She had no clothes, having been captured by the old devils, and her skin was marked with bruises and cuts. Alongside her were Saji and Tsubaki, both stripped of their clothing and bearing their own injuries. They had no idea where they were, but they assumed they were in the basement of a building. The room was dark, with no lights, and the door across from them had been closed and locked for as long as they could remember. Suddenly, the door opened, and the light spilled into the room, momentarily blinding them. A figure appeared, wearing armor and holding a blade in his left hand. Edom looked at them with a smile. "Are you enjoying your stay here?" he asked. Saji managed to spit at Edom, who sighed and approached him. Grabbing Saji by the hair, he said, "It's a shame," and then struck Saji in the face with his knee, causing him to slump against his restraints. "You won't get away with this, traitor," Sona said defiantly, glaring at Edom. Edom grinned as he crouched down to her level. "Oh, but I will. Because no one even knows you are here." "And where is here?" Sona demanded. He smiled, placing a hand under her chin. "Why, the church, of course," he said, his hand lingering as he looked at her. Reaper paced in the spot where the multidimensional train would appear when he heard footsteps and turned to see Kuroka, Issei, and Azazel approaching. "Reaper, are you jumpy about something?" Azazel asked. "I'm going to scout," Reaper replied. "And how do you plan to do that?" Issei inquired, watching the train descend toward them. "Well, I know how to move around the city undetected. And if any of Leviathan have bled and left a trail, I can pick up on it through their blood." Azazel sighed as Issei said, "I'll go with you too." "As will I," Kuroka added. "No. Stay here and keep everything on lockdown," Reaper instructed. "I can cloak us with my magic. With another dragon bearer, we have enough power to face any foe we encounter," Kuroka insisted as the train reached them. Reaper sighed and Azazel said, "You know what? I'll come too." Reaper looked at them and, finally smiling, nodded and waved them to follow as they quickly boarded the train. It was still raining when they emerged from the train, and as they looked around, they found themselves in a city park. Reaper put on his dark hoodie and gestured for them to follow as he began to move stealthily through the park. The rain dampened his senses, but he was most concerned about his sense of smell. If he couldn't detect spilled blood, they would be in serious trouble. As he sniffed the air, the only scent was that of the rain pouring down, and as they moved together, he said, "We'll go home first and see what we can find." Everyone nodded, making their way toward the Grenmory house. However, it didn't take long before they stumbled upon the aftermath of the initial attack, where angels, devils, fallen, and Norse had been brutally taken down. Some lay decapitated and dismembered, a testament to the savagery of the old devils and magicians. "Savages," Azazel muttered, sighing as he continued after Reaper. Reaper paused, sniffing the air, and Kuroka looked unsettled. "Thankfully, Kuroka, this is my only heightened sense," he said. She flicked her tails in annoyance, muttering, "Naya." Reaper scanned the surroundings and nodded for them to continue toward the nearby house. As they crept along, he heightened his senses, remaining alert for any potential threats. Azazel asked, "Do you think we can find the Leviathans?" Reaper shrugged, not wanting to dwell on it, and continued leading them toward the house. The only sounds accompanying them were the rain and the distant rumble of thunder. The house was in disarray. Chairs in the dining room were scattered, and the table was cracked in half. The kitchen had been thoroughly searched, and remnants of a struggle were evident on the floor. As Reaper cautiously moved through the house, he could only detect the lingering scent of old blood and decay. "Looks like it's clear. We should split up," Reaper suggested. "Where are you going?" Issei asked. "To the library. They have records on devil history, and we need to save whatever we can," Reaper replied before heading off. Kuroka glanced at them and said, "I'll check upstairs to see if anyone is still around." Issei nodded. I'll check the basement. They all dashed off, while Azazel began searching for anything useful. Kuroka ascended the stairs, cloaking herself with her magic as she moved cautiously. The doors to the rooms were ajar, and she noticed signs of violence in some of them. In one room, she found another fallen victim. The sight nearly brought her to tears, witnessing the destruction of what was once a beautiful home. Meanwhile, Issei crept through the dark basement, where the House of Grenmory stored food and training equipment. The lights flickered, revealing that the supplies had been looted and the equipment was in ruins. He sighed, feeling a sense of hopelessness as he continued his search. Azazel observed as a corpse disintegrated into feathers. The sheer number of recent deaths was slowing the process, and the realization that the enemy was using petrification on the bodies filled him with disgust. Reaper entered the library and was dismayed to find it completely destroyed. The few remaining books were shredded, and as he walked through the wreckage, he clenched his fists in frustration before letting it all go with a heavy sigh. There was nothing left to salvage, and he turned to leave. When they regrouped, Azazel looked at them and asked, "You all found nothing, correct?" They nodded, and Reaper sighed. "As discouraging as it seems, I think we should check the church." "But the fallen said," Issei began, but Reaper interrupted, "But did they check the church?" "They can't. There are too many old devils around," Azazel explained. "Then what if one of us sneaks in?" Reaper proposed. They all considered this, and Kuroka finally said, "I might be able to get us in. But it's risky." They looked at her expectantly, and Kuroka added, "Well, I guess we should try it," Azazel decided. "Then let's get going," Issei said, leading them out of the ruined house. As they approached the church, it was clear that it had also been desecrated. Flames had scorched the exterior, and blood marked the ground. Kuroka halted them as they hid in some bushes. "All right. Here goes nothing," she said, beginning to cast her magic to conceal them. Once she finished, she took a deep breath. "Here goes nothing." They slowly emerged from the bushes, spotting a patrol of old devils. Issei held his breath as they approached, but the old devils moved past them without noticing. Reaper tapped Issei, signaling for them to keep moving, and they continued up the hill toward the church. The path was littered with spears, remnants of those who had been impaled, and Issei gritted his teeth as Azazel urged, "Keep quiet. We will avenge the fallen." Issei nodded, trying to maintain his composure. As they reached the top, they faced the entrance, which was stained with blood and guarded by a dozen old devils. The group crept by, hoping their plan would succeed. Inside the ruined church, the stained glass windows and arches lay in ruins. They moved cautiously along the left side when Kuroka suddenly stopped, pointing to Edom emerging from the basement. He glanced around before heading toward a nearby bath. "I smell." Reaper began, and seeing no one watching, he dashed toward the basement, with the others following closely behind. He descended the stairs, the scent of blood overwhelming him. As he reached the bottom, he froze, his stomach churning at the sight before him. Sona, Saji, and Tsubaki were in a terrible state, and the sight made Reaper's stomach turn as he retched onto the floor. Issei watched as Saji's head rolled slightly and he muttered, "You came for us. Took you long enough." Kuroka gasped at the sight of Sona. Reaper looked to Azazel and said, "You get Saji and Tsubaki. Kuroka, I need you to help Sona." As they moved to assist, Issei turned to Reaper. "What about us? We're dragon bearers. We clear the path to the train," Reaper replied. The old devils were the first to fall to the combined might of Issei's and Reaper's power shots. Clad in their scale mail armor, they jogged out of the church, with Azazel and Kuroka, carrying the prisoners of war, trailing behind to keep up. As they rushed outside, Edom, who had been trying to bathe, heard the commotion and quickly jumped out. He hastily donned his clothes, grabbed his sword, and rushed out, determined to confront the chaos unfolding outside. He emerged to see twin beams of red energy obliterating his forces. Cursing under his breath, he retrieved the dragon orb from his cloak and placed it on his hilt, muttering, "If the White Dragon Emperor, Albion, is truly worth this much trouble, he should be able to handle these cowards." Issei fired another power shot at the magicians and old devils, cutting several down. He raised his sword and struck through a devil, who let out a cry before collapsing. Reaper unleashed torrents of souls and blood spears, his blade slick with energy, and fired a power shot that obliterated a group of approaching old devils. "Do you think it's coming?" Issei asked as he dispatched another old devil. "As long as we keep moving and don't stop, we can make it in time," shouted Azazel, adjusting his grip on Tsubaki and Saji as he dodged a magic blast. Suddenly, a dark magic blast sliced past the group, and Reaper and Issei turned to see Edom charging after them. Issei gritted his teeth as he spotted a train up ahead, smiling at the sight of Lucifer leading a large force of devils. They spread out, and Azazel sprouted his wings alongside Kuroka, while Issei and Reaper held off the old devils and magicians. Azazel and Kuroka soared high and landed at the train, where the devils assisted them on board, just as a wave of old devils clashed with Lucifer and his squad, magic bolts and sparks flying from their halberds. As Issei and Reaper turned to face Edom, he glared at them and shouted, "Oh, so now you wish to face me?" "Issei," began Reaper, but Edom unleashed a broad magic attack from his sword. Reaper ducked and noticed something glowing on Angel Bane. He quickly stood up and fired a power shot alongside Issei, their combined attacks creating an explosion that obscured Edom from view. However, it wasn't long before Edom charged at them again. Reaper drew his gun lance and fired a shell, pushing Issei aside just as Edom flew past them, his blade narrowly missing Reaper. Reaper raised his blade to block Edom's strike, pushing back against him. He moved his gun lance at Edom, but it missed. He swung his sword, clashing with Edom's. "DMNU, Devilangel," Edom snarled. "I already am, traitor," Reaper growled, unleashing a torrent of souls that distracted Edom long enough for Reaper to strike. Edom blocked, but Issei couldn't find a clear shot to engage. As he fired at the old devils around him, he suddenly saw Edom raise his blade for an overhead strike and shouted to Reaper, "Watch out!" Reaper reacted quickly, raising his blade with one hand on the hilt and the other on the blade as Edom swung down with a fierce roar, channeling Albion's power into the attack. The backlash of magic sent everyone to their knees or even flying. Reaper was thrown aside, and as Issei rushed over, he saw that Reaper's blade had shattered completely. Though Reaper was alive, he was gasping for breath as Edom struggled to regain his composure. Reaper managed to grunt and get up just as Lucifer shouted, "Come on! We gotta go!" Reaper snarled as he spread his wings alongside Issei, and they took off as fast as they could. Edom launched another wave of magic at them, but it was too slow. The train soon departed, carrying everyone back to hell. Asia waited for the train with Rias and Aquino as it came to a stop before the Grenmory estates. Everyone piled out quickly, and Sona was the first to be healed by Asia, still in Azazel's arms as they rushed toward the estates. Kuroka ran with Saji and Tsubaki in her arms after Azazel, while Issei and Reaper slowly disembarked with the devil soldiers and Lucifer. Reaper rubbed his shoulder, sore from his sword breaking, a painful reminder of the battle. But with Sona safely back, the pain felt a little more bearable. "So, what now that we have the Leviathans?" Issei asked, glancing at Lucifer, who walked alongside them. "We help them recover." "Sona will undoubtedly need much assistance," Lucifer replied. Reaper and Issei nodded, and Lucifer added, "Why don't you two take some time to recover?" The two boys exchanged glances and nodded. As they walked away from Lucifer, Issei said to Reaper, "Sorry about your blade." "It's fine. I'll get a new one or something." "I still have my gun lance," Reaper shrugged. They were walking slowly to the manor when Rias and Aquino approached them. "Oh boy," Issei murmured to Reaper as they stopped. "Recklessly endangering your lives, the lives of others, and causing me to worry means you both will be punished for this," Rias said, her gaze steely. Aquino grinned, liking her lips and placing a finger on her cheek. "Oh boy," Reaper muttered, rubbing the back of his head with his good arm. "And what will that be? More spankings?" "No, even better. Aquino, you have Issei. Treat him well," Rias said as she began to walk towards Reaper. "Oh," Reaper started when suddenly Rias wrapped her arms around him and began to pull him away. Both boys resisted, but it was no use as Akino sprouted her wings and took off, laughing lightly. Rias continued to drag Reaper along until they entered the manor. As they passed through the swinging doors, Grendel was waiting there with Zenobia. Grendel asked Reaper, "I assume all went well with your mission, Master?" Up until now, Reaper managed to say while still struggling against Rias's grip. "Everything went well, and the House of Leviathan is back here. Please make sure they are well taken care of, Grendel. I leave them in your hands," Reaper said one last time before he was pulled away upstairs. As Reaper climbed the uneven stairs, Rias maintained her firm hold on him. Upon reaching the next level, she glanced around briefly before dragging him toward her room. Once inside, she pushed Reaper into the room and quickly closed the door, crossing her arms as she looked at him. "Sit on the bed now," Rias commanded. Reaper complied, sitting on the edge of her bed. Rias then jogged over, leaped, and tackled him down, hugging him tightly. "How bad was it there?" she asked. Reaper looked at her, puzzled. "You just went from 102 and you lost me? I know better than to try anything with you, Reaper. Zenobia and Kuroka can handle that better. But I want to know what happened while you were there," Rias said, snuggling closer to him. "And yet you are trying things," he replied. "Well, I've been worried about both of you, so just let me," Rias whispered in his ear, pressing herself against him. "Well, for starters, the bodies were all petrified, according to Azazel. They wouldn't allow the dead to rest properly and made it so they could show anyone what had happened. Some were even displayed on stakes and spears, like trophies." "What else was there?" Rias asked. "The house is a charnel house now. Nothing from the library survived the destruction," Reaper said, lying back with his hands behind his head. "Where did you find Sona and the others?" "In the church basement. I won't lie, what Sona had on her made me feel sick," Reaper admitted, nearly gagging at the memory. "On her? What do you mean?" Rias asked, sitting up to look at him. "It was a thick liquid. Milky white," Reaper said, feeling queasy as Rias's expression turned to one of horror. "No, you're wrong. Ask her yourself," Reaper replied. Rias looked like she was about to lose it but swallowed hard before saying, "Just for that, you're sleeping with me tonight." "Well, I think Zenobia and Kuroka may have first dibs, so I need to be quick," Reaper said with a grin. Rias met his gaze and replied, "Challenge accepted." Valley and Biko stumbled through the magic portal that LeFay had managed to create, both of them in a state of distress. As Biko helped Valley along, he asked, "Where are we?" Before Valley could respond, a loud roar echoed around them. They looked up to see Tanin soaring through the air before landing in front of them, crossing his arms and looking down with a chuckle. "Well, if it isn't Valley Lucifer and Biko the monkey. I never expected to see you here." "We're not here to fight," Valley managed to say, just as Lucifer appeared and demanded, "Then you better explain yourself now, boy." Valley struggled to keep the blood from his shoulder contained as he said, "I have some very bad news for everyone." "And what might that be?" Lucifer asked as he stepped closer. Valley raised his arm, revealing Albion, but something crucial was missing. Albion's crystals were all gone. "Albion has been taken from me. And the Cows Brigade has him in their grasp," Valley said, feeling faint from blood loss. The entire group had gathered. Reaper and Issei stood from the table, while Azazel, Odin, Michael, and Lucifer remained seated. Everyone else was scattered around, with Valley and Biko at the far end. Asia had done her best with her healing, but Reaper had to step in, using his powers to stabilize some of Valley's wounds until they could be fully treated. However, the focus was on Valley's alarming news. "Albion is gone? Stolen? That's impossible," Odin said. "And yet, it happened right before my eyes. I've been fighting with all my strength, but all my powers are gone," Valley replied. "And where are Fenrir, Arthur, and Fay? Odin inquired. Fenrir died when Albion was taken, overwhelmed by Albion's power when a devil used him. Arthur and Fay perished just as we went through the portal. Only Biko and I remain. And Kuroka, wherever she is," Valley explained. "Kuroka is here and safe," Reaper interjected as he stepped forward. "But I think I know which devil took Albion." Who is it? Lucifer asked, intrigued. Eat him. I remember seeing him with a bluish-white crystal on his blade's hilt, and I'm pretty sure that's Albion, Reaper recalled. Besides, I doubt ordinary devils can wield magic waves like that. This not only explains a lot, but it's troubling. Albion is a dragon emperor, and such power in Edom's hands is dangerous, Azazel said gravely. What should we do? Issei asked. Recovering Albion is our priority, but reuniting him with Vale. I'm not sure how, Azazel replied. A better question is how he managed to do it in the first place, Rias chimed in from nearby. The same way we did during the First War, Vale explained. But instead of targeting his physical dragon body, Albion was siphoned out from mine. Everyone contemplated this revelation as Lucifer stood up. I will consult my studies to see if I can find anything about this. Until then, he said, glancing at Vale and Biko, I hope you won't cause us any trouble. Before Vale and Biko could move, Reaper extended a tendril of blood, resembling a long tongue as he approached them. Lucifer cautioned, Reaper, try not to go too far with this. Interrogation. Reaper nodded and stood before Vale and Biko. Suddenly, blood tendrils began to form around them, and before they could react, the tendril struck, allowing Reaper to read their minds and bodies. As Vale was about to speak, Reaper paused and said, It seems they are too exhausted to resist. They won't be much trouble. Lucifer nodded in agreement as Irina observed the scene before unfurling her wings and leaving the room. Soon after, the group dispersed, while Vale and Biko were taken to a secure location for their safety. Reaper stood in his shower, the water cascading over him. As he looked at himself, he realized how much he had changed since joining Rias and her household. His skin was less ashen than before, though still quite pale compared to most people. He had also become a bit more toned, especially in his abs and muscles. Turning off the water, he wrapped a towel around his waist and secured it. Stepping out, he approached the mirror and examined his reflection. His hair was a decent length, similar to Issei's, not too long to obscure his view but long enough to reveal its striking blood-red color. His eyes matched, and he suddenly considered how he might appear to someone who didn't know him. As he exited the bathroom, he glanced into his room and saw Rias sitting on his bed, dressed in only a bra and panties, her knee drawn up to her cheek as she leaned against it. You didn't even let me get dressed yet, Reaper said, walking over to where his clothes were. But that's the best part. Kuroka chimed in, appearing in the doorway in a nearly transparent nightgown. She sauntered over to the bed and laid down. Before Reaper could react, Zenobia entered, holding her pillow and wearing a shirt and panties. She placed a hand on her hip and remarked, Having another in a bed is crowded enough. How are we going to fit? How Issei does it. 2 on the sides, 1 on the hips, Rias replied. Dibs on the hips. Reaper looked at them all before retreating back into the bathroom to quickly change into his night clothes, which consisted mainly of boxers. He sighed as he emerged and said, Move aside so I can get in. And no funny business. When Reaper woke up to Grendel opening the curtains, he found himself pinned down by Rias, Zenobia, and Kuroka. As he attempted to move, Rias yawned and said, I didn't expect your abs to be so soft. She playfully patted his abdomen and smiled. Kuroka cuddled closer to him, saying, 5 more minutes, would you please, Reaper? Before he could respond, Zenobia mirrored Kuroka's actions on his left side, adding, Only if you share. He's mine too, you know. I'm afraid, ladies, that he is needed at the moment, Azazel said from the doorway, a glass of wine in hand and a grin on his face. Kuroka and Zenobia sighed as they got up and gathered their things. Rias stood, smiled at Reaper, and said, Have a good morning, Reaper, before leaving the room. Reaper sat up and stretched, asking, Okay, what am I needed for? For none other than helping us with Vale. You know, maybe help him recover, Azazel explained. Can Asia do that? Reaper inquired. For the physical part, yes. But we need help getting Vale back in fighting shape. Since we can't currently get Albion back until Lucifer tells us something, we'll be training him the old-fashioned way. But since he is part of the Lucifer lineage, he won't make it easy for us, even without Albion. Reaper nodded and began to put on his clothes. Looking at Azul, he asked, "What's with the drink?" "Oh, this? Just a little something to wake me up," Azazel replied, taking a sip of the fine wine. "Okay, whatever. Just don't do anything reckless," Reaper said as he left the room, with Grendel following him out. The garden was beautiful, and as Valley looked around, Reaper observed him before saying, "I don't think we've truly met before." "No, I don't think we have. I am Valley Lucifer, bearer of the White Dragon Emperor," Valley replied, giving a curt bow. "I am Reaper, bearer of the Blood Dragon Corn," Reaper said, nodding back. "That explains a lot about you. So you are the Devilangel Biko spoke of?" "I never thought I would see one in my lifetime," Valley remarked as he stood up. "You know, and please don't take this the wrong way, but I feel like everyone I meet is going to tell me that," Reaper muttered with a sigh as Issei appeared nearby, with Grendel watching over them as instructed. "So, Azazel said you needed training? To help you become stronger until you get Albion back?" Issei asked. "Yeah, it's sad that my only power was stolen from me by a stray," Valley replied, looking at them. "Not really. You should have seen what I've been through." "You'll be fine," Reaper said, positioning himself across from Valley. "So, how shall we do this?" Issei asked. Just then Tanin appeared, crossing his arms as he surveyed them. "Well, as Azazel said, the old-fashioned way. No weapons, no armor. Just fists and feet. Although, Reaper, try to keep the use of your teeth to a minimum, okay?" Tanin advised, looking directly at Reaper. "All right, I'll try not to bite anyone's limb off," Reaper replied, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Now, although Grendel will be helping us with water and other necessities, she cannot heal any broken bones you all might create. So try to keep the injuries and bloodshed to a minimum," Tanin warned, observing them. The three boys nodded in silence as Tanin settled down on a large rock. "Now," he grinned, "let's see if you can hold your own against other dragon bearers." With that, the boys squared off, ready to fight. Edom was more than mad. He was absolutely furious. Not only had the enemy struck his forces a blow that had cost him many lives, but they had also taken his prisoners. As he looked at the crystal holding Albion, he felt the need for the dragon's power more than ever before. "What is wrong, little devil? Did someone take your chance for glory?" asked a voice nearby. Edom turned to see the figure of the fallen angel, Sarad. She had illustrious brown hair that fell to her shoulders, and her black robes were adorned with studs. Her piercing green eyes seemed to see right through anyone she encountered. In her left hand, she held her own gun lance, and as Edom regarded her, he asked, "Is everything ready?" "But of course. Did you expect anything less from me?" she replied, walking closer. "I expected your forces to arrive before the enemy attacked," Edom said heatedly. "Ah, sounds like someone had their plaything taken away," Sarah teased as she moved next to him, gently lifting his chin to meet her gaze. "How you have changed," she remarked with a smile. "And you are still the same as ever," Edom replied. "Ah, thank you," she said, playfully pulling him off his seat on the church steps. She placed a hand on his face and added, "Now, be a good little devil and show me something new that I haven't seen." An hour into the battle, Tanin was pleased. Reaper and Issei were both tired, bruised, and battered but still standing tall, while Valley was in the same condition, though his nose was bleeding from a solid punch Issei had landed. Grendel stood by as Tanin observed them, and when he nodded to her, she began to take out some bandages. "Good for going easy on one another," he remarked. Issei almost growled, but Reaper snarled, "Well, this is just a warm-up for us. Not to mention, we aren't exactly trying to hurt each other." Tanin chuckled as Valley had his nose bandaged. "Let's continue," he said. Everyone squared up, with Valley waiting for Reaper and Issei to finish their fight before stepping in. Reaper stood across from Issei, fists raised, and they slowly circled each other as Tanin watched the duel unfold. Suddenly, Issei sprang forward, flying across the arena, while Reaper flipped to the right and lunged at him. The two grappled fiercely. Issei pushed Reaper back, throwing a kick that Reaper caught, retaliating with a punch to Issei's stomach. Issei grunted as he was sent back, sliding across the stone ground but quickly picking himself up. He raised his forearms just in time to block a kick from Reaper that sent him sliding backward. Issei ducked under a punch, using Reaper's momentum against him to grab his arm and throw him over his shoulder. Reaper rolled and sprang up, blocking one of Issei's kicks with his knees. Issei bounced back, moving around, but Reaper jumped and executed a dive kick. Issei was hurled away from the impact, rolling along the ground. As he managed to prop himself up on his elbow, Reaper stood over him, poised to strike. "Match done," Tannen declared, then turned to Valley. "Looks like you will be facing the Devilangel." Valley nodded and stepped into the center of the arena, facing Reaper, who watched him intently as he assumed a fighting stance. Meanwhile, Rias, Zenobia, Biko, and Irina watched from a nearby window. As Biko observed Reaper's fighting style, he remarked, "He's a monster." Zenobia and Rias exchanged glances, and Biko quickly clarified, "Well, I meant he's a monster in fighting. Not that he's an actual monster." "Smooth, monkey boy," Irina said with a small giggle. "Still, he's getting stronger," Rias noted, watching as Reaper delivered a powerful kick that sent Valley spinning. "I wonder if that's from Korn or his own strength." As the fight continued, Reaper held his own well, considering he had fought beforehand. He tossed Valley away and launched himself at him, spinning and kicking. Valley blocked, but Reaper executed a mid-air maneuver, twisting around to kick Valley in the side of his head. Valley tumbled away, gritting his teeth as he faced Reaper again. Reaper went low, almost crab-walking toward Valley, when suddenly he sprang. Valley caught him, wrapping his arms around Reaper and executing a German suplex. "Ooh!" Issei exclaimed as Reaper hit the ground with a thud. Valley sprang up, and Reaper groaned, holding his head. "And it looks like Reaper is down for the count," Tannen said as Grendel approached Reaper to help him up. "Looks like Valley did a number on Reaper," Rias said, covering her mouth. "Should I go help him?" Zenobia asked. "If you wish," Rias replied, watching as Zenobia made her way down the stairs to the garden. Lucifer walked through the library, holding a book that detailed the imbuing of the Dragon Emperors into the sacred gears. As he began to read, Graphia appeared and asked, "My lord, have you found anything yet?" "I'm afraid not," Lucifer replied, suddenly remembering a book he hadn't checked. He looked up to see it was the last one on the shelf. Searching for his ladder, Graphia took it and moved it for him. He smiled and said, "Thank you," before setting his current book down and slowly climbing the ladder to reach the top shelf. As he ascended, he felt the weight of history in the air. The book he retrieved had a cracked spine and was clearly old. He handled it carefully, opening it with a few pages crinkling as he began to read on his way back down. Let's see. The Dragon Emperors. Once they were made into sacred gears. The devils, angels, and fallen found a way to reverse the effect. Lucifer muttered as he read. They also discovered a method to imbue the dragons into crystals in case the gear was destroyed or if they managed to escape. "Is that what we are looking for?" Graphia asked. "Yes, it is. And now we need to find out how." Lucifer began when he spotted the crucial information. In order for the White Dragon Emperor to be re-imbued, a maiden angel must kiss the bearer as the crystal is replaced into the sacred gear. Dinner time arrived, and as Reaper, Valley, and Issei came down from their showers, they spotted Lucifer at the table. After another day of training under Tannen's guidance, Reaper hoped to hear good news, especially since they had just learned that Albion had been stolen from Valley. "Looks like Lucifer is back. Here's to hoping," Issei said, urging them to hurry a bit. They quickly made their way down the stairs, joining Rias, Zenobia, Biko, Asia, Irina, Kuroka, and others, including the fully recovered members of House Leviathan, thanks to Grendel's care. As Reaper, Issei, and Valley sat side by side at the table, servants from House Grenmory began to serve food, and Lucifer stood to clear his throat. "I have good news for you all," he announced, looking around. "Yesterday, in my private library, I discovered an old text detailing how we first imbued the Dragon Emperors into the sacred gears. It also contained instructions on how to re-imbue the dragons into the sacred gears if something were to happen and they got out." Everyone looked up and Issei asked, "Well, how is it done?" "That's what may trouble us." Lucifer replied, surveying the group. It states that only when the crystal is being replaced, a kiss from a version angel may seal the deal. And that's a problem? Michael asked. I don't recall many version angels available. Lucifer said. There are many, Michael began, then paused to think before asking, what type of version? Maiden angels. Azazel and Michael sighed, with Michael saying, that does pose a problem. Except, well. Issei glanced at Irina, who stopped sipping her soup and looked around at everyone. When did I have to be the only one? She asked. Well, it just so happens that you are readily available, Azazel replied. There are other female angels out there. They can do it too, Irina protested, puffing her cheeks out. Regardless, we won't be attacking right away, Lucifer said, addressing them all. A rash move could cost us access to Albion, and we can't let Edom get away with him. Everyone nodded, and then Sona spoke up. If I may add one thing. She stood and raised her glass. To Reaper, the one who made everything happen. Now that's a toast I can get behind, Saji said with a smile. Well, I didn't do everything. Blame Edom, Azul, and the rest of the motley crew here for some of it too, Reaper said with a sigh. Besides, I'm more worried about Edom. He is bound to have made friends since my last visit, and without a blade, some of my prowess has been stripped. Maybe you can take Edom's blade, Sona suggested. Tempting, Reaper replied, considering it. Still, until we set a date to attack, I say we should keep training, Lucifer concluded. Everyone nodded and resumed their meals. As they ate, Reaper noticed Irina glancing at Valet from the corners of her eyes. He wanted to say something but decided against it, feeling it would be unkind. Reaper finally emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist. He walked over to his dresser, slipped on some boxers, and then removed the towel. You know, I would have liked it if you had kept the towel off when you did that, a voice teased. Reaper froze, turning slowly to see Sona lounging on his bed, wearing only a button-up shirt and adjusting her glasses with a small smile. When did you get into my room? He stammered, staring at her in surprise. About a minute or two ago. Does that bother you? Sona replied, sitting up and casually undoing a button on her shirt. I'm just asking since you probably won't be the only one in here, Reaper shrugged. Well, then come over here before they get here, Sona said, patting the space beside her. Not yet. I need at least some shorts on, Reaper said, reaching for them when suddenly he felt a whip wrap around him and pull him toward the bed. No need for those, Sona said, her arms encircling him. Just then, the door swung open, and Zenobia and Kuroka strolled in, casually chatting in their undergarments. They paused upon seeing Sona with Reaper, the whip still around him. Naya, Reaper tried to start the fun without us, Kuroka purred. Reaper, you really should try to be more like Issei, Zenobia suggested. Then I might be able to handle sharing the bed with so many others. Is that jealousy I hear? Reaper teased, a small smile on his face as Kuroka and Zenobia approached. No, but I didn't expect you to be into this sort of thing, Zenobia said, gently loosening the whip from around Reaper. I mean, I didn't think a blood drinker would be into whips and all that. I'm not. In fact, I'm wondering where Sona even got that thing, Reaper replied, glancing at her. Well, I'm still in my undergarments, so it shouldn't surprise you too much, Sona said, snuggling closer to Reaper, pressing against him as she undid another button on her shirt. Now, Sona, I can't let you take all the fun away from me, Kuroka said with a smile, gently laying Reaper back onto her stomach as she settled beneath him, playing with his red hair. Zenobia managed a smile as she leaned against Reaper on the opposite side of Sona. She kissed his neck softly and said, Do us a favor and lose the boxers? Not happening. I want to sleep comfortably tonight, not scantily, Reaper replied, meeting her gaze. She giggled as Sona rested her head on his chest and slowly drifted off to sleep. Zenobia nestled lower, wrapping her arms around his waist as she too began to doze off. Reaper glanced at Kuroka, who smiled at him, twisting his hair into curls as she purred. What's with you? He whispered. Oh, I don't know. Maybe being with you has affected me somehow. Kuroka replied, smiling as she playfully batted his face with her cat tail. Reaper couldn't help but lightly grab one with his mouth, causing her to arch her back in surprise. "Gotcha," he said with a grin. The city was once again drenched in rain, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Thunder rumbled in the sky, shaking the ground, while the magicians gathered around the desecrated church had to contend with the torrential downpours soaking through their garments. Meanwhile, the old devils, Edom, the old fallen who had come with Sarid, and Sarid herself were grounded, as the rain made flying nearly impossible. Edom, in a foul mood due to the weather, looked at his angel's bane, watching the water slide down its blade with a sigh. The frequent lightning strikes posed a risk to any armor or weapons left outside. He craved action, having already dispatched 24 mortals to stave off his boredom. He longed for another chance to confront Reaper, the Devilangel, or perhaps one of his companions. Sarid approached him, her cloak billowing as she asked, "Is the weather bothering you too? I wish the enemy would show up. At least then I could shake off this boredom hanging over me like these clouds," Edom muttered. "Careful what you wish for. You might just get it," Sarid replied, scanning the surroundings. Edom sighed, exclaiming, "I've had enough of this. Let's go to hell and attack the enemy there. With everything we have." Sarid grinned, removing her robes to reveal a striking red outfit that accentuated her form. She brandished a corrupted angelic halberd, twirling it with a cruel smile. "Then we better hurry and catch our train." Edom nodded, hefting his sword onto his shoulder with a wicked grin. When Edom and Sarid emerged from their portal, flanked by their army of old devils, old fallen, and magicians, they surveyed the area with feral grins. Sprouting their wings, they took to the air, while the magicians sprinted along the ground, and the old devils and fallen prepared their halberds for combat. As Edom looked around the garden they had appeared in, he smiled and took Albion from his pocket. "This will be the last time we will ever need you, Dragon Emperor," he said with a grin. The crystal glowed, and Edom knew Albion heard him and understood his meaning. He placed the crystal back into the hilt of his angel's bane sword and turned to Sarid. "Do you think they know we are here yet?" "If they don't know, they will soon," Sarid replied with a cackle as she sped off toward the heart of the garden, ready to create chaos with her old fallen. Edom's gaze shifted to the Grenmory estates, and he grinned, flying toward it. He noticed the magicians and old devils preparing to attack the large structure. Although he didn't know it belonged to the House of Grenmory, he sensed its importance to the devils and was determined to bring it down with fire and magic. The sounds of magic erupted from the center of the garden as Sarid unleashed her chaos. Edom watched as the garden became engulfed in flames, ranging from a normal fiery hue to a sinister green that flickered ominously. As the magicians launched their attacks, igniting parts of the garden near the Grenmory estate, Edom smiled, his determination unwavering as he approached the massive structure. Upon landing near the estate, he noticed several devils, servants of the House of Grenmory, looking his way. With a grin, he raised Angel's Bane and slashed at them, watching as they vanished into thin air with a wave of magic. Laughter escaped him as his old devils landed around him, advancing toward the grand home. Inside, Reaper sensed something was terribly wrong. He jolted awake, causing Kuroka, Zenobia, and Sona to spring up. "What is going on?" Sona asked, her eyes wide. Suddenly, the window shattered as a magic blast struck it, sending shards flying. Reaper shielded everyone with his body, donning his Devilangel armor and grabbing his gunlance. "Looks like the Chaos Freaks are here. And I bet I know who's leading them." Just then, Rias burst in, dressed in her usual attire. "Edom has begun a raid against Hell. Get your gear on and save the Cuddle Fest for later. We need to defend the estate." Reaper growled as he rushed to grab his clothes, snatching a vial of blood before leaping out of the window. Zenobia, Kuroka, and Sona quickly donned their outfits and joined the fight. As Reaper sprouted his wings, they slowed his descent, and he landed with a thud that shook the ground, sending several old devils flying. He surveyed the chaos around him, watching as the old devils clashed with the familiar devils he had come to know. Magic blasts lit up the trees and gardens surrounding the Grenmory estates. Issei appeared in his usual uniform, Draig on his arm and sword drawn. "Reaper, You finally up? Yeah. The snooze button blew up my window. Where is everyone else? Reaper replied. Yuto and Gasper are to the west with Lucifer. Biko, Rosswise, and Kaneko are to the south, teaming up with Azazel to reclaim the center of the gardens. Issei ducked as a magic blast whizzed by, retaliating with a powerful shot that obliterated a group of old devils. Everyone else is scattered. Zenobia, Kuroka, and Sona were with me, so they'll be here soon. But we need to reach Edom before he escapes. Reaper roared, spinning his sword and taking down a magician. Valley appeared alongside Irina. Are we going to find Edom? Yeah. Just follow the magic blast he usually creates. Reaper said, spotting one not far away and sprinting toward it. Valley, Irina, and Issei followed closely, with Reaper cleaving through anyone in his path. He fired his gun lance, blowing a tree away, while Valley and Issei unleashed their magic, causing a group of magicians to vanish in a cloud of smoke. Reaper ducked a halberd and seized it, throwing it down as he smashed the head of an old devil. Just then, a magician fired a beam that struck Reaper in the chest, causing him to grunt. He reached for his vial when an old devil knocked it from his hands, roaring and swinging at Reaper. He dodged and leapt back just as Issei appeared, moving his sword through the old devil's torso. Vala fired a stream of lightning from behind Issei, while Irina landed next to him, using her holy weapons to slice through a magician, her wings close to her body for protection. Reaper ducked another shot, cursing as the ground shook. He saw a magic wave slicing toward Irina and charged, shoving her aside just as he jumped to absorb the impact. The blast knocked him back, and as he tumbled across the ground, Edom approached, a smirk on his face. Oh, look here. A maiden angel, a devil angel, and the emperor dragon bearers. What a terrible turn of events. Edom said, his smile widening as Reaper regained his footing, hissing, Edom. Good to see you, Reaper. I see you're doing well even without a blade, Edom replied. An old devil lunged at Reaper, but he caught the creature by the head, crushing its helmet and causing it to dissipate. Issei took a step back, startled. You will pay for this, Edom, Reaper muttered, slowly advancing toward him. Blood began to swirl around him, forming several sharp spears as Reaper took on a menacing posture that made Edom take a step back. Grendel! The familiar descended on her white dragon wings, her red eyes glowing fiercely. Reaper glanced at her for a moment before turning back to Edom. I need you to help us out. Can you do that? Yes, Reaper. I will show them the errors of their ways, Grendel replied, dropping to all fours before transforming into her massive dragon form. The magicians and old devils around her instinctively stepped back. With a powerful roar, she spread her wings wide. An old devil fired a magic shot at her, but she inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of crimson flames that incinerated a swath of enemies. Reaper noticed Edom's sneer before he turned his gaze back to him. Didn't you, Devilangel? Edom shouted. You also have something of ours, Issei said, keeping his sword at the ready. Edom grinned, revealing the gem on the handle of his sword. Oh, this thing? You want it back? Come and get it. Reaper charged at Edom, and when Edom swung his sword, Reaper caught it with both hands. His hatred for Edom surged to the surface, and he began to push Edom back with incredible strength. You won't get away this time, Reaper growled. Suddenly, a magic blast struck Reaper's side, sending him crashing to the ground. He managed to rise to one elbow and saw Sarad next to Edom, her black wings folding as she held her halberd. What a dirty creature to be here. Not as dirty as you, Fallen. Irina retorted, slashing at Sarad. The two clashed blades as Issei and Valley charged Edom. Edom met their charge, swinging Angel's Bane. Issei blocked with his own sword, the blade sparking on impact, but Edom ducked Vala's attack and kicked him in the face, sending Valley crashing into a tree. Dimin. When did Edom grow in strength? Issei exclaimed, picking up his sword again. Well, it's been a while, but who knows? Maybe that Fallen has something to do with it. Reaper replied, finally getting to his feet and retrieving his gun lance. He reloaded the last explosive round, gripping it tightly. But either way, he will fall today whether he likes it or not. Reaper declared, firing his last shot at Edom. The round soared through the air, but Edom effortlessly blocked it with his sword, the explosion failing to budge him. As Vale, Issei, and Reaper stared at Edom, they noticed a stream of energy flowing from the crystal into him. Vale shouted, "He's siphoning power from Albion." "That bastard!" Vale attempted to attack Edom again, but Edom swung his sword, knocking Vale back into another tree, leaving him incapacitated. Now it was just Issei and Reaper against Edom. Reaper twirled the gun lance, preparing to launch it at Edom when suddenly Edom unleashed a magic attack, shattering the gun lance into countless pieces. Reaper was hurled back by the explosion, gritting his teeth as he watched Issei struggle against Edom. Issei's blade sparked as he was pushed back, sliding along the ground, when someone drifted down behind Edom. "You took my good mood from this morning and ruined it." "Thank you," Azazel said, kicking Edom off his feet toward Issei. As Reaper got up, Azazel shouted, "Give me your helmet." "Why?" Reaper asked, blocking a halberd with his forearms before grabbing the old devil and delivering a swift knee to their head, then stabbing a blood spear through their face. "Just trust me," Azazel insisted, driving his weapon through a magician's torso. Reaper tossed his helmet to Azazel, revealing his red hair, red eyes, and pale skin. Azazel caught it, kicking down another old devil just as he pulled something from his pocket and began to place it into the helmet. Reaper ducked, unleashing a wave of blood that speared a group of old fallens. As he blocked another attack with a blood spear, he slammed a sphere of souls into the ground. The resulting screams caused many to clutch their ears, while the old fallen before him had their head explode into a shower of shards. Blood splattered across Reaper's face, and he liked it off, grimacing at the taste. Suddenly, Azazel slammed Reaper's helmet, now filled with a mixture of fresh mortal, angel, devil, and fallen blood, onto Reaper's head. Blood gushed over him as he stood still, the battle raging around them. Issei struggled to hold back Edom, who was growing more powerful. "What is Reaper doing? He's going to get himself killed," Draig warned Issei. Zenobia, Sona, and Kuroka appeared, with Zenobia taking down some old fallen. Kuroka summoned her magic, blasting mages as she shouted to Reaper, "What are you doing? Fight!" Reaper remained motionless, and Edom, noticing this, grinned wickedly. He launched himself at Reaper, swinging Angel's Bane downward. "Reaper!" Issei shouted, reaching out, knowing he couldn't stop it from this distance. But Edom's blade never reached Reaper. Reaper caught the blade effortlessly in his hands. Feeling the strength behind Reaper's grip, Edom struggled as Reaper began to take the sword from him. Then, Reaper let out a roar that shook the area, causing many to cover their ears. Edom staggered back, clutching his own head as everyone paused to look at Reaper. Reaper's eyes glowed a fierce red as he unleashed his power, effortlessly overpowering Edom. With a swift motion, he raised Angel's Bane and slashed at Edom, the crystal containing Albion bursting free as Reaper's own energy manifested along the blade's length, shimmering like ethereal blood. "He's gone full Berserker mode," Kuroka gasped, watching in disbelief as Reaper casually waved the sword. Waves of blood surged from his gestures, instantly obliterating a group of old devils, sending them flying as the frozen spikes of blood pierced through them. "And he's more powerful too," Sona remarked, firing a few magic blasts as the battle resumed. Reaper approached Edom, who struggled to rise. Grabbing him by the hair, Reaper yanked him up and delivered a swift headbutt that sent Edom staggering back. As Edom spat out a tooth, Reaper swung his blade, tearing away Edom's cloak. Edom desperately searched for a weapon, but Reaper kicked him back with a roar, raising his sword high. A flurry of blood spears, more than a dozen, shot toward Edom. He attempted to take flight, but the spears pierced his wings, and he cried out as he plummeted to the ground. Crawling along the dirt, Edom saw a few old devils and magicians rushing to his aid, but he knew it was futile. When he heard their cries as they fell, he wasn't surprised. Reaper yanked him around to face him. "You know, Edom," Reaper said, raising Angel's Bane above his head, "you'll make a fine trophy." With a swift motion, he swung the sword, and in a flash, Edom was defeated. Holding up Edom's head, Reaper let out a triumphant roar as the Cow's brigade began to retreat. The Devils and Grenmory servants cheered wearily, and as Reaper surveyed the scene, he suddenly fell to one knee, ripping off his helmet. Kuroka and Zenobia rushed to his side, blood dripping from him, his eyes wide and breath ragged. "Are you okay?" Zenobia asked. Reaper nodded, spotting Albion's crystal nearby. He picked it up just as Valle began to regain his senses. "Valle, we got him," Reaper managed to say. Valle looked over, and upon seeing Albion in Reaper's hands, he approached. Azazel overheard Issei asking, "What did you do to Reaper?" "I filled his helmet with blood, which pushed his berserking to new heights, as you saw. At least he has a new sword now, though the gunlance may be harder to retrieve," Azazel replied. Just as he neared Reaper, a bloodied Sarad appeared, swinging her halberd at him. He dodged just in time as she shouted, "I'm going to take you down." He evaded her attacks when Irina suddenly appeared, dashing over to Reaper and grabbing the Albion crystal before launching herself at Valle. Valle ducked under another strike, and as he rose, he felt something grasp him. Turning, he saw Irina looking up at him just as she kissed him. Sarad was momentarily blinded by the sudden light. When she opened her eyes, she saw Valle in his scale mail, wings spread wide. Albion coolly stated, "I have returned. Now it's time for vengeance." "I agree," Valle said, turning his gaze to Sarad. She stepped back, but two swords pinned her wings down as Issei and Reaper held her in place. Valle approached her, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. "This is for my team," he said, unleashing a powerful blast of magic. A portal opened above the city, and dozens of angels, devils, and fallen descended to reclaim the ground. Lucifer, Azul, and Michael observed the gradual retaking of the city, noting how easily the resistance was being dealt with. Azazel then spotted the train arriving and declared, "All right, House Grenmory. Go take back your home. And clear everything out." "Yes, sir," came the response. Reaper, Valle, and Issei appeared in their scale mail, cannons resting on their shoulders. Kuroka, Biko, Irina, and the rest of House Grenmory followed closely behind. Standing in a line, wings curled against their backs and armor gleaming like jewels, they raised their primary arms, fists. Clench. Power shot. Blood shot. Lightning bolt. 3 beams of pure magical energy shot toward a group of Cow's devils at the foot of the mansion, resulting in a massive explosion as the beams collided. Issei turned to Reaper, smiling. "You're getting stronger." "Oh, I'm learning to HR and assess my own abilities instead of relying on yours. Now my blood and soul moves are more powerful than ever," Reaper replied. Valle added, "And even as the strongest white dragon, I never knew so much power was still locked away." The trio charged forward, leading the way as Kaneko, Kuroka, and Biko closely followed. Rias rallied her house, declaring, "All right, let's take back our home." Aquino and Rias spread their wings, with Gasper and Asia following closely behind. Zenobia, Irina, Rosweiss, and Yuto charged after them, determined to reclaim their house and rebuild. As Issei, Reaper, and Valle approached the entrance, they kept their blades at the ready, with Angel's Bane now gleaming with a pure black blade. Reaper had become accustomed to using his weapon, which tapped into his blood and soul powers, making it effective in various situations. When a group of magicians appeared before the trio, Reaper wielded Angel's Bane and swept it across the ground. A wave of energy surged from its tip, overwhelming the magicians as they were caught in the powerful force. As the chaos subsided, Reaper summoned 6 blood demons and soul specters, sending them soaring upwards to clear the area swiftly. Meanwhile, Reaper, Issei, and Valle continued their charge toward the entrance of the home, unleashing another surge of their power at the enemies emerging from the doorway. The resulting explosion obliterated the old devils and old fallen, leaving nothing behind as the trio plunged into the house, the sounds of their wrath echoing throughout. Azazel observed them, reflecting on the events of the previous day. After Sarad had been completely defeated by Valle's full power, the gardens were being cleared by the Grenmory servants, the devils, fallen, and angels, all led by Tannen himself. This meant everyone could relax and enjoy a moment of peace at home. Irina found herself curled up with Valley on the couch while Issei and Rias sat across from them. Azul was nearby at the table, sipping some wine and enjoying a small meal prepared by Asia, with Rosweiss, Sona, and Tsubaki resting their heads on the table for a quick nap. Issei sighed, "Man, what a morning." "Yeah. Especially with Reaper," Biko chimed in, leaning on his staff. "I didn't expect blood drinkers to be like that in full Berserker mode. I remember that trick from his mother. She nearly took me out once with it, so I figured if it could almost take down a Lord Fallen Angel, it could handle Edom," Azazel replied, then paused. "Wait, where is he, by the way?" "In his room, getting some sleep, I think," Issei said, glancing down at Rias, who was snuggling on his lap. "He definitely had the worst wake-up call." "A window breaking from a magic bolt isn't exactly the worst thing," Azazel chuckled. "Well, you did wear him out when you pushed him to go full berserk," Issei remarked, earning a light kiss on his neck from Rias. "Still, I expected him to help clean up the enemies still roaming around." Issei sighed, then stood up, prompting Rias to give a small TSK. "I'll go check on him and make sure he's okay," he said as he headed upstairs. Reaper was snoring in his bed, having managed to remove his armor. Kuroka was curled up in his arms, purring softly. As Issei entered the room, Kuroka looked up and smiled. "Issei, what a lovely surprise." "I see you made yourself comfy with Reaper," Issei observed, watching her gently caress Reaper's hand. "Oh, what can I say? I'm quite fond of him," Kuroka replied with a playful grin. "I can see that. Has he been treating you well?" Issei asked. Kuroka glanced at Reaper, then back at Issei. "What do you mean? He hasn't tried anything, has he?" Kuroka shook her head. "No, but I might. Just try to keep him in one piece. I don't want to lose my harem lord just yet," Issei said with a grin. "Harem lord?" Reaper suddenly stretched and looked at Issei in confusion. "Oh, it's nothing," Issei replied, smiling as he prepared to leave. Just as Issei was about to exit, he heard Reaper let out a surprised sound. He turned to see Reaper being gently enveloped by Kuroka's dress as she playfully urged, "Please don't just stare. Close the door. Unless you want to join in." Issei chuckled. "Have a good rest, Reaper," he said, slowly closing the door behind him. Reaper felt the warmth of Kuroka's skin beneath his shirt and boxers as he turned to face her. "What's the big idea?" he asked, slightly bewildered. "I just want some fun," she replied, her gaze locking onto his. Reaper noticed her lips, slightly parched and still stained from earlier, and as she stared at them, he felt a strange curiosity. "Have some beautiful eyes," he managed to say. Kuroka blushed lightly, her gaze shifting between his eyes and lips. She lifted a finger to brush against his lips, and Reaper realized he had never truly noticed her like this before. Her skin felt smooth against his lips, and her hair cascaded around them like a dark waterfall. "Hey, do you think we should move?" Reaper asked, feeling a mix of confusion and excitement. Kuroka withdrew her finger and placed her hands on his cheeks, gently guiding him closer. All she wanted was to feel his lips against hers. Reaper's heart raced as he watched her close her eyes and part her lips slightly. He felt his body respond, leaning closer as he closed his own eyes, and then their lips met. Her lips were warm and gentle, while his felt cracked and still tinged with blood. But her softness made him wish for the moment to last forever. Kuroka tasted his lips, and though he didn't react as she expected, she felt a shiver run through her as she pulled back, tasting the blood on her own lips. "Kiss really well," Kuroka said, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Reaper, now flushed with embarrassment, leaned in to kiss her again. Kuroka wrapped her arms and legs around him, pulling him closer as they shared a tender kiss, lost in the moment together. Reaper went to moisten his lips but accidentally brushed against hers instead. She shuddered visibly and turned away, causing him to inadvertently graze her neck, feeling her pulse beneath his lips. Realizing what had happened, he quickly pulled back, shaking off the momentary haze that had clouded his mind. As he sat up, he rubbed his eyes, and Kuroka, sitting beside him, wrapped her arms around him and said, "You know, I think that was your first kiss with anyone. I must still be tired. I nearly startled you, I think, Reaper replied, still rubbing his eyes. He then attempted to roll over and get some sleep again. As he did, she pressed herself gently against him, giving a soft meow before saying, "Good night." "Night," Reaper murmured, and soon he drifted off to sleep. When dinner was done, Reaper stayed back with Kuroka, Zenovia, Sona, Kaneko, and Tsubaki. He picked up some more plates and stacked them as he slowly began to carry them from the table. As he neared the sink, he noticed the girls working together to clean the dishes that couldn't fit in the dishwasher. The only one not scrubbing was Kaneko, who was helping to bring the dishes from the table to the kitchen. As Reaper set down his load, he glanced at the girls chatting when Kaneko suddenly appeared next to him and said, "Stop staring." "Oh, I don't know. It's a little hard when most of you decided to wear something more comfortable," Reaper replied with a teasing look. The girls were all wearing playful, skimpy apron outfits, and Kaneko shot him a disapproving glance. "It's your fault for wanting to help. What did you expect? Maybe something a bit more normal for once?" Reaper said as he continued to clean the table. Kaneko shook her head and resumed her task. After Reaper finished his side, he stretched his arms and said, "I guess it's time for me to finally hit the hay." "Good night," Zenovia replied as Reaper nodded and slowly made his way up the stairs. He jogged up the stairs, and when he reached the top, he turned right and walked down the hall toward his room. Upon entering, he saw Grendel sleeping soundly in her bed, and he smiled as he walked over to pat her head. "You've done well, Grendel," Reaper said softly before heading toward the bathroom. Once inside, he turned on the water for the bathtub and removed his clothes. As he looked down at his abs, he mused, "Well, they are a bit softer than I expected. I guess that's normal." He shrugged. When the tub was full, he lowered himself into it, leaning back and reflecting on the events of the past few days. It had only been 4 days since Valley and Biko had appeared and since Sona and the hose Leviathan had been rescued from Edom. He thought about Sona and how she had toasted to him for starting it all, shaking his head at the thought. He was just a Devilangel given a second chance at life. With a smile, he relaxed in the warm tub. Meanwhile, Issei emerged from the shower room, a towel wrapped around his waist. As he stepped out, he noticed Asia sitting on his bed with a book, wearing a nightdress. She looked up at him, blushing as she said, "Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were showering." "Yeah, could I maybe get dressed for a moment?" Issei asked, glancing at her. She nodded and turned away. Issei walked over to his drawer, pulled out some boxers, and slipped them on. He then found his sleeping shorts and put them on just as he felt 2 hands on his chest. "I like it when you keep your shirt off." "So keep it off," Asia said, leaning against his back and holding him close. He smiled and replied, "Fine, fine." Turning to face her, he wrapped his arms around her, feeling her warmth. Suddenly, he heard Rias's voice nearby. "Are you trying to get Issei before I got here? You are being quite cheeky." "Calm down, Rias. Let's be honest, that bed could fit just about everyone in it," Issei said with a grin as he looked at her. Rias, dressed in her usual bra and panties, sauntered over to the bed and lay down, looking back at the two with a smile. "Come here so I can have some fun." Reaper blasted open a door, sending a swarm of blood spears into the room. As he surveyed the area, Korn remarked, "I think you've improved significantly now that I have unlocked my true abilities for you. I just hope I can find a gun lance." "That would be amazing," Reaper replied, glancing around the room and realizing it was his own. As the remnants of the battle began to fade away, he walked to his bed, which surprisingly remained in good condition. Feeling exhausted from the intense fight, he lay down, and soon, Zenovia appeared in the doorway. She looked at him and asked, "Tired already?" "Hey, at least I tried to get some sleep since yesterday," he sighed. "As silly as it sounds, want to join me?" "Oh, I think we've cleared this place out, so why not?" Zenovia said, putting away Durandal. She walked over, sliding beside him and curling up close. He gently wrapped his arms around her, feeling her warmth as she sighed contentedly. "You're warm today." He smiled and kissed her forehead, and she returned his gaze with a smile. The old fallen angel hideout was concealed atop a cold, dark mountain. Hyperion, an old fallen angel, watched the snow blanket the mountainside. He held an ancient soul knight gunlance named Dragon Destroyer, along with a fallen angel halberd that he favored more than the gunlance. Behind him, his fellow fallen angels, clad in old armor and wielding halberds, wrapped their wings around themselves for warmth against the biting cold. "And what do you wish for now, Aaret?" Hyperion asked, turning to the fallen angel before him. Aaret was one of the few fallen angels like Hyperion, possessing 4 wings instead of the usual 2. His wings remained white, which intrigued Hyperion, especially with the creature beside Aaret. Holding his wavy, serpent-like sword, Aaret said, "Sarid and Edom have fallen in battle against our enemies. It is up to us to continue the plan from where they left off. But to attempt to awaken such a being, is that not reckless? A titan could bring destruction," Hyperion began, but Aaret silenced him. "They have a common enemy alongside us, which makes it easier to sway such a formidable being to our cause. I hope you are right. Otherwise, hell, heaven, and earth may face devastation at the hands of the titan Hyperion and his burning wrath," Hyperion replied, moving to check on the others in the hideout. "Oh, we will be fine. With Hyperion leading our charge, not even Archangel Michael, Azul, or the Devil King Lucifer can stand against us," Aaret said, a small smile creasing his face beneath his helmet. The morning dawned over the city as Issei woke up to another beautiful day. He looked over at Rias, happily curled up in his arms, and smiled as he kissed her forehead. It was then he realized he wasn't alone in bed again. "Issei," murmured Akino from behind him, pressing against his back, while he felt someone slowly moving up his legs. He glanced down to see Kaneko there, murmuring in her sleep, "Naya." "You guys," he chuckled, managing to sit up and stretch. Looking out the window, he saw the bright sun rising over the horizon, casting its rays on the sparkling city below. "Another day. Let's hope it goes better than the last." Issei sighed, rubbing his temples. Meanwhile, Reaper was trying his best to move without waking Zenobia, which was challenging since he had gone from cuddling her to being the one cuddled. He carefully unlocked her grip from his torso and slid off the bed, making his way to the shower. "Hey, Reaper," said Kuroka, sprawled out on the floor, looking exhausted. Reaper looked down at her and asked, "What happened?" as he helped lift her up in his arms. "I was helping fight and rebuild while you were taking a long nap," she replied, attempting to wrap her arms around his neck but failing. Reaper noticed a faint scent of blood on her and asked, "You weren't able to bathe at all?" "No, being exhausted does that," Kuroka said, managing a soft, "Naya," before going limp in his arms. Reaper walked to the bath and gently set her down beside it, filling the basin with hot water. "Come on. What do you people do? Celebrate?" he asked her. "Celebrate," she instinctively replied, raising her arms. Suddenly, he began to carefully remove her clothing, folding it neatly and setting it aside. "What?" she exclaimed in surprise, watching him. "But what about you? You're still in just your boxers." Reaper looked down at his boxers and sleeping shirt, then took off his shirt, saying, "I'll take off the boxers once you're in and comfy." "That's not fair," she protested as he carefully lifted her, mindful of her sensitive areas, and slowly submerged her into the bath. She let out a content sigh, her ears and tails twitching as she watched him remove his boxers. He covered her eyes with a towel as he slipped into the water beside her. "Now come here so I can clean you," he said. "Okay," she replied with a sigh as he wrapped his arms around her, just below her shoulders, drawing her closer. He took a sponge and some soap, gently applying it to her back and body. "Huea," she sighed in pleasure as he scrubbed her clean. Leaning back into him, he said, "Hold still so I can scrub you." "Oh, do whatever you want," she replied, enjoying the sensation as he moved over her shoulders and collarbone, washing away the remnants of their earlier battles. Suddenly, she felt something wet and unexpected against her neck. She turned to see Reaper playfully teasing her, and she shivered, saying, "Isn't it a bit early for that?" Reaper paused, tilting his head in confusion. But then she leaned in, caressing his face and kissing him softly. As she turned around, she settled onto his lap, pressing against him as she playfully nibbled on his lips. Reaper felt a rush of warmth as he held her sides, and she moved from his lips to his neck, enjoying the moment. But then she noticed how close they were, her chest pressing against him, and she leaned in even more. Reaper looked at her, both surprised and captivated. She smiled and asked, "Wanna continue?" He stammered before splashing her face lightly with water. "Kia!" she exclaimed, surprised by the sudden splash. "Is it over for good?" "Maybe another time. When there isn't a chance you'll try anything else with me," Reaper replied, continuing to scrub her. His mind raced. He hadn't expected to lose control like that. As he cleaned her up, he focused on keeping his composure, determined not to let the moment get away from him again. Breakfast was served shortly after Reaper had cleaned up and tidied his clothes. As he escorted her downstairs, her cat ears and tail were still damp, and she playfully flicked water at him. "And that water felt so good," he exclaimed. "Hush," Reaper replied, dressed in his usual school clothes as he surveyed the room, noticing that most everyone was already gathered. Rias, Issei, Kaneko, Azul, Rosweiss, Irina, Valley, Biko, and the rest were seated around the table enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing the two, Zenobia remarked, "You two are finally here." "Sorry," Reaper said as they took their seats beside her. He sighed and glanced around, then noticed something unusual about the sun. It appeared to be burning brighter than usual. "Azazel, what's the heat index supposed to be today?" Reaper asked, having recently learned about it from Issei and the others. "Oh, let me check. About 108. Azazel replied. "Hoo boy. A heat wave," Issei said, instinctively wiping his brow. "Wait a minute. Didn't they say it was supposed to be only 83? Everyone pondered this for a moment before realization struck. Something is not right, Azazel said as he stood up to communicate with Lucifer, Odin, and Michael. Reaper listened to his retreating footsteps while sipping from his glass. "Wait, what are you saying?" Michael asked, using a hologram to connect with Azazel, along with Odin and Lucifer. "Isn't it strange that we went from 83 to 108 in such a short time?" Azazel questioned. "But aren't mortal weathermen almost always wrong?" Lucifer countered. "Only by slight margins. But this huge increase seems like something else," Azazel replied, deep in thought. Suddenly, Odin interjected, "But perhaps this letter is connected to it." "What letter?" Azazel asked as Odin produced what appeared to be ancient parchment covered in writing. "That looks like ancient Greek," Michael noted, suddenly realizing, "Wait, does this mean the ancient Greek gods want to contact us?" "Yes." The voice was deep and commanded respect. As they looked, another hologram materialized, revealing a man clad in Greek battle armor. The bronze armor was battered and scratched, his shield marked with rents and holes, while his sword and long spear glistened with what appeared to be divine ichor, the blood of the gods. "Who are you?" Odin inquired. "I am Ares, the Greek god of war. I come because no one else could," the man replied, sighing as if weary. "Ares? But why are the Greek gods here?" "I thought you all disappeared long ago," Michael said. "We didn't. We merely slept. But someone from your kind, Azazel, is trying to kill us all," Ares stated, directing his gaze at Azazel. "What do you," Azazel began, but they all suddenly realized. "The Cows Brigade. They attempted to assault Mount Olympus but failed, so now they are attacking Greece and several other places. But they are after one thing. Something very powerful." Ares explained. "Hyperion, Titan of Light." "Hyperion? But that would mean they wish to destroy everything," Azazel exclaimed. "That's not even the worst part," Ares continued. "They seem to have some of your old magic. They've been using souls and even blood against us." "Blood and souls? Reaper's not going to like that," Azazel said, then asked, "Where is the enemy base currently?" "They are based in both Rome and Athens. It appears they wish to gather every part of Hyperion to crush us." Ares replied. "Then to Athens we go," Azazel declared. And I'm bringing our biggest heavy hitter with us. I call them Dex D. When Reaper heard Azazel's voice again, he realized they were preparing for a fight. So, where are we headed today, Azazel? Reaper asked as he watched the man approach. Greece. Specifically Athens. It looks like the Cows Brigade is giving Ares and the other gods a tough time, so we are going to help them out, Azazel explained. And get this, the Cows Brigade has been using blood and souls as well. Everyone exchanged concerned glances, and Reaper slowly stood up. Looks like I have some relatives to straighten out. It took about a week for Azazel to gather enough resources for everyone to join the trip to Athens. As Reaper approached the airport, he was surprised by the bustling activity. Issei walked closely with Asia, carrying only a small bag, while Azazel led the way, with everyone else following behind. Reaper found himself at the back with Zenobia this time. Wow. Such a busy place. Reaper remarked, his head turning to take in the sights. I know. I've only been here twice before, but it's always like this no matter where you go, Zenobia replied, holding his hand. I just hope I can either sleep here or move around. I hear the planes can be quite cramped. Reaper said, scratching his head absent-mindedly. If he had been wearing his armor, the sounds he would have made might have been quite unpleasant. Oh, you will. I got us an exclusive flight just for us, Dixie. Azazel said with a smile. As they approached their terminal and walked down some stairs, Rias asked Azazel, what kind of flight is it, anyway? Azazel grinned as he opened the door, and everyone gasped in awe at the sight of a private jet waiting for them, attended by some of Azazel's own staff. A private jet should get us to Athens quickly. Azazel said, beaming. Is it spacious enough for me? Reaper inquired. I would like some legroom to be comfortable. Relax. It's a 2-story jet, so you'll have plenty of room to move around. Now, everyone climb aboard. Your captains will be with us soon, Azazel instructed, gesturing for them to enter the jet. Everyone nodded and hurried aboard the private jet. Zenobia playfully poked Reaper's cheek before asking, Are you nervous about flying? No. I just hope I don't get air sickness, Reaper chuckled. Within an hour, the jet was miles above the earth, soaring through the clouds. Reaper sat in his seat, leaning back, struggling to catch his breath. To his left, Zenobia rested her head on his chest, holding his hand as she tried to take a quick nap. On his right, Sona rested her chin on his shoulder, looking at him with a playful smile, occasionally blowing softly into his ear. Downstairs, Kuroka chatted with Biko and Valley, while Irina joined them. Issei sat nearby with Asia, both sipping warm green tea. The rest of the group was scattered around the plane, which Reaper appreciated, as it offered him a rare moment of peace. However, Sona's gentle teasing made it difficult for him to relax. He recalled a conversation from 2 days earlier, when she had knocked on his door. Reaper? Can we talk for a moment? Her voice came through the wooden door, muffled. Sure, he replied, watching her enter slowly. She stood before him, hands clasped together and legs crossed, looking bashful, an unusual sight for the head of House Leviathan, known for her assertiveness. I have something to say to you. Sona began, her gaze steady but with a hint of vulnerability. Ever since you saved me, I've felt indebted to you, but now I think something else has taken its place. Reaper tilted his head, unsure of what she meant or why she seemed so nervous. Was she seeking forgiveness for her past actions? I'm sorry, but I need to say this before we leave, and I might not see you again. She looked at him, tears welling in her eyes. I love you. His heart raced at her confession. She stepped closer, saying, I can't explain how much I love you, even though it feels like we just met. Forgive me if this isn't meant to be. She suddenly sank to the floor, and Reaper rushed over, catching her before she fell. Seeing her cry was a new experience for him, and he held her close, sighing. You don't need to apologize. As long as Zenobia doesn't get mad at me, I'm fine, he said with a smile, gently wiping her tears away. Now let's help you pack. I'm all set since I don't have much in the way of clothes, he added, guiding her back to her room. As she playfully nibbled on his ear again, he shot her a sidelong glance. Hey, please don't bite it off. I kind of need it. she giggled and teased, but I heard you did something with Kuroka in the bath. Yeah, but that was a different situation. Honestly, it's hard to resist when you haven't had breakfast yet, Reaper muttered. I thought devils couldn't have peotis. Suddenly, Reaper jumped up, waking Zenobia, and dashed for the bathroom. Issei, observing, remarked, You do realize how gross that is. What? Is it bad for them? Sona asked, genuinely confused. Well, to put it nicely, there are some types of blood they avoid for good reason. They can sense when certain blood is contaminated. They consider it bad blood and won't go near it. It could make them very sick or worse, Azazel explained, appearing just then as coughing echoed from the bathroom. Oh, it seems my comment was in poor taste, Sona sighed. Issei shook his head, then stood up. I'm going to walk around before I get sick too, he said, heading down the nearby stairs to see what was happening below. As he left, Reaper emerged from the bathroom, looking pale after emptying his stomach. I'm done for the day, he announced to everyone. Issei looked around as he passed some of the others and realized this was a sleeping area, while above was where everyone could talk and be active. As he passed Irina, who was cuddled up with Vale, he smiled, never expecting that to happen. It made him wonder if he should consider Vale a harem lord too. He shook his head at the silly thought but knew it could at least pertain to Reaper, that sly dog. Just as he reached one section, he suddenly bumped into Rias, who was standing in a small cubicle. Issei, what are you doing down here? She asked. Taking a stroll. What about you? Issei replied. I'm taking a shower, Rias said with a small smile. How does a jet have a shower? Issei asked, puzzled. Magic. How else could it have a shower, silly Issei? Rias teased as she began to close the door. Suddenly, he stopped the door, and she looked at him in surprise as he stared at her, slightly taken aback. Would you mind if I joined you? He asked. Joined? Me? Rias echoed, her eyes widening. Slowly, he opened the door and stepped inside, closing it behind him. He looked at her with a familiar gaze that made her heart flutter. He placed his hands on her shoulders, and as they gazed at one another, she didn't pull away. He drew her closer and brushed his lips against hers softly. Issei, she murmured. As they shared gentle kisses, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders, gripping his shirt as she broke the kiss. I don't think. No, I know I haven't done this before. Oh, there's always a first time for everything, Issei replied, his mind racing with excitement. Rias leaned in to kiss him again, and as he let his hands slide down to her waist, they found themselves pressed closely together in the small room. She felt warmth spread between them, and as their lips met, she hesitated. Sit. What if someone finds out? Won't your plans to be harem king be ruined? He smiled against her lips, and their kiss deepened. She felt a rush of warmth as their connection intensified, but then she pulled back slightly. Wait. What? He asked, wondering if she was going to deny him. Are you just going to kiss me? Or are you just happy to see me? She asked with a playful giggle, pointing at him. What? He exclaimed, glancing down, and just as he was about to grin, she took his shirt off and kissed his neck. He stifled a gasp as he held her waist, feeling her warmth against him. Suddenly, she noticed something shift, and she looked down to see he had undone her bra from beneath her school uniform. As she looked up at him, he kissed her again, trailing down her neck. Issei, she breathed, feeling his hands explore as he gently caressed her. She leaned back against the wall, surprised by the coolness of the marble tiles, but the warmth between them was undeniable. Hey, Rias, he said softly. She met his gaze and he asked, Don't mind, do you? She shook her head and replied, Let me help you out. She led him to the floor of the cramped interior, and as she helped him out of his pants, she opened a sealed compartment to store their clothes. Then she eased down beside him. Oh, he gasped as she leaned closer, their connection growing more intense. They were moving quickly, but the thrill of the moment was exhilarating. She held him down with one hand while the other kept him close. As they continued, she felt a rush of sensations, and he groaned in response. Suddenly, she tasted something unexpected, and with a playful grin, she teased him, How is that? harem king? Good, he managed to say as he sat up and kissed her, feeling emboldened as he explored further. Issei, she exclaimed as he touched her gently, feeling her warmth beneath her clothes. She held his head, lost in the moment, but then remembered why she had come in here. Maybe we should take a shower, she suggested, a mischievous glint in her eyes. All right, sounds fun, Issei replied with a smile, excitement bubbling within him. She reached up and turned on the water. A magic circle appeared above them, and warm water began to pour down, enveloping them in a cozy embrace as she pressed him against the nearby wall, their hearts racing with anticipation. She kissed him, and as he held her waist, he slowly returned the kiss, the sound of running water creating a romantic atmosphere. So, would you be my first? She asked, gazing into his eyes as she gently caressed him. He looked down, then back at her, and as she took a deep breath, she added, please, make me yours. And then she slowly moved closer, feeling a rush of emotions as they connected. He filled her with warmth, and as she pressed against him, she felt a sense of completeness. Suddenly, he placed his hands on her shoulders, and they began to move together, their breaths mingling as she urged him on, yes. Harder. Faster. More. Issei was overwhelmed with pleasure, arching his back as he continued, but the water made things slippery and he paused, pulling back as she looked at him, pleading, wait, no. Keep going. He shifted behind her, gripping her shoulders as he gently guided her down, re-establishing their connection. She gasped, and he began to move with more intensity, her fingers gripping the wall for support as she encouraged him, yes. Keep going. Harder. He obliged, and while she felt a mix of sensations, the water cascading over them added to the moment. He reached down, holding her close, and she felt herself nearing a peak. Get ready. I'm about to, he started, and in that moment, they both felt a rush of warmth, a culmination of their shared experience. As the water continued to flow, she slowly pulled away, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Issei turned off the water and embraced her, asking softly, did you enjoy it? She smiled, managing to turn around and hold him close. It was like heaven itself. Reaper caught a whiff of the air as Issei took a seat, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. You have got to be kidding me, he exclaimed. What's wrong? Asked Zenobia, who was sitting in Reaper's lap alongside Sona. I can't believe you, Issei. Who did you do it with? Reaper asked, his tone accusatory. Asia, Sona, and Zenobia turned to Issei, who shook his head in confusion. What on earth are you talking about? I smell something unusual on you. I'll let you explain, Reaper said, tossing his head back in disbelief. Issei chuckled nervously, while Asia looked at him, puzzled. Zenobia and Sona exchanged shocked glances. Who did you do it with? Sona pressed. Rias. Issei stammered. You're lying. Rias would never. Zenobia started, crossing her arms. Just then, Rias appeared, trying to maintain her composure. Anyone know when we'll be in Athens? She asked. Isha, looking pale, whispered, Did you and Issei? And they even tried to cover it up with water and soap. For shame, Reaper said with a smirk. Rias blushed, reaching for Issei as Asia exclaimed, but you're not even married yet. Well, sometimes things happen. Issei replied, trying to save face. Reaper watched as Azazel appeared, addressing the group. Ladies and gentlemen, our flight will reach. But before he could finish, the jet was suddenly hit on the left side. The engine screamed, and everyone inside screamed as Reaper was thrown from the plane. As he attempted to spread his wings, a piece of debris struck him, and he fell unconscious. The snow and cold wind whipped fiercely around Reaper as he shivered in the snow. Slowly waking up, he bolted to his feet and scanned his surroundings. He found himself on a mountain peak, blanketed in snow, as the weather had shifted from warm to a snowstorm in a remarkably short time. Hearing ahem, he turned to see Zenobia, Sona, and Asia nearby. Quickly donning his armor, he rushed over and began to dig a hole to provide them with some shelter from the cold. Ice formed on his armor, and he fought against the shivers as he worked to create a refuge for the trio. As Sona began to stir, she looked around and asked, "What happened?" "I think the Cows Brigade hit us with a spell to stop us from reaching Athens," Reaper replied, finishing the hole and building a snow wall to shield them from the wind. "But how would they know we were coming?" Sona inquired, her voice trembling. "I don't know, but when I find those troublemakers, I'm going to," Reaper began, but was interrupted as several demigods appeared around them. Even in the sharp, crisp air, he could sense their presence. They were the offspring of humans and gods. Just as he was about to draw his weapon, one of them called out, "Wait! It's DXD." Reaper watched as the fur-clad demigods began to shed their heavy coats. One of them explained, "Actually, it wasn't the Cows Brigade that brought you down. It was one of our newer demigods." Reaper unclad his armor, which vanished, and a demigod draped furs over his shoulders. "So, who are you all?" he asked. "We are the children of Ares. We came to see a Reaper, a Devilangel, and a blood drinker at that," said one of the Ares demigods, pointing at Reaper. "That's me. But let's get everyone out of this cold and into somewhere warm before I freeze," Reaper urged as he helped them out of the hole he had created. Everyone nodded, and the group began to trek back to the demigod's cavern. Issei watched with Vale, Rias, Biko, Kuroka, and Azul as Reaper, Sona, Zenobia, and Asia entered the cavern with the help of the Ares demigods. The others from the plane were already inside, trying to recover from the cold. Spotting Asia, Issei rushed over, exclaiming, "Asia, I'm so glad you're okay." Asia smiled as Reaper removed his furs and said, "All right, where's the commander of this unit? I want to speak to the demigods who shot us down." "It's about that." A girl in Greek hoplite armor, holding a missile launcher, stepped forward. She had blue eyes and green hair, her armor contrasting with the red of the Ares demigods. She trembled as Reaper regarded her, his school clothes making him appear less intimidating. "I'm the one who shot you down," she stammered, glancing nervously at Reaper. One of the Ares demigods added, "Her name is Fantasia. She's a demigod of Poseidon." "How many types of demigods are there?" Reaper asked. "We have Poseidon, Ares, Apollo, Athena, Hephaestus, and Hermes. We used to have more, but the Cows Brigade eliminated them before they could fight back. And the Maidens of Artemis were recently killed by what you call blood demons," the Ares demigod explained. "Oh, you mean these guys?" Blood demons emerged from the nearby medical bay, and as the demigods raised their weapons, Reaper raised his hands in a calming gesture. Now, he said as the demons dissolved into pools of blood, "unlike the other blood drinker, I'm on your side. I also hear a possible soul knight is in play." The demigods exchanged glances, and then Reaper felt an overwhelming presence. Turning, he was taken aback to see Ares, the Greek god of war, standing before him in hoplite armor, shield in one hand and sword in the other. His armor was hastily repaired, and as he scrutinized Reaper, he commanded, "Show me your armor and weapons, Devilangel." Reaper complied, his blood drinker soul knight armor materializing around him. Blood swirled to form Angel's Bane in his hand, and as he unfurled his wings, he felt warmth envelop him. "A true Berserker. You will find 2 opponents who will match your strength," Ares remarked. "It will be good to have you with us." Reaper nodded, then caught a glimpse of Kuroka approaching. She hugged him tightly. "It's good to have you back." Reaper nodded in response, then turned his gaze back to Fantasia, who seemed to shrink under his stare. As she squeaked in fear, he approached her. She stumbled backward and fell, but he quickly sheathed his sword and extended a hand to help her up. "Do me a favor and aim your weapons at the enemies next time, not us. I'd hate to see you blow us up," he said with a playful grin. She gulped as he helped her to her feet, and the tension in the room eased. Reaper couldn't help but smile. She had such a charming face. As night fell over the cave, the fires within provided warmth, and Reaper, resting on one of the simple cots, was surprised to find so many available for them. It meant everyone had a place to sleep, but as he glanced around he found himself unable to drift off. It troubled him that a soul knight and a blood drinker were still alive nearby. Azazel had claimed they had eradicated his kind from Earth, Heaven, and Hell, yet here were two of them, still causing chaos. Tossing and turning, he noticed Fantasia making her way through the cots. He sat up, surprised to see her in a nightgown while everyone else was in armor. Pissed. Fantasia, he called softly, watching her jump in surprise as she turned to him. W, she whispered, moving closer at his gesture. She navigated past the other cots and reached him. Reaper adjusted his position, stretching his sore muscles before looking at her. Why are you wearing a nightgown when you should be in armor? He asked quietly. Well, you see, I'm one of the big three gods as they call them. Fantasia replied. Children of Poseidon, Zeus, and Hades are known for their extraordinary powers, and many resent me for it, forcing me to dress like this instead of fighting like them, she explained. Why? Reaper inquired. They think, because I'm Poseidon's daughter, that I don't belong in combat, she admitted. Reaper regarded her thoughtfully and patted the spot next to him. As she sat down, he said, I understand that feeling. In the beginning, Rias and many around me resented me for what I was. I'm a Devilangel, a blend of a blood drinker berserker and a soul knight berserker, fused with a drop of the blood of the lamb, which condemned my entire race to extinction. Fantasia looked at him, surprised. But even through all of this, I've managed to survive and even make some friends, Reaper added with a smile, glancing at the members of DXD. As Fantasia stood to leave, he asked, What will you do now? Change. And get some sleep, she replied before disappearing from his sight. Reaper smiled, and as she walked away, he heard someone nearby say, Go back to sleep. He turned to see Kuroka rubbing her eyes. He walked over quietly, adjusting the fur covers around her and patting her head, which brought a smile to her face. Go back to sleep, kitty kitty, before I turn those ears of yours into earmuffs. When morning arrived, the cave needed to be cleared out as the snowstorm outside had given way to blazing heat, which bothered Reaper and seemed to affect everyone else as well. Is Hyperion causing this, or is something else at play? Rias asked as Ares led the group of fighters. Yes. Hyperion is slowly awakening, and his power is causing fluctuations all over the world. Let's hope we can stop him before he begins to scorch the planet. Ares replied, glancing back with concern for one person in particular. Reaper, clad in all black armor, walked alongside Fantasia. He occasionally transformed some of his blood into water for her to cool down. Ares frowned as he noticed Fantasia holding a sword instead of her stinger, which was on her back. As he watched her help Reaper cool off again, he saw Reaper remove his helmet in a swirl of blood before putting it back into his container. Well, let's hope these extremes stop soon because either I'll die from the heat or freeze on some mountainside, he remarked. Agreed, Valley chimed in, wearing his usual school uniform as Irina walked beside him. I can't imagine how hot you must feel in that armor. I think if I were caught in a snowstorm, the armor would either break or keep me warm for about an hour. I'm burning up, but I don't want to be caught off guard. Besides, if we're going to fight in this heat, we might as well get used to it. Reaper said, scanning their surroundings. Ares nodded, pleased that Reaper understood at least a little about warfare. Rias and Issei shook their heads as they walked with Asia and Aquino, followed by Yuto, Gasper, Kaneko, and Rosweiss. Kuroka walked alongside Biko, Valley, and Irina, while Reaper and Fantasia brought up the rear. Azazel walked with Ares, and as he watched Reaper get another ball of water poured over him, he asked, How are you managing to keep the water from boiling inside your armor? Heh, I'm turning it into blood and putting it back in my containers before it becomes unbearable. Although I have to ask, where are we headed? Reaper replied, still looking around. Down in the valley below is where our next meeting is with some of the few remaining gods. If they're still alive, that is. Ares explained as they continued down the mountain. The valley soon stretched below them as they continued their descent. Reaper gazed down and noticed the Greek gods and demigods gathering at what appeared to be a large camp. As they approached, demigods clad in yellow and white armor began to emerge, joining those in red, orange, and brown armor. Issei, taken aback by the sight, heard Sona let out a sigh. I was hoping to avoid her for a while. Who is it? Reaper inquired. Seraphal Leviathan. Sona's sister, Yuto replied from nearby. Oh, you have a sister? Reaper asked, glancing at Sona. Unfortunately, Sona sighed, adjusting her glasses. That means she must have heard about what happened in the city, Reaper remarked. Actually, I think she was preoccupied, so I doubt she knows, Azazel interjected as they continued along the path leading to the valley floor. As they walked, Reaper could sense the divine auras of the gods below. Spotting Ares, he noticed a red aura manifesting around him, stirring a hint of bloodlust within Reaper, which he quickly dismissed. Be prepared to feel a lot of this down there, Ares warned. Reaper nodded, and as they continued, Fantasia ensured he didn't overheat in his armor under the relentless sun. Seraphal observed as the last of Ares's demigods appeared. With a smile, she waved her magical wand and spotted her sister among the group. As she approached, she noticed a striking figure in black armor, exuding both an angelic and sinister presence. His red hair and eyes contrasted sharply with his pale skin, and as he walked alongside Azazel and Ares, Seraphal couldn't help but find him handsome. Ooh, looks like my friends from heaven and hell have arrived to help us out, including my sister. Seraphal exclaimed, pointing toward the group. Demigods glanced over, some backing away at the sight of DXD. As Seraphal stepped off her small podium and approached, she asked Azazel, "What took you so long?" "We took a small detour to the mountaintop. I'm surprised to see you here, though." "What brings you?" Azazel replied as DXD gathered beneath the awnings and tents for shade. As Seraphal drew closer to the figure, she watched a Poseidon demigod use water to cool him down. When the demigod stepped back into the sunlight, Seraphal rushed to her sister, embracing her. "Sona-chan. It's been so long since I've seen you." "It's good to see you too, sister." Sona muttered, trying to suppress her discomfort. "And who is this handsome fellow?" Seraphal asked, approaching Reaper. "Who are you?" "I am Reaper. DXD's. Devilangel, Berserker, and third dragon bear," he began, but Sona nudged him, saying, "Just call him Reaper, the Devilangel." "Oh, is he the Devilangel? He is quite the catch." Seraphal beamed, hugging Reaper. "Actually, kind of already Sona's." Reaper chuckled awkwardly. Seraphal looked at him, her wand trembling in her hands. "Excuse me?" "Reaper, you might want to get ready for battle," Sona warned as she suddenly took off, followed by the demigods and gods. Azazel turned to Seraphal, saying, "Please don't hurt him. We need him for the battles ahead." As Reaper felt a trickle of blood pool around his feet, he noticed Fantasia's water beginning to freeze around her as she trembled, her eyes glowing. "You are my sister's what now?" she roared, unleashing a wave of ice that knocked Reaper off his feet, and chaos erupted in the camp. Reaper quickly regained his footing, his blood swirling around him as he formed several blood spears and launched them at Seraphal. He then summoned a blood wave, sending it crashing toward her, spikes forming as it advanced. Seraphal raised an ice barrier to block the spears, but Reaper's blood wave shattered it. She flipped away and conjured a massive ice spike, hurling it toward him. Reaper countered with a ball of souls, which collided with the spike, shattering it into icicles that scattered across the camp, rattling off the celestial bronze shields of the demigods. "No one is allowed to date my Sona-chan. Only if I approve," Seraphal shouted. Suddenly, she began freezing the ground, causing everyone to scatter. Reaper focused on his blood, forming ice of his own and sending it forth. As their ice fronts clashed, cracks splintered upwards. "Well, it's not like I forced her into it," Reaper said, drawing Angel's Bane and imbuing it with his blood, the blade glowing blood red. "Besides, I'm surprised you don't approve. I mean, you approved for me. Idiot. That was before I knew what you were doing." Seraphal shot a stream of ice from her wand at Reaper, who raised his blade but was pushed back by the sheer force. "Besides, you're a dirty, stupid Devilangel. No one likes you," she exclaimed, intensifying her attack. Reaper struggled against the ice, slowly scraping his way across it. He focused on the ice before him, attempting to convert it to blood, a feat he had never tried before. As he focused intently on his blood magic, he felt a sense of satisfaction watching the ice transform into blood ice. The demigods around him gasped in surprise, and Seraphol let out a startled squeal as her ice morphed into blood ice, forcing her to halt her attacks. The swirling blood around her resembled a tempest, and she exclaimed, "What? What is this?" "It's time you all see my true power," Reaper said darkly, raising his blade skyward. The blood followed his motion, shooting up into the sky. With a swift motion, he slashed downward, sending the blood whirling towards Seraphol. Expecting a heavy impact, she was instead startled as her clothing was torn away, causing her to drop to the ground in shock, trying to cover herself. The blood then returned to Reaper's containers at his hips and back as he sighed. "Why did you do that, Reaper?" Ares asked, his divine aura still radiating around him. "The goal wasn't to kill. Humiliation can be a form of defeat, right?" Reaper replied. Sona observed her sister trembling on the ground and approached her with a sigh. "Reaper, could you spare some clothing?" "Sure." Reaper responded, sending some blood that began to congeal into armor. As Seraphol watched, the armor took on a shape reminiscent of her outfit. However, Reaper then unequipped his own armor, letting it return to blood as he said, "Fantasia. I think." He didn't finish his thought as he suddenly fainted from the heat. Fantasia quickly caught him with her water, cooling him off while wondering about his actions. The army of approximately 2,000 Greek demigods was ready for combat 5 hours after the DXD group and the Ares demigods joined them. As they marched through the valley among the mountains, they were accompanied by demigods of Ares, Hephaestus, Athena, Apollo, and Hermes, along with the Greek gods Ares, Hephaestus, and Athena. Reaper walked alongside DXD, flanked by several women, Zenobia, Kuroka, Sona, and Seraphol. Fantasia was there to help cool him off, but many Ares demigods were also with him. Azazel walked alongside Ares, Hephaestus, and Athena, engaging in casual conversation. Issei walked with Rias and Asia, while Yudo was with Rosweiss, Kaneko, Aquino, and Gasper, all amidst the army. Valley, Biko, and Irina were nearby, mostly among the Hermes demigods. As Reaper walked, he felt Sona and Zenobia pressing close to him. He knew Kuroka was waiting for her chance to pull him away, but what concerned him most was Seraphol's intense gaze piercing through his armor. Turning to her, he asked, "Do you mind, Miss Leviathan?" Seraphol pouted and replied, "Sona, let go of that thing." Sona looked at her sister and said, "What do you have against him besides him embarrassing you earlier?" "I wish you had better taste in men," Seraphol huffed. "You'll understand once I explain everything." "It will make more sense," Sona assured her, maintaining her hold on Reaper's arm. Reaper heard Seraphol snort in response and sighed. "If you want a rematch, I can always oblige. Maybe next time, I can truly embarrass you in front of the army." Seraphol shot him a glowering look. Although he had created armor from his blood to cover her, the thought of wearing it made her uneasy. Still, she felt grateful he hadn't left her completely exposed. As she looked at him, she couldn't help but feel a mix of annoyance and gratitude. She resolved to gain his respect before considering him her equal, especially since she believed she was more charming than her sister. Kuroka sighed inwardly, not upset about Reaper's growing harem. Issei had one too, and if Reaper was becoming similar to him, she didn't mind as long as she was his first. However, watching Zenobia and Sona cling to him stirred some jealousy within her. As Azazel turned his attention from DXD to Ares, he asked, "Where are we headed?" "Mount Olympus," Ares replied. "I thought it was safe from an assault?" Azazel questioned. "It is, but it's also where the final piece of Hyperion is located. The enemy will likely try to seize it again, and until we eliminate them, they will keep coming," Ares explained. "So they're planning to attack Mount Olympus again?" Azazel asked. "It's likely, given the plans we've intercepted," Ares confirmed. "I hope you're right. Otherwise, we have 2,000 warriors waiting for no reason," Azazel remarked, watching the Greek army make its way through the valley. Eret had instructed him to attack and overwhelm the enemy as they had done before. As the Blood Drinker observed the enemy army advancing toward the trap he had set, he nodded to the old fallen angel beside him and commanded, "Release the trap." The man nodded and waved his halberd, causing several piles of loose rocks to tumble down the mountainside, trapping the Greeks. As he watched, the Blood Drinker formed his armor from swirling red blood and drew his dual blades, shouting, "Defeat them all." With that, hundreds of cows, devils, and fallen angels charged down the mountainside. The Blood Drinker raced straight toward the enemy, his black armor contrasting sharply with the blood swirling around him. Reaper noticed the ambush and summoned Angel's Bane, urging everyone, "Save as many demigods as you can." Zenobia summoned her sword and nodded, while Sona and Seraphal dashed away just as the Ares demigods scattered. Kuroka approached with Fantasia and said, "Make sure you all help and stay safe. I'm off to confront some cows." With that, Reaper sprouted his wings and soared into the air. As Kuroka and Fantasia watched him fly off, Kuroka looked at Fantasia, who had summoned her tails and ears to make them more prominent, and asked, "Ready to take down an enemy?" "Maybe?" Fantasia replied as explosions erupted around them. Rias and Akenu fired bolt after bolt into the enemy ranks descending from the mountains, while Asia stayed close to support Gasper. Yuto, Rosweiss, and Zenobia fought alongside some Hermes demigods, while Irina, Biko, and Valley engaged with the Athena demigods. This left Issei to draw his blade infused with Draig's power. He fired a powerful shot into a group of enemies, obliterating them, but was suddenly hit by a wave of blood that sent him tumbling. He quickly regained his footing and faced the source of the attack. Before him stood the enemy Blood Drinker, whose armor resembled Reaper's but was distinctly black. As the Blood Drinker approached, Issei struggled to rise when several blood wolves surged from behind the figure. These blood wolves were massive and required more blood to sustain themselves. As they charged at Issei, Draig warned, "Watch out! Their fangs are coated with acidic blood." "Thanks," Issei shouted as he slashed open one blood wolf. As blood demons began to appear to assist the wolves, he noticed the Blood Drinker twirling his dual, blood-red blades and ping his head to the side. "Strange. You are not afraid of me?" the demon asked. "I know another of your kind," Issei replied. The Blood Drinker shook his head. "Impossible. Wanna bet?" "Reaper," Issei called into the sky, his voice rising above the clashing blades and magic. Reaper landed heavily, folding his wings against his back. He looked up, Angel's Bane stained with the blood of the cows he had slain, and asked, "Who are you?" "You are the Devilangel?" "Finally. I see you for the first time," the Blood Drinker said as the blood wolves and blood demons retreated from the fight, backing away from their master. "I didn't come here for a conversation," Reaper declared, summoning his own blood demons and soul specters. "I came here to take your head." The other Blood Drinker grinned, his armor revealing his face. "I doubt you can kill me. You are still but a pup. Then show me your power." "Scum!" Reaper shouted, his Angel's Bane glowing with energy. "My name is not Scum. It's Savager," the Blood Drinker retorted. Azazel dispatched another fallen angel with his weaponized arm, watching as Ares unleashed his divine powers to obliterate a group. Suddenly, the whole battlefield erupted in light, and combatants on both sides turned in horror as streams of souls and blood surged into the sky, surrounding two figures near the edge of the main battle. "Everyone, run!" Azazel shouted just as two powerful blood waves collided, sending shockwaves through the ground and sending combatants flying as their summoned minions were instantly destroyed. Savager charged at Reaper, his wings propelling him forward as his dual blades sang through the air. Reaper blocked each attack with his heavy blade, pushing back against Savager. He then launched himself at Savager, his blade glowing with energy. Savager infused his own blades with power, bringing them up against Angel's Bane. The clash of their weapons created a shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them, forcing Savager to his knees as he struggled against Reaper's immense strength. In a swift move, he kicked Reaper's legs out from under him. As Reaper fell, Savager used his wings to spring away from the next attack. Both combatants locked eyes, their gazes burning with intensity. "You are a tough man to kill." "I like it," Savager said. "Well, I've faced tougher opponents than you," Reaper replied, rising and keeping his blade raised. Suddenly, both Savager and Reaper launched themselves at one another, summoning blood waves at the tips of their blades. When their weapons met, the mountains and valley shook violently, creating a rift in the ground below. As Issei watched, the opposing armies paused their fighting, captivated by the epic duel unfolding before them. Kuroka, Zenobia, Sona, Serafal, and Fantasia stood with Issei on a bluff overlooking the valley. Kuroka tensed as she saw Reaper being hammered into a mountainside, the rock crumbling around him. Reaper hit the ground hard but quickly shook himself off. As he rose and raised his blade, he saw Savager summon several blood swords, a variant of the blood spears, and launch them at him. Reaper summoned his blood spears and sent them to counter the swords. As the two attacks canceled each other out, Reaper unleashed a storm of souls at Savager. Savager clutched his ears and dropped his blades. When he looked up, Reaper struck his knee into Savager's stomach, causing him to cough and stumble. Reaper then swept his foot around in a circle, knocking Savager to the ground in a cloud of dust. Savager rolled just as Reaper attempted to crush his skull with a boot. He dashed toward his blades, bringing them together to form a singular blade of blood as he hissed. Reaper hissed back and charged at Savager, their large blades clashing in a spray of blood and sparks. They struggled to push each other back, but Reaper was suddenly forced back as Savager landed a hard hit to his ribs. Reaper deflected the blade away and grabbed Savager, feeling his armor breach and a slight sting from the impact. He then rammed his blade into Savager's armor. Reaper's blade glanced off Savager's stomach armor, while Savager aimed for Reaper's ribs. As Savager watched Reaper, Reaper followed up with a headbutt and then spun around, aiming for Savager's chest with his blade. Savager was thrown back as Reaper unleashed a blood wave, sending him crashing into the mountainside. Rocks tumbled down as Savager landed on the ground, quickly grabbing his blade and standing up. Suddenly, Savager charged at Reaper, and they tumbled together. He managed to disarm Reaper and landed a punch, sending Reaper's helmet flying. Reaper retaliated with a powerful blow, but Savager responded in kind. Reaper dodged Savager's counterattack and attempted to jump kick him, but Savager caught his leg and struck Reaper's chest with his elbow. Reaper grunted in pain as Savager then slammed a fist into his chest. "Why isn't he using Dragon Scale?" Valle asked. "This fight would be over almost instantly. Because this is personal. And I think he wants to win with his own strength, not just rely on his armor," Azazel replied. Suddenly, Reaper was launched far away as Savager prepared for another attack. The cow's army roared, and the demigods shouted encouragement to Reaper. As he got up, he noticed a bulkier Savager approaching. "Ready to die, little blood drinker?" Savager taunted. Reaper grinned, pulling out a flask from behind him. He took a swig, and blood and souls dripped from his chin and armor as he smashed the flask on the ground. "Funny thing. You think you have me, when I'm just beginning." With newfound speed, Reaper dashed forward, and the two clashed again. Reaper struck Savager with a fist and summoned Angel's Bane with a long thread of blood. Savager did the same with his blade, and they faced each other. "This ends now," Savager declared. "Yes, it does," Reaper replied. They charged at one another, their blades imbued with blood as they summoned their powerful waves. The moment their weapons collided, an immense explosion erupted, shaking the valley and the surrounding mountains. Both armies felt the tremors. As the smoke and dust settled, Azazel watched in awe. Both Reaper and Savager remained standing, their weapons having cracked the ground before them. Suddenly, an explosion of blood erupted from Savager as he split in two, collapsing to the ground. Reaper stumbled, blood splattering everywhere. The demigod roared in triumph, and as the cow's brigade fled, Reaper could only remember Kuroka rushing over to help him before he collapsed and lost consciousness. When he awoke, he felt warmth surrounding him. There were two bodies on his sides, one beneath his head and one around his waist. He noticed that his insides felt whole again, and there were no scars or bandages on him. The last sensation was cold water all over him, as if someone had drenched him while he was unconscious. Now fully aware, he opened his eyes and groaned. Rias was nestled against his waist, using his stomach as a pillow while softly snoring. Kuroka lay beneath his head, her tails wrapped around his neck as she held him gently. Zenobia slept on his left side, her breathing causing her form to press against his arm. To his surprise, he noticed Fantasia on his right side, still in her armor while the other girls were completely bare. She was pressed against him, her arms beneath her head as a makeshift pillow, her green hair spilling around her head. As he took in the scene, he groaned again and tried to sit up, but Kuroka pulled him back into her embrace. No, 5 more minutes. Reaper sighed. 5 more minutes, and I'll lose all feeling in my body. Can I please have it back, girls? Rias stirred and looked at him. But you're so comfy. Don't you say the same thing to Issei? Reaper asked, raising an eyebrow. Fine. I'll leave, Rias said as she sat up, the covers slipping away. He wasn't surprised to find himself without clothes. As he examined himself, hoping to see a scar from his battle, he noticed there was nothing, not even the usual white mark. As the other girls began to wake, he caught Fantasia's gaze, and she blushed deeply before quickly looking away. Someone give me my clothes back, for goodness sake, Reaper exclaimed, scanning the room until Kuroka handed him his night clothes. He quickly put them on and began searching for the rest of his outfit. Does he always sleep like that? Fantasia asked, glancing at Kuroka, who was covering herself with her tails and arms. No, we had to do that, Kuroka replied with a small giggle. But, embarrassed to see a boy for the first time? Fantasia blushed even deeper, got up, and left the room. Once Reaper finished dressing in his school clothes, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. Welcome, Reaper, to Mount Olympus, a goddess above him announced, wearing a radiant pink dress with her blonde hair neatly tied up. Her heart-shaped pink eyes sparkled as she floated above him while the girls moved around the room to get dressed. As Reaper looked around the room, made of what appeared to be white marble, he gazed out a towering window. They were perched on clouds, surrounded by Greek buildings and lush gardens. He could see Greek demigods and gods walking about. Olympus? Who are you? Reaper asked, bewildered. You may call me Aphrodite, the goddess of love, she replied with a warm smile. Oh, why is it that I keep ending up with such unusual women? Reaper muttered. It's cute that you think I would be interested in you, but no such luck this time, Aphrodite said with a light giggle as she floated down to the ground. However, as the goddess of love, I can't help but sense the wave of affection filling this room, she continued, watching the girls slowly exit. Yeah. If only I didn't feel so uncomfortable. Reaper sighed. In order to heal you, Fantasia needed a supply of water. It will dry up soon enough, Aphrodite explained, circling around him. It's hard to imagine you as a terrifying demon. Reaper raised an eyebrow at her comment. You must be hungry and thirsty. The others from DXD are currently recuperating from the battle, she said. Reaper nodded, and together they left the room, heading toward the place she mentioned. As Seraphal and Sona walked side by side toward their friends, Seraphal glanced at her sister and asked, So, how did you first meet Reaper? When he joined the House of Grenmory, Rias was quite unhappy about her brother's choice. When I first saw Reaper, I didn't really see him the way I do now, Sona explained. Later, we met at a celebration hosted by Archangel Michael, and that's when we were attacked. Sona continued. I was one of the few survivors from my house when Edom attacked the party and took me prisoner. The experience was so traumatic that I can hardly bear to recall it. But it was Reaper who saved me, along with Saji and Tsubaki. Seraphal was taken aback, not only by her sister's harrowing experience but also by the fact that Reaper had been the one to rescue her. Sona smiled softly. After that, things started to improve. Seraphal sighed, puffing out her cheeks. I know I'm supposed to tease you right now, but honestly, I feel a bit jealous. Jealous? Why? Sona asked. You got to Reaper first, and now I'm left watching you fawn over him, Seraphal pouted. You do realize he's building a harem, right? Sona pointed out. I don't care. I want him all to myself. Seraphol exclaimed. Sona adjusted her glasses and said, Seraphol, don't let jealousy consume you. Be happy you got to meet him at all. Seraphol nodded, and as they continued walking, they unexpectedly ran into Reaper, who was accompanied by Aphrodite. The two groups exchanged glances, and Seraphol bowed slightly to the goddess. Lady Aphrodite. Good morning, Seraphol Leviathan, and to you as well, Sona Leviathan, Aphrodite replied, while Reaper added, Morning, you too. Morning, Reaper, Sona said, slowly wrapping her arms around his as she rested her cheek on his shoulder. Reaper smiled, and so did Aphrodite. Just as they were about to move on, Seraphol stepped forward and said, Perhaps I owe you an apology. Reaper tilted his head, and as Aphrodite moved ahead, Seraphol continued, I became jealous when I learned my sister had you for herself. But after she explained how you saved her, I realized I can't truly be jealous of her, Seraphol admitted. So, I'm going to share you now, she declared, throwing herself at Reaper. Gwa! Reaper exclaimed as he stumbled, both girls landing on him. Seraphol smiled, sighing in happiness. I finally feel like myself again, yay. Reaper sighed but felt grateful that things were returning to a sense of normalcy. Meanwhile, Issei sat with Rias, Aquino, Yuto, Gasper, Zenobia, Kaneko, Kuroka, Irina, Biko, Vale, Rosswise, and Issei. It wasn't long before Seraphol, Sona, Reaper, and Aphrodite entered the room, catching Azazel's attention as he noticed Seraphol escorting Reaper alongside Sona. Well, Issei remarked. Your harem is growing. Oh hush. I don't need your comments this morning, especially after what you did with Rias on the plane, Reaper shot back, giving Issei a pointed look. I wouldn't be surprised if you did the same with Asia last night while I was out cold. Issei frowned and Asia said, I'm leaving before this gets messy. She stood up and exited the room, prompting Aphrodite to scold Reaper. You know, a lady's feelings are more delicate than you might think. Reaper sighed, feeling a bit guilty. He then noticed something. Wait, where is Fantasia? She's with the other demigods, preparing the defenses. Join us for a meal, Azazel replied. As Reaper looked around, Aphrodite poured herself a glass of water, which suddenly transformed into blood, slithering out of the pitcher. As Reaper passed by, it crept up his leg, and he began to drink it, saying, I'm going to eat and run this time. Everyone fell silent as he walked past. Aphrodite stared at the pitcher, which filled with water again, and asked, Does he do that often? No, but aside from that, this food is absolutely delicious, Azazel said. Reaper walked slowly through the many gardens on Mount Olympus, the fragrant scents almost making him sneeze. There were all types of flowers, from orchids to tulips to roses, and various trees like oaks and spruces. As he continued along, he heard orders being shouted and turned to see Fantasia assisting some Hephaestus demigods in erecting a barricade adorned with spikes. He jogged over and asked, Need any help? Yeah, sure. We could use some help finishing the barricades, replied one of the demigods, wiping sweat from his forehead. Reaper nodded and summoned his blood demons and soul specters, who rushed down the bridge toward the barricades that had already been prepared. Fantasia, who had been using water to assist, watched in astonishment as Reaper and his summoned minions began to set up the barricades. He grunted, exerting every ounce of strength to move heavy timber and steel pipes. Once the next barricade was completed, Reaper was drenched in sweat but pressed on to the next one. As the demigods watched him, Fantasia hurried over, conjuring water to help as the rest of the demigods joined in, working together as a cohesive team. After some time, when the last barricade was in place, Reaper dismissed his summoned servants, equally drenched in sweat. Fantasia looked at him and said, Thanks for helping out. Sure thing. You saved my life, so it's the least I can do, Reaper replied. As he watched the other demigods walk away, he sat down on the marble path, and Fantasia joined him. He noticed her hair being tousled by the gentle breeze and asked, So, why did you join the others in my room? Oh, I passed out trying to heal you. Everyone else was helping too, but you were in critical condition when we found you. It took all my magic to save you, Fantasia explained, brushing her hair behind her ear. Reaper nodded and looked around. Want some breakfast? I skipped mine to find you and help out, so I'm kind of starving. Here then, said Fantasia, pulling out a dagger. Just as she was about to make a small cut on her hand, Reaper stopped her. No, don't do that. I mean real food. Blood can only energize me so much. I need actual food to keep going. Fantasia nodded and stood up. Also, I need to ask you something about Kuroka. What about her? Reaper inquired. Does she always nibble on your ears when she sleeps? Fantasia asked, massaging her own ears. I wouldn't know. I sleep like a rock. Ibrim and Eret stood just below Mount Olympus's main entrance, with a horde of old devils and old fallen angels behind them. Eret was displeased that Savager had been killed by the Devilangel. He turned to his lieutenant, Ibrim, and asked, Is everything ready for the assault? Yes, Eret. The chimeras are ready to launch on your command. Ibrim, though annoyed at being second in command, was eager for action. And what about the Gorgons and the Giants? Eret pressed. Ready on your command, along with the numerous Scythian drachni you've found lurking about. Good, Eret said, raising his wavy, serpent-like sword. Now we wait for the right moment to strike. When Fantasia and Reaper arrived at the mess hall, the noise was overwhelming, prompting Reaper to cover his ears. You okay, Reaper? Fantasia asked. Yeah, it's just really loud, he replied, scanning the room. Wind spirits flitted about, serving food and drink as demigods sat on wooden benches around long tables. The Greek colonnades stretched high above them, and braziers of green Greek fire flickered around the hall where the gods themselves sat on their thrones at the far end. Reaper spotted Ares, Hephaestus, Poseidon, Hades, Aphrodite, Hermes, Apollo, Athena, and 2 more gods. Fantasia leaned in and whispered, Those are the top gods Zeus and Hera, the parents of the gods and goddesses. Reaper nodded and continued walking with Fantasia toward where everyone else was seated. Zenobia, Seraphal, Sona, and Kuroka waved at him from one side of the table, their plates still full. Issei sat with Asia, Rias, Aquino, Rosweiss, Kaneko, and Gasper, already enjoying their meals. Across from them sat Irina, Biko, Valley, and Azul, who were quietly eating. As Kuroka watched Reaper enter with Fantasia, she noticed a sheen of sweat on him. The embers of jealousy flared within her, and she resented the women around her even more as her tails curled around her. She began to eat just as Reaper sat down. Fantasia watched as air spirits placed food and water before her. A tall glass of blood floated down in front of Reaper, accompanied by some regular water. As normal food was set before him, Reaper's armor melted away to reveal his school clothes. He sighed, rolled his neck, and took a whiff of the blood. That's unusual, Reaper remarked, noticing a faint golden glow emanating from the glass. What is it? Azazel asked with a small smirk. There's something else in it, Reaper replied, eyeing the glass carefully. And this concerns you? Seraphal inquired. Even I need to be cautious about what I drink. Oh well, I guess. Reaper muttered as he began to drink the crimson liquid. However, he soon noticed something unusual in it, something that felt otherworldly, as if it belonged to a god. Turning his gaze toward the deities, he spotted one of them wrapping a small cut on his finger, a faint grin on his face. I see what you did there. Ares, Reaper murmured, focusing on the sensation building within him. He felt a surge of strength flowing through his veins, invigorated by the essence of Ares. The aftertaste was a mix of adrenaline and spirit. Setting the glass down, he took a sip of water to cleanse his palate before realizing he was now having lunch instead of breakfast. So, what do you think of that blood drinker, Savager? Azazel asked suddenly, nearly causing Reaper to choke. Straightening up, Reaper reflected on his encounter with Savager. The blood drinker had been formidable, possibly a berserker, but Reaper had surprised him with his own strength. Although he was strong, not as strong as I expected. If the Soul Knight is similar, this war might be easier to win than I thought. Don't get cocky. We still have Hyperion to deal with, Valley interjected from nearby. Thanks for the reminder. But that is concerning. As they continued their meal amidst the background chatter, Kuroka's gaze lingered on Reaper. The resentment she felt was slowly transforming into a desire for him to be with her, rather than the other girls. She no longer cared who they were or if they were his friends. Reaper was hers, and she was determined to make him hers tonight, regardless of what anyone else thought. Her eyes began to cloud with emotion, and Reaper noticed this from the corner of his eye, concern washing over him. As he sipped the blood again, he pondered the complexities of having a harem and how it might affect the girls' perceptions of him. He sighed and returned to his meal, unaware that Aphrodite was watching him closely. Though she wasn't romantically interested in him, she understood that his emotional connections could either empower him in battle or lead to his downfall. As she observed him glancing at Kuroka with concern, she sensed something was amiss and contemplated how she could assist in nurturing their relationships. The night sky was exceptionally clear, the absence of clouds revealing the moon in all its glory. Reaper, dressed in his nightshirt and boxers, gazed up at the celestial body when he heard the door behind him open and close. Turning around, he saw Kuroka in a nightshirt that reached her thighs. "Hey, what are you doing up so late?" Reaper asked, noticing that he was the only one in the room besides Kuroka, as everyone else had chosen to sleep in separate rooms that night. "Can't sleep without a cuddle buddy, Naya," Kuroka replied, offering a small smile. Reaper noticed the haze in her eyes as she approached his bed. Concerned, he asked, "What's wrong?" She paused, turning to him with a hint of surprise. "Nothing's wrong. What makes you say that?" Closing the distance between them, Reaper pointed gently at her eyes. "Your eyes look hazy. I've never seen that before. I'm going to assume you're troubled by something." Kuroka attempted a smile, but under his steady gaze, she felt herself falter. "Fine." She sat down, and as Reaper joined her, she confessed, "You barely pay me any attention anymore." "Have I?" he asked, genuinely surprised. "You've been flirting with the other girls so much that I feel like I'm not important to you anymore," Kuroka admitted, puffing her cheeks slightly. "It makes me feel jealous." Reaper lowered his head, and when she looked at him, he said softly, "I'm sorry." Kuroka observed him as he continued, "I guess this is why having a harem can be a bad idea. Because every time I'm with one girl, I end up making the others feel jealous." "I don't think all the other girls are as jealous as I am," Kuroka replied, her eyes slowly regaining their usual brightness. Seeing this change, Reaper smiled warmly. "Your eyes are back to normal. I guess I hit the nail on the head." She smiled back, and as he gently wrapped an arm around her, she felt a blush creep onto her cheeks when he drew her closer and pressed a light kiss to her lips. Above them, Aphrodite, who had been observing, sighed contentedly. "I'm good. Ah, now to see how far Dragon Cat goes." Kuroka broke the kiss first, her hands resting on Reaper's face. Even though I haven't kissed many men, you have some of the softest lips I've felt. Probably not the ears, though. I hear you've been nibbling on Fantasia's ears. Why is that?" Reaper teased. She giggled, feeling his hands wrap around her back. "What? You don't know? Ears are seriously the best part to nibble on because it gets people excited so quickly." With another giggle, he leaned in and kissed her again. She responded by wrapping her arms around his neck, and they sat on the edge of the bed, sharing gentle kisses that were sweet but not overly passionate. As Kuroka gradually moved closer, she felt his hands settle on her waist, and she smiled warmly. "I don't think I'll ever find a reason to not love you. Unless I turn into a monster and drain you of all your blood," Reaper joked, chuckling as he poked her side. She squeaked in surprise, flicking her tails at him playfully. "Don't do that, Naya. Meanie." "Have I finally found your weak spot?" he asked, preparing to poke her again when she suddenly launched herself at him, tackling him onto the bed. She traced her fingers along his chest and abdomen. "Naya," she said, looking up at him with her chin resting on his chest. "Poke," Reaper said, playfully poking her nose with a finger. She smiled and, as she pulled the covers over both of them, said softly, "Good night, Reaper." "Good night, kitty," he replied, lifting her chin so they were eye to eye. With a playful bite on her ear, she began to purr, enjoying the moment. Ibrim observed the Scythian drachni, chimeras, gorgons, and giants growing restless among the camp of old fallen and devils. Looking back, he noticed Eret was no longer beside him. "Where did you go, you foolish fallen?" Ibrim muttered, scanning the area. Meanwhile, Eret was with Dragon Destroyer, hovering in the air. As he gazed at the top of Mount Olympus, a light suddenly shone from the clouds surrounding the Grand Palace. A small smile crept onto his face as he dove down to land, where several of his men and Ibrim gathered around him. "Good news, we march now. Our ally within the fortress above has cleared us a path into Mount Olympus," Eret announced. "Once there, the monsters will keep the demigods occupied while the old devils and fallen handle the gods, goddesses, and especially those pesky DXD, allowing Ibrim and me to pursue our objective. Now!" Eret shouted, drawing his serpent sword. "To battle!" When Kuroka woke up, she found herself comfortably nestled against Reaper. As she looked down at him, a smile spread across her face. She leaned down and gently brushed her lips against his before sitting up, realizing she was perched on his lap. Reaper stirred, managing to glance up at Kuroka. He smiled and stretched as she teased him, "Having trouble, little Devilangel?" "Oh no. I just want 5 more minutes," he replied, suddenly rolling over, causing Kuroka to tumble onto the bed. Her shocked expression quickly transformed into a grin. "Come on. I know Azazel is on his way here with a drink in hand, probably hoping to catch us still asleep. Why don't we surprise him for once?" Kuroka suggested, crawling closer to him. He sighed before sitting up and said, "Fine. Have it your way." With a swift motion, he tossed the covers aside and got out of bed. Kuroka followed, smiling at him. As he looked her over, his school clothes appeared around him. "Are you going to get dressed, or are you ready for the day in that?" She rolled her eyes and summoned her own kimono. "You know summoning my clothes isn't quite the same as putting them on myself." "Weirdo," Reaper teased as he headed toward the nearby door. They walked down the hall together toward the mess hall when they unexpectedly ran into Rias, Aquino, and Issei, who were coming from his room. Issei smirked and said, "I see you two are back at it again." "Whatever. It took you how long to get some?" 3 seasons, 5 ovas, and this fanfic. "I have better chances than you do," Reaper shot back. Issei gave him a look, and in a playful moment, Reaper stuck his tongue out. Rias and Kuroka exchanged smiles and shook their heads at the antics of their 2 partners. They escorted the 2 boys down the hallway, while Aquino smiled, wrapping her arms around both boys to keep them from getting too rowdy, her presence acting as a playful barrier. Fantasia watched as Rias, Aquino, Kuroka, Issei, and Reaper approached her. She adjusted her posture slightly, gripping her shield and sword, her armor glinting in the light. Mixed feelings swirled within her. She hadn't confided in Reaper that she didn't want to leave her demigod brethren, not even for the one she liked or even loved. Shaking her head, she reminded herself that the world of devils, angels, and fallen was not meant for a demigod of Poseidon, despite the presence of Buddhist and Norse gods. She felt a disconnect from them, as none were children of the gods. As they drew near, Seraphal and Sona suddenly appeared on either side of her. Sona teased, "Are you enjoying the view?" Startled, Fantasia jumped, her armor shifting slightly but revealing nothing. The sisters chuckled and Seraphal asked, "What's going on with you?" "Nothing. Just thinking." Fantasia replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. "About what?" "We might be able to help," Sona encouraged. "Not that kind of thinking." Fantasia muttered, attempting to walk away when she bumped into another demigod. His name was Jason Maris, a demigod of Hermes, clad in light brown armor and wielding a simple sword and shield. His fair, angular face and stormy eyes met hers as he said, "I'm on patrol. What about you?" "I'm on guard detail," she replied, standing next to a barricade. "It looks more like you're chatting than guarding," Jason remarked. Fantasia suppressed a scowl. Jason had a tendency to annoy others, and his combat skills were lacking. Even she was better than him, and she didn't appreciate his presence. As Seraphal and Sona exchanged glances with Jason, Reaper, Aquino, Issei, Kuroka, and Rias turned their attention to them. Reaper wanted to greet her but suddenly halted. Rias noticed and asked, "What's wrong? Something feels off." "You know." Reaper replied, scanning the area. A wave of magic washed over them, and Rias peered past Fantasia and her barricade. She spotted a horde of monsters charging up the bridge and shouted, "Enemy attack!" Scythian Drachni surged forward, armed with spears, blades, and shields, while chimeras and gorgons soared through the air. Giants followed the Drachni, and a wave of old devils and fallen flew in, some firing magic shots toward Mount Olympus. Reaper's armor and Angel's bane materialized as he asked Issei, "You ready for this?" "Yeah," Issei replied, transforming into his scale mail. Rias and Kuroka began to summon their powers, while Fantasia scrambled to grab her horn from her belt. Seraphal and Sona prepared their magic, Sona muttering, "Took them long enough to show up." Just as Fantasia brought the horn to her lips, Jason's sword shattered it. Everyone turned to him as he grinned and shouted, "It's time for the rise of the true Lord of the Earth. Hyperion, true Lord of the Sun." His armor glowed brilliantly, and several other demigods in golden armor appeared behind him. Fantasia was hardly surprised, but then she heard a barricade being broken down. Looking behind her, she saw a barricade collapsing as Scythian Drachni charged forward. She turned to Seraphal and Sona, "Can you hold them back?" "No," Rias said as she and Kuroka stepped forward. "We shall crush them," Akino declared, appearing with a fierce grin as she unleashed a bolt of lightning at the advancing horde. Kaneko sprinted with a cardboard box containing Gasper, while Yuto, Zenobia, and Rosweiss followed closely behind. As Rosweiss glanced back, she summoned a surge of lightning and unleashed it behind them. The crackling energy surged through the air, sending the pursuing traitor demigods tumbling to the ground, but more continued to chase after them. "They won't give up," shouted Zenobia, frustration evident in her voice. "They will after this." Yuto replied, summoning his sword. Sword birth. A wave of demon swords materialized before him, hurtling toward the group of Hyperion demigods. Many of them froze in shock as Rosweiss raised the earth beneath them, sending the swords flying into their ranks. Several demigods were overwhelmed by the onslaught, while others sought refuge behind their massive celestial bronze shields. As the group pressed on, Zenobia cut her hand with her holy devil sword and called to Gasper in the cardboard box, "Get ready to freeze time." "Why yeah," he stammered in response. They rushed through the halls, nearing the end when the sounds of battle echoed ahead. "Do you think the others are all right?" Rosweiss asked, her concern growing. Knowing Reaper, he's likely holding his own. As for Issei, he's probably making the enemy pay for their actions, Yuto replied, gripping his sword tightly. Suddenly, they halted, taken aback by the sight before them. A massive clash unfolded between the true demigods allied with the Olympian gods and the traitorous Hyperion demigods. Swords and spears flew through the air in the expansive gardens, leaving the group momentarily speechless. But their moment of awe was interrupted by shouts from behind as the Hyperion demigods charged after them. "We need to move!" Yuto shouted, darting through the opening. As a demigod lunged at him, Yuto's sword cleaved through the enemy's shield and armor, sending him sprawling. Just then, Zenobia followed Yuto, only to be confronted by another demigod. She moved her sword through their shield, and the impact sent a spray of energy back at her. Kaneko ducked under a spear aimed at her head as chaos erupted around them. In a swift motion, she punched through a demigod's shield, using the opening to unleash a burst of Nikomata magic at her opponent. "Where do you think the others are?" Zenobia asked, blocking another attack. Suddenly, a magical explosion erupted in the distance, near the bridges. Kaneko pointed in that direction. "That way, near the bridges." "Then we need to head there," Rosweiss declared, unleashing another blast of lightning at a group of Hyperions. As the demigods cried out and fell, she noticed several magic blasts raining down upon them. Old devils and fallen joined the fray, and Yuto cursed as he witnessed some of their foes struck down by lightning. He turned to see Valley appearing in his scale mail, with Irina and Biko descending beside him. Irina wielded her 2 holy blades, while Biko twirled his staff, knocking out demigods in his path. Where are Issei and the others? Vale asked. We think they're at the bridges, Yuto replied. Then we better get there fast. Vale urged. But just then, a wave of Scythane Drachni joined the battle, having slipped past Rias and the others. The Olympian demigods struggled to maintain their ground as the old devils and fallen engaged them. Yuto assessed the situation and said, "We need to help out. Otherwise, this whole place is going to fall." Where's Asia? Vale asked. I believe she's with Issei and the others by the bridges, Zenobia said, blocking another attack. Why? If she isn't safe by the end of today, we won't last long against another assault, Vale replied, firing bolts of magic at the enemy. Asia ran alongside Azul and Ares, who were hot on her heels. As Ares cursed and hurled his spear, it soared through the air, landing among the Hyperions and exploding. He summoned it back, grumbling, "These traitorous demigods have no idea what they're up against." Kids these days, Azazel remarked, transforming his hand into a sword just as a demigod appeared. The boy screamed as he was swiftly dispatched, but the trio pressed on without hesitation. Where do you think Issei and the others are? Asia asked as they ran. Somewhere there's fighting. Azazel replied. Suddenly, a group of Hyperion demigods blocked their path. Ares raised his spear and, with a powerful swing, sent them crashing aside, his stature towering over them. The group continued past the fallen foes. Why would demigods challenge a titan? Asia wondered aloud. That's a good question. Ares mused, glancing back to see more pursuers joining the chase. Regardless, we need to regroup with the rest of DXD and take back the initiative before the enemy gains a stronger foothold, Azazel urged. Just then, a roar echoed from outside, and they turned to see the chimera crashing through a nearby window. The beast stood nearly as tall as Ares, its main head resembling a lion. It unleashed a torrent of fire at the trio, while the Hyperions cheered the creature on, taunting them. The chimera's back featured a goat head that spewed green flames, and as Asia caught sight of the snake-like tail, it snapped at her, sending a chill down her spine. Ares shouted, Azazel, take the girl and run. I have a pest to deal with. As Azazel grasped Asia's hand and fled, Ares roared, brandishing his sword and spear as the chimera charged at him, flames erupting from its heads. Reaper struck down another Hyperion demigod, feeling the splatter of energy against his armor. He blocked an incoming attack from a Drachni, aware that the barricades would soon fall despite their efforts. He had summoned numerous soul specters, blood demons, and even a few blood wolves to assist Aquino, Seraphal, Rias, and Kuroka in holding the remaining 3 barricades, as the Drachni relentlessly assaulted them. The battlefield was littered with the remnants of the Hyperion demigods Jason had fought alongside at the beginning. Issei blocked another attack, grabbing an enemy demigod and tossing them over the edge, hearing their scream as they fell. How much longer can we hold them off? Where are our friends? He shouted. Knowing our luck, they're busy fighting the other demigods. Reaper replied, sending a dozen demigods over the edge with a surge of energy. He was tiring, and as he looked around, he blocked another blade and pushed the attacker back. Suddenly, a giant knocked Reaper off his feet, looming over Issei. Looking up, Issei summoned a powerful shot. Power shot! His twin cannons blasted a massive hole in the giant's chest, causing it to crash to the ground. Are you all right? Issei called to Reaper. Yeah. Reaper muttered, getting back on his feet just in time to see another barricade fall. Rias unleashed a bolt of magic into the advancing horde, while the demons, specters, and wolves fought fiercely to hold the line. Hold the line. We can't let them through. Rias commanded. I wish I could take them out in one blow, but I'm running low on energy. Reaper admitted, rejoining Issei just as they heard a girl shout nearby. They turned to see Fantasia battling Jason, bloodied and struggling. She had 2 long gashes on her arm and side, wielding only her sword as Jason taunted her, You're still as weak as ever. Fantasia! Reaper shouted, but a swarm of Drachni attacked him. As he fought them off, he searched for something to help her. Then he spotted a nearby water fountain still functioning. He charged toward it, barreling through 2 demigods before raking his claws across another's face. The boy cried out as he fell back. Reaper raised his sword to block a spear and pushed the attacker away when another grabbed his arm, trying to wrest his sword from him. "Bad move," he said darkly, using a swift kick to incapacitate the demigod. Taking the energy from the fallen foes, he formed a spear and hurled it at another enemy, hitting them squarely. Reaching the fountain, he transformed the water into a crimson wave, directing it toward Fantasia. It drained much of his energy, but he pressed on. Just then, Fantasia was knocked back, and Reaper rushed the blood toward her, a torrent of red surging through the air. "Fantasia!" he shouted as the wave approached the duel. Both she and Jason looked up just as the blood reached them. "Use this," he called out, expending the last of his energy to revert it back to water. Just before it hit the ground, Fantasia used her powers to catch the water, forming it around her. "You son," Jason began, but was suddenly engulfed by the water, trapped in a swirling sphere. Fantasia struggled to maintain control as Jason thrashed, attempting to escape. Eventually, he succumbed, and Fantasia, exhausted, released the water over the edge before collapsing, though she remained conscious. Issei rushed to her side, glancing at Reaper, who had passed out from exhaustion. "Look out, Issei!" Akino shouted, launching a lightning bolt overhead. Issei shielded Fantasia with his body, turning to see the Chimera Ares had been battling crash into one of the barricades, sending Drachni tumbling over the edges. Ares appeared, sword in hand, his aura radiating power. "Is that the best you got?" he shouted. The Chimera roared, flames from its lion's head engulfing several Drachni as Ares tackled it down. Holding it with one arm, he raised his sword, and as the remaining Drachni fled, he brought it down, slicing the creature in half. Looking at the aftermath, Ares declared, "I got this," raising a hand. The bridge erupted in a series of brilliant lights, resembling miniature explosions. As the DXD members shielded their eyes, Rias remarked, "That's power. Bar none." When the light faded, the battlefield was littered with remnants of the enemy, who were now fleeing in terror. Ares surveyed the scene, hearing the distant sounds of ongoing fighting. "We still have a lot to clean up. But this should stop the enemy from getting more reinforcements," he said, and Rias nodded as he moved on to assist with the remaining battles. Eret and Ibrim defeated the last of the demigod guards at the entrance. Eret aimed Dragon Destroyer at the gate, and with a powerful shot, the gates blew inward. He holstered the gun lance, and they both stepped cautiously into the vast chamber. The walls were adorned with murals and intricate designs made of celestial bronze. As they approached the object on the pedestal, Eret remarked, "Wow. It's much larger than I anticipated." At the center, Hyperion's head was displayed, cleanly severed. Its eyes were closed, and its golden hair glimmered faintly beneath a crown that resembled a halo, almost like a star. "Shall we take it and finally leave?" Ibrim asked, watching Eret approach the head. "Yes. The monsters and demigods have served their purpose. It's time to conclude this," Eret replied, placing the head into a special bag that shrank it to a manageable size before securing it to his belt. With their wings unfurled, they glided swiftly out of the grand building, determined to finish what they had started. The scene outside was chaotic, with fallen foes scattered everywhere, monsters, Hyperion demigods, and Olympian demigods alike. Reaper walked through the aftermath in his armor, focusing on eliminating any remaining enemy survivors. Beside him were Fantasia and Issei, swords drawn. Issei nudged a fallen Hyperion demigod and asked Reaper, "Do you think any of them are still alive?" "No," Reaper replied, glancing at a particular corpse that was missing half its face. "They either perished or took their own lives to avoid capture." "What a waste," Issei sighed. Fantasia winced, and Reaper noticed her wound still bleeding despite his earlier efforts to freeze it. He sighed as he watched more blood drip from her injury and called out, "Grendel?" Several demigods approached, and one asked, "Who's Grendel?" With a roar, Grendel descended from the sky in her human form, her wings spreading wide to slow her descent. As she landed gracefully, she looked up at Reaper with her striking red eyes and white armor. "What do you need, Reaper?" "Please heal Fantasia." "I'm too drained from fighting," Reaper said, observing the blood ice on Fantasia begin to melt. "Of course," Grendel replied, but one of the demigods joked, "What are you going to do? Rub your—" "You know." Grendel's eyes glowed red, and she transformed into a dragon. The demigods quickly formed a defensive line as she hissed and unleashed a brief burst of blood fire, causing them to retreat. She then shifted back and approached Fantasia, who was gripping her injured arm in. "Stay still," Grendel instructed. As Fantasia steadied herself against the pain, pools of blood encircled her. The wound transformed from a cut to frost, then solidified into ice. When Grendel finished, Fantasia felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Thank you," she said, looking at Grendel with gratitude. "You are welcome," Grendel replied, nodding at Issei before moving to Reaper's side. "Where do you think the others are?" Issei asked, noting that Rias, Aquino, and Kuroka had gone off to deal with any remaining enemies. "Probably with everyone else." "In the center of the battle," Reaper said, beginning to walk toward the area with the most fallen foes. Grendel followed closely, with Issei and Fantasia trailing behind. The center of Olympus was filled with the aftermath of battle, the bodies of fallen warriors lying in heaps as the surviving Olympian demigods worked to gather the remains for a respectful farewell later. Grendel surveyed the scene and turned to Reaper, saying, "Such a waste of warriors." "Many of them were our allies who turned against us," Reaper replied, glancing at their companions nearby. Vale, Zenobia, Irina, Biko, Yuto, Rosweiss, and Gasper were all visibly exhausted, their clothes stained from the fight. They were scattered around the center, trying to regain their strength. Near one of the few remaining water fountains, Kuroka, Rias, Aquino, and Asia sat on the edge, watching the chaos unfold. Asia spotted Reaper and Grendel approaching with Issei and Fantasia behind them. She waved them over and Issei asked, "Are you all right, Asia?" "Yes. Everyone is just tired from the fighting. Only a few minor injuries were reported." "You and Fantasia seem to have it the worst," Asia replied. Grendel looked around, seeking direction from Reaper. He suggested, "Grendel, could you get some drinks for everyone? Water would be great." "Of course, Reaper," she responded, sprouting her wings and taking off in a flurry of dust. Reaper sat down next to Kuroka, who looked at him curiously. As he leaned back, he accidentally splashed into the fountain, sending water flying towards the girls. Aquino raised an eyebrow as he sank into the shallow water, the coldness seeping into his armor. Just then, Fantasia leaped in after him, her green hair flowing through the water as she used her powers to warm it, creating a cozy atmosphere. Reaper sighed in contentment, allowing his armor to dissolve, leaving him in soaked school clothes. The girls giggled at his predicament, and in a playful moment, he pulled Kuroka into the warm water, causing her to squeal. As Fantasia transformed the surrounding fountains into mini hot springs, Irina joined in, sighing happily as she splashed into one. Soon, several demigods followed suit, and it seemed everyone was ready to relax in the soothing waters. That peaceful moment was interrupted when Poseidon appeared. His golden chest plate resembled shark scales, and he held a trident in his hand. Observing the scene, he sighed and tapped a stone beneath him. Suddenly, a large pool formed in the garden among the hot springs. "Fantasia, if you're going to turn this place into a hot spring, you could have at least informed me," he remarked. "Sorry, Dad, but I was a bit busy trying to survive," Fantasia replied, sitting up. Right. "I might as well get out of this armor," Poseidon said, quickly removing his armor and revealing his regular clothes, prompting several demigods to look away. Fantasia groaned, "This, Dad. Can you put on some clothes?" As Poseidon submerged himself, Kuroka felt a splash of water and turned to see Reaper grinning at her, prompting her to splash back playfully. Meanwhile, Azazel walked with Ares, Zeus, and Athena toward the alcove in Olympus that had once held Hyperion's head. As they approached the open doors, Azazel sighed, "We all know what this means now, don't we?" "Yes. It seems we have some enemies to track down," Ares replied. "But where will they go?" Zeus asked. I believe we just need to find one of the prisoners we captured. Perhaps one of the devils or the fallen, Athena suggested. I'll take care of that, Azazel said, heading off to locate a prisoner. Issei walked towards Asia's room, dressed in his night clothes. He knocked lightly on the door and heard a muffled, "Come in." He opened the door and walked over to where Asia was sitting on her bed, gazing out of the nearby window. He sat down next to her and asked, "You all right?" "Thinking," she replied with a shrug. "About what?" he inquired. Asia lowered her head and said, "Today. I'm just thankful I didn't lose you." "What do you mean?" he asked, concerned. "How were any of us to know that the demigods would suddenly have a civil war and fight against us? What would have happened if we had lost you?" She buried her head into his shoulder, and as he looked down at her, he understood her feelings. "Still, I'm here, aren't I?" he reassured her. "That shows that I can survive even some of the worst situations, right?" She looked up at him, wiped her tears, and managed a small smile. "You can be a real idiot at times." "What's up with that mouth of yours all of a sudden?" he teased, but before he could say more, she hugged him tightly and kissed him gently. Her lips were soft and tender, and as Issei accepted the kiss, he slowly pulled away, smiling as he asked, "Where did that come from, Asia?" But she kissed him again, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. He held her by her sides, and as their lips met once more, she slowly leaned closer, resting against him. He broke the kiss and, holding her hips, asked, "What happened to waiting for marriage?" "I may not get that chance in the coming days," she replied, kissing him again, a little more passionately this time. Issei placed his hands on her waist, feeling her warmth as she deepened the kiss. She gently nibbled on his lips, causing him to shudder at the unexpected sensation. As they kissed, he felt her tongue brush against his, and she let out soft sounds of delight as they shared the moment. After a breath, he leaned in, playfully nibbling her earlobe, which made her em softly. He trailed light kisses down her neck, planting a gentle mark that made her gasp. As she held onto his shoulders, waves of warmth surged through her. "Sit. Please," she murmured, feeling the playful teasing continue. Don't tease me." She pulled him closer, kissing him again, then trailing down to his neck, planting a soft kiss just above his collarbone. His breath quickened as she continued, and he felt her straddle his lap, her hands lifting the back of his shirt. Issei let her push him down, feeling the thrill of the moment as she kissed his neck. "Nervous?" he asked. "It's my first time," she admitted, slowly starting to remove her top. Once free, she lay back on Issei, kissing him as she reached to take off his shirt. As their lips met, he felt her warmth against him, her hands holding his neck. Suddenly, she flipped him over, lying on her back. Looking up at him with longing eyes, she said, "Please, don't leave me waiting anymore." "I want you," she whispered, reaching down to undo his pants. As she sought him out, he felt himself drawn closer to her, leaning down to kiss her again. Their lips met just as her hand found him, and he responded by gently caressing her waist. He tried to keep his composure, but the moment was overwhelming. As he lowered himself closer to her, he looked into her eyes and asked, "Are you ready for this?" She nodded, and as she eased down his boxers, he felt the warmth of the moment. "Don't tease," she urged, her voice filled with anticipation. As their connection deepened, they shared a moment of intimacy, feeling the closeness and warmth that bound them together. "Keep going. Don't stop," Asia urged, positioning herself on her hands and knees, looking back at Issei with determination. He complied, sliding into her again, and she gripped the sheets tightly, feeling the intensity of his movements. More, she gasped as Issei's moves grew more vigorous. The tension built between them, and Asia buried her forehead into the sheets, urging him on. "Faster! Harder!" she cried, the pleasure overwhelming her senses. Issei, feeling the same surge of excitement, quickened his pace, the bed creaking under their movements. As they neared their peak, Asia let out a soft gasp, and they both felt a wave of release wash over them, collapsing onto the sheets, breathless. "Sit. You're becoming a true harem king now," Aphrodite remarked with a smile from her hot tub, sipping wine. Mount Olympus was slowly being rebuilt after the devastation it had endured, with only 500 demigods from the remaining gods still alive. Azazel walked alongside Ares and Zeus toward the chamber that once held Hyperion's head on a pedestal. The spirits of fallen guardians and demigods lay scattered, remnants of the attacks from the fallen angel Archangel Ibrim and Soul Knight Eret. As they approached the massive doors, now in ruins, Azazel marveled at the sight within. The room was adorned in Celestia bronze, with intricate carvings depicting the war and fall of the Titans, including Hyperion. He turned to his companions. So, why are we here again? To find out where these fallen angels have gone, Ares replied. When did I become a bloodhound? Azazel questioned. Can you not do it? Zeus asked. It's not exactly in my skill set. Tracking isn't something anyone can just do, Azazel explained. Frustration hung in the air until Ares suddenly said, Wait a moment. I think I know someone who might help us. If there's enough trace left for her to pick up. Ares whistled, summoning a falcon that flew in swiftly. Find me Fantasia, daughter of Poseidon, and bring her here, he instructed. The falcon took off, and soon, Fantasia approached the large building. As she neared, she visibly trembled under the weight of their powerful auras. Weiss, my lords, she stuttered. I hear you have a unique ability regarding sweat. Zeus glanced at Ares with a curious expression. Oh, right, she replied, concentrating her powers to sense the surroundings. At first, nothing seemed to emerge, and Azazel felt uncomfortable as he noticed his own sweat. But then, a few drops began to rise from the ground, and he turned to her, intrigued. How? Sheer. Most of the sweat is gone, but these are a few exceptions, she explained, gathering the drops into a small sphere of liquid that barely filled her fingertips. As she focused on the memories associated with it, a chilling image surfaced. Hyperion's body, reassembled but still headless, lay on a stone slab, glowing faintly as its powers began to return. The vision shifted, revealing a city in Japan, where a golden beam shone upward before fading away. They went somewhere in Japan. And they have all of Hyperion's body pieces now, she informed the trio. Then there is no time to waste, Zeus declared. Ares, Azazel, gather our remaining demigod forces, rally your armies, and strike before the Titan awakens. What will you do? Azazel asked. I must oversee the rebuilding of Mount Olympus and locate the other gods who are missing, Zeus replied. All right, fair enough, Azazel said. Now go. Zeus commanded. Ares dashed out, and Azazel took Fantasia's hand, leading her with him, leaving Zeus alone to prepare for the challenges ahead. I guess I have to get back in shape, huh? He muttered to himself. The large mess hall that had once been filled with lively chatter felt eerily quiet as Reaper, Grendel, and Zenvoya entered. The others were already seated and enjoying breakfast, but as Reaper glanced around, he could hardly believe that there had once been 2,000 demigods here instead of the current. Just as he settled into his seat, Fantasia plopped down next to him, cheerfully saying, Good morning. Morning, Fantasia. Reaper replied as a platter of bacon, eggs, and a glass of blood appeared before him. As he began to eat, he sent a thought to Korn. Hey, I need to ask you something. About it? Primal desire. Has Grendel gone into it? Korn asked in his mind. Apparently so. Reaper thought, pausing to glance at Grendel. He found her staring intently at him, her fork poised over her cut steak, but her focus was entirely on him. As he looked back at his food, Korn's voice echoed in his mind, You may want to be cautious of her. She will stop at nothing to have her new mate. Thanks for the warning. Reaper muttered to himself as he resumed eating. Grendel let out a content sigh, her gaze fixed on Reaper. She didn't mind that her primal desire was evident to everyone around. Reaper was a kind master, and he had taken care of her well. It made perfect sense for her to consider him her mate, and as she imagined their first time together, her thoughts wandered. Unbeknownst to her, Issei was watching her with wide eyes as she absent-mindedly touched her own shoulder. Soon Asia, who sat beside him, grabbed his chin and asked, What are you looking at? He stammered, and Kaneko chimed in, he's staring at Grendel. Issei! Asia exclaimed. Why are you looking? Just then, most of the table turned to see Grendel's distracted behavior, and Yuto stood up, looking at Reaper with confusion. What on earth is going on here? Her primal desire is in season, it seems. Reaper replied. Oh boy. Drake warned from within Issei. You should be careful. Very careful, Albion added. Yeah, Korn already gave me that heads up. Give me something more useful, please. Reaper said. I have that, Azazel interjected. We are headed back to Japan. We will be taking the demigods and some of the Greek gods with us for a final attack against the Cows Brigade there. Everyone at the table looked at him in surprise. Azazel continued, we will be taking the train back, so I hope you all have packed your bags and gathered your souvenirs because we leave soon. Fantasia, sitting across from Reaper, looked at him with wide eyes. I'm going to Japan? Yeah. You get to see the place where I was found, he told her. It's not going to be filled with monsters, is it? She asked nervously. Nah. Mostly strays, but it's whatever. Reaper shrugged. She looked at him, still anxious, but as he continued eating he felt a wave of concern about the trip, especially with Grendel's current state. He would have to figure out how to handle her later. Finally, I'll be able to sleep back in my old bed, Issei said with a sigh of relief. But if we're going back to Japan, how did they manage to get the other pieces? Irina asked. The ride aboard the train was bumpy as it made its way to Japan. Issei, along with everyone else, had never expected the train to be this tumultuous. As he watched Azazel sway with each jolt, he heard the man sigh before saying, Hyperion is growing stronger. His magic and power are sending waves through every dimension. Which means we have very little time to stop him, Ares added. It had been decided that Ares and the 500 remaining demigods would ride with DXD, ready for battle once they entered the real world. I just hope we get there in one piece at this rate, Issei said, trying to navigate the swaying cabin. As he opened the door to the next cabin and closed it behind him, he saw that its only occupants were Vale, Biko, Yuto, Gasper, and some other demigods. As he walked past them, Biko warned, Watch out for the Greek girl, Fantasia. I think she's feeling a bit queasy from all this motion. Ah man, that's a shame, Issei replied, continuing on to the next car. Reaper, taking a quick nap in one of the private rooms, heard the door open. He opened one eye to see Issei looking in and asked, Need something? Maybe a private place to be alone for a bit. Do you know one? Issei inquired. Second to last on this car. Good night, Reaper said, closing his eyes again. Issei walked away from the door, which slowly closed behind him. He approached the second-to-last coach and slid the door open. Hello, Issei, Rias greeted him with a smile, looking up from her chessboard. Issei couldn't help but smile back as he entered the coach. Shaking his head, he muttered mostly to himself, Why am I not surprised by you, Reaper? I should thank him then, Rias said as Issei sat across from her, watching her play chess. As she reached for a piece, he gently took one of her hands. When she looked up, their lips met in a soft, tender kiss. He pulled away, noticing her small smile as she brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. You know, keep that up and Asia may not like you anymore. Oh, don't worry. I'll make sure to give her some attention too, Issei replied with a playful grin. Rias then shifted to sit on his lap, wrapping her arms around him. I love you, Issei. And I hope you never go away, Rias said, squeezing him tighter. They enjoyed their warm embrace until a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Both looked up to see Aquino and Asia peering in through the window screen. They exchanged glances before entering the room. Got room for 2 more on that lap of yours? Aquino asked with a teasing smile. Issei stammered, glancing between them. Before he could respond, Asia latched onto his right arm and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Mine, she declared. As he is also mine, Rias chimed in, hugging Issei closer as she remained on his lap. Then I'll take the other side, Aquino said, and suddenly Issei found himself enveloped in a warm embrace from all 3 girls. He couldn't complain, though he did worry about the playful rivalry that might arise among them. Reaper had been peacefully sleeping without his armor for once, dressed in his school clothes, when he suddenly heard the door to his coach open. As he looked up from his spot, he saw Grendel standing in the doorway. She closed the door behind her and began to walk towards him, her armor gradually slipping off like she was shedding a layer. "Hello, Reaper," she said in a sing-song voice. "Will you be mine tonight?" "Grendel, be careful. Your primal desire isn't exactly a good thing right now," Reaper replied, slowly backing himself into a corner. "You are my master. And my new mate," Grendel continued, her voice playful as she approached him. "And you and I will be as one." She leaned closer. "Grendel! Grendel! Grendel!" Reaper exclaimed as she leaned down, her presence overwhelming him. Suddenly, he felt her teeth graze his neck, and a warm sensation spread as she pulled back, a hint of crimson on her lips. What did you just do?" Reaper asked, bewildered. "What? Did you expect me to turn you into a toy or something?" Grendel replied, retrieving her armor and putting it back on. "A little tea," Reaper admitted, watching her finish dressing before she sat down near his feet. She turned to him and asked, "Do you know what I did?" Reaper shook his head, and Korn chimed in, "She has given you a dragon's mark, as some of us call it. It's invisible to all but dragons and means she has marked you as hers for life." Reaper looked at the slightly blushing dragon girl and asked, "Why me?" Grendel smiled and said, "I spent almost my entire life in that forest, hoping for a master to choose me. But for 19 years, I never found one. Then you appeared, strong enough to defeat even a nearly full-grown dragon. Most dragons keep strong partners for good offspring. Who better to mark as my own than my master?" Reaper couldn't help but smile at her words. He tapped the area where she had marked him, feeling a slight sting but not as bad as before. Just then Grendel yawned and said, "Oh boy. That felt good. To release." "That's what she said," Reaper joked, grinning at Grendel. She gave him a playful look before crawling back on top of him, laying down as she said, "You better keep quiet, master. I really don't want to do anything here without your consent." Just then, Zenobia opened the door. Upon seeing Grendel, she asked, "Could you give us some privacy?" Grendel smiled and nodded, leaving the room. Zenobia then took her place on top of Reaper, asking, "What were you doing with her?" "Chatting," Reaper replied, leaning in to kiss her. "Also, I have a feeling everyone is going to be visiting me today." "Well, why don't I fix that?" Zenobia said, getting up to lock the door. She returned to Reaper, lying on top of him and gripping his shoulders. "So, who is going to be your alpha girl among your harem?" Reaper raised an eyebrow. "Where did that come from?" "Every group has a dominant person. A harem has an alpha woman who is more loved by the harem lord. Or so Issei says." "So who shall it be?" Zenobia asked, kissing his neck. "I'll have to wait on that answer because I don't know," Reaper admitted. He had never expected to have an alpha among the girls he cared for. Just as she was about to kiss him, there was a knock at the door, and a muffled voice called out, "Reaper, can you help me?" "Oh no," Reaper said as Zenobia got off and unlocked the door. Fantasia stumbled in, and Reaper caught her. Zenobia then heard Akino's voice from somewhere. "Hey, Zenobia, can you help me with something?" "Go on, I got Fantasia. I'll keep her company and make sure she doesn't make too much of a mess," Reaper said to Zenobia. Zenobia blew him a kiss before leaving. As Fantasia slumped against Reaper, he laid her down on one of the benches and asked, "So, what's up?" "I'm having a bad time. I think it's from my breakfast." Fantasia admitted. "Need some water to help you?" Reaper offered. "Can you even do that?" she asked. Reaper hesitated, realizing the blood pouches had been left behind after the last battle. He sighed and said, "No, I don't have any blood." Fantasia sighed, and when he gave her a small peck on the cheek, she blushed and asked, "What was that for?" "I can't help you feel better without it," Reaper replied, trying to comfort her. "So all I can do is ease the suffering," Reaper said, lightly patting her head. Fantasia bit her lip, burying her face in his chest. Suddenly, she sat up, almost knocking Reaper off balance, but he managed to steady himself. "What was that all for?" he asked. "For being so nice to me," she replied, then leaned in to give him a quick kiss. To her surprise, his lips were softer than she had imagined. As she pulled away, she noticed him staring at her. "What?" she asked. "You silly little girl," Reaper said, and before she could react, he kissed her back, a moment that made her cheeks flush. Suddenly, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. "Oh, not again." The train came to a sudden, jolting stop, causing everyone inside to be harshly jostled. As Reaper managed to untangle himself from a somewhat dazed Fantasia, a powerful aura drew his attention, signaling their arrival. Almost immediately, the train began to shake from impacts outside, and Reaper jumped up, summoning his armor and sword. He burst through the door and looked down at Issei, who was ready with his boosted gear. "You okay?" he shouted. "Yeah, we're fine," Issei called back, and soon Issei, Rias, and Aquino tumbled out. Just then, a spear crashed through the window beside Reaper's head, embedding itself in the wall and vibrating ominously. "Ah, crap!" Reaper exclaimed. "Get everyone you can off the train. Looks like our welcoming party is here." As Fantasia began to regain her composure and gather her gear, Reaper leaped out of the shattered window. Javelins and blasts of energy whizzed past him as he landed on the ground, creating a shockwave that sent several monsters, strays, old fallen, and old devils scattering. It was clear that this part of Japan would never be the same again. Monsters and old devils emerged from the ruins of the city, wreaking havoc as the scent of chaos filled the air. Suddenly, a blast of magical energy zipped past Reaper's face, and he turned to see Aquino and Rias stepping off the train, unleashing magical blasts at the enemies surrounding them. Further down the train, Valley, Biko, and Irina appeared, and Reaper noticed Kuroka joining them alongside Zenobia and Grendel. As Issei emerged in his armor, sword drawn, he asked, "You ready for this? Let's wreck some face." Reaper grinned behind his helmet, sprouting his wings and raising his sword as he and Issei charged into battle against the attackers. The remaining Olympian demigods stumbled off the train, joining the fray with their battle cries echoing across the battlefield. Reaper and Issei landed among a throng of monsters and strays, their shockwaves sending foes flying in all directions. Their blades sliced through the air, dispatching enemies with ease. Fantasia managed to escape the train and ran into Yuto, Kaneko, Rosweiss, and Gasper. She looked around to see Kuroka, her kimono billowing as she unleashed bolts of magic at the enemy horde, obliterating them. "Try to get hurt again," Grendel said as she soared past Fantasia. Turning to Zenobia, Fantasia asked, "What now?" "We fight. So watch my back and I'll watch yours," Zenobia replied, gripping her sword. Fantasia nodded, raising her shield and sword. Right. With determination, they charged into the battle. Meanwhile, Azazel stepped off the ship, surveying the chaos around him. "All units, deploy," he said to seemingly no one. Hundreds of portals opened across the city, and thousands of fallen soldiers descended, unleashing magical beams to aid in the fight against the chaos engulfing the city. As a few fallen angels landed near Issei and Reaper, Issei pointed past Reaper. "Look." Beyond him, a golden beam shone brightly in the sky, signaling the awakening of Hyperion. "Come on. We gotta stop them while we still can," Reaper shouted, and he and Issei sprinted toward the beam of light. Before long, the demigods and the nearby fallen squads broke through the defenders around the train. Azazel watched as Reaper and Issei made their way toward the church where Hyperion awaited. "Everyone," he shouted, rallying his forces. "To the church." With a roar, the unified force from the train charged toward the church as Rias ran alongside Aquino and Asia, hoping that Issei and Reaper would be all right until they reached them. Issei moved his sword into another old devil, his scale mail now donned for the fierce battle he and Reaper were engaged in, splattered with the creature's blood. He tossed the lifeless body aside and scanned the chaos around him, where bodies lay twisted and weapons littered the ground, abandoned by their owners. Reaper, wielding Angel Bane, dispatched another old fallen and glanced back at Issei. "Looks like Vala's group is the closest to us for help." Before long, Valle, Biko, and Irina joined them. Valle, without his armor, surveyed the battlefield and asked, "Has anyone seen the direct leaders behind this?" "Not yet," Reaper replied. "But I'm sure we'll find them near Hyperion." "Agreed," Issei said. "Let's move. Valle, do us a favor and put on your scale mail." Valle sighed but complied. As the five of them pressed on toward the church, the battle raged around them, the palpable surge of magical energy crackling in the air from every direction. Meanwhile, not far from them, Fantasia stabbed another monster while Zenobia swiftly dispatched a stray that had been lunging at Fantasia with a vicious arm. As the stray fell, Fantasia looked around, noting how the Greek demigods and fallen squads were pushing through the throngs of enemies with their halberds and swords. Powerful spells from Rias, Aquino, and others crashed into the remaining enemies, who were beginning to realize that spacing themselves would have been wise. Rias watched as Aquino unleashed another bolt of lightning into a group of monsters, scattering them. She then saw Yuto, Kaneko, and Gasper rush to assist Fantasia and Zenobia. Rossweiss jogged up beside her and asked, "How is Azazel and his team faring?" An explosion lit up the sky as several groups of monsters were sent flying, and Rossweiss replied, "It appears he is doing well, Rias." "Then let's keep moving," Rias said, casting a spell at another enemy group before leading the others back into the fray. After a few more minutes of climbing the hill toward the church and taking down dozens of enemies, the group was about halfway to their destination. Irina skillfully sliced through enemies, while Biko flipped and struck anyone within reach with his staff. Valle harnessed his devil powers and magic, bolstered by Albion's strength, while Issei unleashed beams of magic empowered by Draig during combat. Reaper, however, was the most relentless, his sword dripping as he swept through enemies in waves. To Issei and the others, the sight of Reaper in his black armor, covered in the remnants of battle, was both awe-inspiring and fearsome. As Reaper cleaved through another stray, the overwhelming presence of Hyperion's power loomed ahead. He could see the enemy numbers thickening around the church, heavily guarding it. Just as Reaper took another step forward, the ground before him erupted as a beam of energy struck, sending him tumbling. He landed on his feet, skidding down the hill, and looked up to see Aazel emerging from the dust cloud, holding his serpent-like sword. The group could feel the immense power radiating from him, and Reaper recognized Aazel as the Soul Knight acquired by the Cow's Brigade, one of the most formidable he had encountered. "The Devilangel and his friends," Aazel said, eyeing them with his sword. "Reaper, is this a Soul Knight?" Issei asked, noting the unique armor that resembled Savager's but seemed more suited for guiding souls rather than destruction. "Yeah. You all go on ahead. I'll handle this one," Reaper replied. "Why do that?" Aazel asked, summoning creatures from the souls around him. As soul stags, large deer with impressive antlers, appeared, Biko exclaimed, "What are they?" "Soul stags. Your guardians to the afterlife," Aazel explained, and suddenly, the stags charged at the group. Irina, Valle, and Issei managed to evade or leap away, but Biko, unfortunately, was too close. Two of the soul stags lowered their antlers and struck him, sending him flying as the others turned their attention to Reaper. Reaper sensed the approaching threat and summoned the remnants of blood around him, shaping it into several needle-like forms before launching them toward the stags. The stags let out cries as the blood pierced through them, and as their souls escaped, the last two charged at Reaper. Valle quickly intervened, pulling Biko out of harm's way. Reaper waited until the creatures were halfway to him before unleashing a massive spike that speared both of them. Their screams echoed as they disintegrated, their souls released into the air. Aazel sneered, "You're going to be a challenge. Try to keep up if you want to survive," Reaper replied, raising his angel's bane. "Not if I can help it," Aazel shot back, launching himself at Reaper with his sword drawn. Reaper unfurled his wings and raised his blade. When their weapons clashed, the impact sent shockwaves through the air, scattering dust and debris. Both combatants struggled for dominance, trying to find an opening in each other's defenses, but their strength was evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. Just as Issei and Irina prepared to assist Reaper, a horde of strays and monsters appeared, accompanied by a few old fallen. Issei and Irina engaged the new threats while Vale focused on getting Biko to safety, leaving Reaper and Eret to face each other in their duel. Suddenly, a stray beam of magic struck Reaper's shoulder, causing him to stagger. Eret seized the opportunity, pushing Reaper back with a swing of his sword. The blade glanced off Reaper's helmet, spinning his head, but he quickly regained his footing as Eret pressed the attack. Their blades met in a flurry of sparks as they sought to exploit any weaknesses in each other's armor. Eret managed to deflect one of Reaper's strikes and lunged for his left side. Just as the blade connected, Reaper's left arm clamped down on Eret's sword. Eret struggled to free it, but Reaper retaliated, striking Eret's shoulder with a swift blow that drew blood. Eret gritted his teeth against the pain and retaliated with a headbutt, forcing Reaper to release his grip on the sword. Meanwhile, Issei dispatched another monster, glancing at Irina as she took down 3 strays. They stood back to back, Irina stating, "I don't think we can hold out much longer." "Don't say that. They can sense our fear," Issei replied, parrying an incoming attack. Reaper blocked another strike from Eret, but when Eret dropped low, Reaper could only throw his blade down to defend himself. Eret's sword shattered Reaper's weapon, sending it flying from his hands. As Reaper began to summon a blood spear, Eret charged again. This time, Eret's serpent blade shattered as if it were glass, causing him to stumble back. More blood flowed into the blood spear as Reaper spun it around, merging it with Angel's Bane before it transformed into a more leaf-shaped blade, the arrowhead still made of pure blood. "You combine both soul and blood?" Eret asked, eyeing Reaper warily. "Yes, and now I'm going to end this," Reaper declared, twirling the spear with confidence. As Eret summoned souls into his palm, a shape began to form. He moved upward, and a weapon took shape in his hands. Pointing the blade at Reaper, he said, "Your move, Devilangel." With that, they charged at each other, aiming for a decisive strike. Ibrim observed the growing golden aura around the church, feeling its power intensify. He glanced back down the hill at the advancing fallen and demigods, sneering, "Do whatever it takes to keep them away. We must allow Lord Hyperion to revive before they reach us." Below, the battle raged on as both sides fought for dominance. Rias, exhausted from casting spells, realized she would be ineffective if she ran out of magic. She watched Aquino unleash another burst of lightning, wishing for Issei and Reaper's presence, knowing they could still fight even without magic. Zenobia cut down another monster, fatigue creeping in as she parried an attack from an old devil. Fantasia appeared, using her shield to block a halberd before stabbing the old devil through the gut and pulling her weapon free. "How far to the church?" Fantasia asked, scanning the battlefield. The demigods were holding their ground, but their dwindling numbers were becoming increasingly apparent. "We still have a ways to go," Azazel replied, firing off a spell. "Does anyone have any magic left?" Silence answered him, indicating that everyone was either out of magic or running on empty. With so many enemies still between them and their goal, the need for powerful magic was more urgent than ever. As Azazel surveyed the battlefield, he shouted, "Where is Reaper?" The holy magic of Eret's spear clashed with the blood magic of Reaper's spear repeatedly, the two weapons striking against each other with force. Eret attempted to push Reaper's spear away to create an opening for an attack, while Reaper skillfully maneuvered both blades of his spear to try and land a hit on Eret. Irina and Issei were growing increasingly exhausted as they fought to fend off the swarm of monsters, strays, old devils, and old fallen that threatened to interrupt Reaper's duel. Issei could feel his magic dwindling. His scale mail had long since fallen off due to the relentless assaults. Irina struggled to maintain her holy magic as she continued to fight, and Issei noticed that neither Vale nor Biko were anywhere in sight. As Issei blocked another attack, he swept the feet out from under a monster. He looked around, wishing that either Reaper would finish quickly or Vale would arrive to assist them. Reaper narrowly avoided another stab, spinning low to evade Eret's spear. He noticed that Eret was neglecting something crucial: his wings. When Eret lunged to stab Reaper again, Reaper took a risk, grabbing the spear with his left hand and moving his own spear toward Eret's left wing. Eret was momentarily confused by the feint, but when he felt the tip of the blood spear slice through his wing, he roared in shock and attempted to pull away. Reaper, however, swung his spear with speed, tearing at Eret's wing. Eret gritted his teeth beneath his helmet, trying to distance himself enough to leverage his spear's longer reach. But Reaper had him cornered. Using Eret's own blood against him, Reaper weighed him down as he prepared for an overhead strike. Eret struggled to raise his spear, but the blood ice forming on his wing threw him off balance. He managed only a weak defense, and Reaper smashed through it, his soul blade piercing Eret's abdomen. Eret stumbled back, blood pouring from the wound, and as he watched in horror, his own blood began to coalesce into a small spear aimed at him. The realization of Reaper's cruel tactics hit him hard. Before he could react, the blood spear shot upward, and Eret's body slumped over as blood splattered everywhere. Reaper stepped over him, glancing at Issei and Irina still engaged in battle. Summoning the blood around him, he shaped it into swords and spears, launching them at the remaining strays, monsters, old devils, and old fallen encircling Issei and Irina. As the last enemy fell to the onslaught, Issei and Irina turned to Reaper, who approached them and said, "Now let's wrap this up." Suddenly, the world erupted into blinding light and heat. The black cat weaved through the bushes along the path. The old devils and fallen that had once roamed the area were gone, but the remnants of Greek monsters lay scattered, their blood staining the ground. As the cat navigated the scene, it stumbled upon 3 corpses equally drenched in blood. When the little black cat leaped onto one of the bodies, Issei groaned, and the cat remarked, "Oh, so you are still alive. Right." In an instant, Kuroka transformed back into her clothed self, gently assisting the injured Issei. Irina managed to prop herself up on one elbow and looked at Kuroka, who asked, "Where is Reaper?" Irina pointed down the trail, and Kuroka turned to see him. Reaper's armor was shattered, suggesting he had been thrown back about 30 feet. His sword was missing, possibly destroyed, and blood splattered around him could have been his or someone else's. Kuroka knelt beside Reaper, lifting his head and pressing it to her chest. She attempted to hoist him onto her shoulders but found him heavier than expected, so she gently laid him back down. Just then, Vale landed next to her. Observing Irina dragging Issei, he lifted Reaper onto his shoulders and said to Kuroka, "Cover our backs. They aren't all dead yet." Kuroka nodded, and as Vale and Irina began to move away with their injured friends, she kept glancing over her shoulder, scanning the surroundings for any lurking enemies ready to strike. Reaper woke up to someone shaking him awake. As he slowly ummed and looked up, he saw no one, then turned to see Zenobia propped up on an elbow, wearing her nightgown. "Morning already?" Reaper asked, rubbing his eyes. "Yep," she replied, stretching lightly. Man," he sighed, then suddenly leaned over to hug her close. "All right, one last snuggle then." "Oh no you don't," she said, playfully tickling his sides. "Hey, whoa!" Reaper shouted as he fell out of bed. Zenobia giggled at his sudden clumsiness. "Okay, fine. I'm up." "Good morning, Master," Grendel said as she appeared, holding out clothes for both Reaper and Zenobia. "Shall I help you get dressed, Lady Zenobia?" "Oh, I suppose so," Zenobia replied as Grendel walked over to her. As Reaper took his clothes and began to put them on, he felt a sudden urge to glance at Zenobia. He sighed, trying to shake off the thought, but couldn't help turning his head slightly to see her changing with Grendel's assistance. Grendel helped hold Zenovia's nightgown as she swayed slightly, reaching behind her to unfasten her bra. As she turned sideways for a moment, Reaper caught a glimpse of her, and he quickly looked away, feeling a rush of embarrassment. "Is your primal desire showing, Reaper?" Grendel teased, a playful grin on her face. Zenobia noticed and giggled, while Reaper tried to focus on getting ready. Suddenly, he felt 2 hands stop him, and Grendel whispered in his ear, "Does Reaper need some attention?" "Huh," Reaper replied, turning to her just as she playfully kissed his neck. Zenobia chuckled. "Reaper, are you having trouble with Grendel?" Zenobia managed to pry Grendel away from him, and Reaper sighed in relief as he continued getting dressed. He could hear Zenobia finishing up as well. Just as he slipped on his shoes, he stood up from the bed and said, "All right, Let's find the others, get some breakfast, and maybe figure out what we're doing next. Zenobia nodded, and as the trio walked toward the door, Reaper paused, thinking to himself, I'll ask Korn or Drake about this. Primal desire. With that, he opened the door for both girls and stepped out with them flanking him. The battle had taken a heavy toll on everyone. As Azazel walked among the many wounded, the sight was disheartening. Demigods, fallen angels, and even some devils lay around, many in pain. He passed one fallen angel with a single wing, and another demigod whose face was wrapped in bandages, whimpering softly beneath them. Finally, he reached House Leviathan, or what remained of them, along with House Grenmory and Vala's remaining team. Grendel was serving them tea and water, looking just as worn out from the battle. Azazel counted at least 5 missing: Kuroka, Vale, Irina, Issei, and Reaper. He frowned when he noticed Biko among the wounded, recalling that he had been with Reaper's group. He quickly approached the young lad. Where are the others from your group? I don't know. I was unconscious, Biko replied weakly, his skin pale from blood loss. Azazel looked around and asked the others, has anyone seen where Reaper and his group are? I don't see Kuroka either. Kuroka went out to find them, Rias said from nearby. Suddenly, the skies cracked with lightning, but no one paid it any mind as Azazel recalled the Titan's appearance. The Titan towered over the church, standing taller than the Greek gods, his body made of flames and armor that shone like the sun. A halo of fire surrounded his head, and his eyes radiated pure light. He wielded a massive golden blade and walked away from the ruined church, his enemy hordes following faithfully. It was one of the few times Azazel felt genuine fear. Without the Dragon Emperors, fighting such a colossal being was nearly impossible, and he worried about where those 3 Dragon Emperors could be. Biko couldn't have come here alone, someone from that group must have brought him. Just then, he heard someone calling for a medic. He turned to see several fallen and Greek demigods jogging toward a group approaching quickly, 2 of them being dragged along while another kept watch. As they got closer, he recognized Vale, Kuroka, Irina, Issei, and Reaper. Both Reaper and Issei were unconscious, while Vale appeared unharmed, and Kuroka and Irina seemed only slightly injured. As the group stumbled into the waiting arms of the medics, Kuroka stayed close to Reaper. Azazel sighed, looks like the Emperors are back. And quite hurt too. Inside the temporary apartment, there were only basic necessities: a couch, a TV, a bed, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It lacked luxury, but as Kuroka sat on the couch, her ears and tails twitching, she could clearly hear the sound of healing magic being applied to Reaper from the master bedroom. She mentally went through his injuries: concussion, broken ribs, broken arm, broken leg, dislocated joints, dislocated shoulder, internal bleeding. She was uncertain about what had happened to him in that flash of combat. He was usually quite capable. Whatever had struck him had nearly taken him down. As she listened to the healing continue, her concern shifted from his ability to fight to whether he would be able to do anything at all. Then, she heard Grendel approach the door. The dragon familiar walked slowly from the master bedroom to her. Kuroka looked up with hope as Grendel spoke. He is stabilized. We don't know when he will awaken, but he will likely be able to fight again. With that, Grendel headed towards the kitchen, possibly to rest or prepare a meal. Kuroka took a deep breath and made her way past the medical fallen and devils, entering the bedroom. Reaper lay on the bed, his body still and unbandaged. Pressing her head against his chest, she could tell he was completely unaware of his surroundings. She gazed down at his shirtless form, and as she lay beside him, she wrapped an arm around him. "Why do you have to get yourself hurt so much?" she asked softly, knowing he couldn't hear her. Unsurprisingly, he did not respond. As she settled onto him, listening to his steady breathing, she soon drifted off into a peaceful sleep. In another realm, a Titan observed the scene with indifferent interest, as any true Titan would regard lesser beings and monsters. His power radiated a brilliant light that illuminated the cavern, reflecting off the countless blades and armor pieces adorning the bodies of Greek monsters, old fallen, and old devils, as well as some converts to the Hyperion Titan faith. He snorted inwardly. Humans were ineffective in battles against creatures like devils and monsters, yet they could serve as useful cannon fodder in large numbers. He needed to unleash his army of Balrog before he could begin his takeover of the world. He recalled the fire demons he had once summoned to serve him, loyal servants willing to fight until the end. They were formidable beings, towering at least 8 feet tall, with horns and elongated faces filled with fangs and snake-like tongues. However, they remained locked away in a deep vault somewhere on this island, guarded by the island's own demons, known to the locals as Oni. Hyperion was confident he could crush them beneath his feet, just as he would the other forces of the gods and deities. No one would stand in the way of his reign, and he would usher in an age of fire, ash, and light unlike anything the world had seen. But first, he needed to deal with the traitor fallen named Ibrim. He would not act until the Balrog were freed. He watched as Ibrim commanded his numerous underlings. Hyperion imagined incinerating him with just a glance, but when Ibrim looked up, shielding his eyes from Hyperion's bright light, he asked, "Why are we hiding here?" That question. The cave had once housed his Balrog, and he could still feel their lingering presence. It had been some time since they had been there, but he was determined to find them. He had to choose his words carefully. Now that we have revealed ourselves, we must remain low-key. The other gods and deities will want me dead now that I have returned. I need more minions to use against them, more cannon fodder to protect your underlings in battle, Hyperion explained to Ibrim. Ibrim sighed, "Don't take too long. They will send scouts, and those scouts will find us. Let them come. It won't be long before more gather under our banner. We simply need to stay hidden and be ready to move when the time is right." The sun began to set as Zenobia and Fantasia entered the apartment, taking in their surroundings. Grendel was now peacefully asleep on the couch instead of the floor in the kitchen. The quietness was punctuated by the sound of snoring, and as they glanced down the corridor toward the master bedroom, they were surprised to see Kuroka sprawled comfortably across Reaper's chest. Zenobia smiled and said, "Well, let the cuddle fest begin." With that, she made her way to the bedroom and lay down next to Reaper, whispering, "Good night, Reaps." Fantasia smiled as she removed her armor and weapons. She gently roused Grendel awake and pointed toward Reaper, saying, "It's a bit more comfortable over here. Has no one told you not to wake a sleeping dragon?" Grendel replied as she followed Fantasia. "I've never met one," Fantasia said with a grin as she settled down on the opposite side of Zenobia, snuggling up. Grendel watched the scene with a smile before curling up at Reaper's feet, saying softly, "Good night, Reaper." The group, consisting of 2 angels, 3 fallen, 3 devils, and 2 Norse valkyries, stealthily navigated through one of Japan's older forests near a hill in the valley. They paused as the 2 valkyries peered beyond a set of bushes, spotting hordes of monsters, Hyperion demigods, strays, and more. As they observed the enemy camp, shouts erupted, and the sounds of battle filled the air. A small horde of Japanese Oni, wielding Kanabo war clubs, charged into the camp, clashing with the opposing forces. The 3 devils, familiar with Japanese lore, knew that the Oni were guardians of darker secrets from this world and others. Their preemptive strike against the Hyperion forces raised questions, but it was clear that the natural spirit guardians of Japan had a compelling reason for their attack. Having located their objective, the hiding place of the Hyperions, the scouts quickly departed, leaving the sounds of battle behind them until they faded into silence. Reaper awoke, still feeling the effects of the battle. The debris from the church had taken a toll on him as he had tried to protect Issei and Irina with his body and the strongest blood wall he could muster. He was grateful that he had shielded them, or at least he hoped he had. As he attempted to move, he felt heavy objects weighing him down, and his body was too weak to shift them. It could have been debris from the building or perhaps something else entirely. Suddenly, one of the objects shifted, prompting a small groan from him. "All right," he managed to say. "I need help understanding what's going on for once. Can someone help me?" Zenobia, Grendel, Kuroka, and Fantasia stirred from their positions, and Kuroka was the first to sit up. She smiled and hugged Reaper gently, whispering, "Welcome back, little Devilangel. Sleep well." "About as well as usual," Reaper muttered. "You know, especially after nearly dying in battle again." Kuroka smiled wider, her tails playfully swirling around them. As she helped Reaper sit up, he groaned as his joints popped. Let's see the damage. Try not to fall on your way to the kitchen. You could just help me, Reaper replied, slowly shifting to the edge of the bed before managing to stand. As the girls got up and began to walk out, Grendel stayed behind a moment, reaching out to steady Reaper as he made his way toward the kitchen. It was a struggle due to his soreness, but with Grendel's support, he felt his body gradually recovering. Entering the kitchen, Zenobia and Kuroka began putting on aprons, turning on the stove, and pulling out pans to prepare breakfast or whatever they could manage. Reaper and Grendel followed, and as Reaper felt his strength returning, Grendel noticed Fantasia peeking out the window, keeping watch. Grendel helped Reaper settle onto a nearby couch before joining the others in the kitchen, where Zenobia and Kuroka were starting to make hash browns and eggs. Grendel opened cabinets and the fridge, pouring glasses of milk for everyone. Reaper slowly sipped his glass of milk as breakfast came to a close. Eggs and hash browns weren't too bad considering their limited supplies, and Grendel had kindly cleaned up after them, wearing a small smile as everyone else had stepped outside to check on the others from DXD. This left Reaper alone with Korn and his thoughts for the first time. Reaper! Reaper jumped slightly at Korn's voice in his head. The dragon didn't often speak, so it caught him off guard. He set his glass down and leaned back against the couch, noting how his muscles were gradually improving. With a sigh, he replied, "Yes, Korn? We have a formidable opponent ahead of us. A titan of old." "Yep, but what are you concerned about?" Reaper asked, closing his eyes. In his mind's eye, he envisioned Korn in his dragon form, with red eyes and black scales that formed blades along his body. "I am not worried. Rather, I expected you to recover quickly from your previous engagement," Korn said, his tail coiling around his legs. "I would, but even you know that straining my body right now isn't the wisest choice." Reaper replied. "True." Korn chuckled softly before continuing, "But you must be ready for the Titan. Although you need not worry about the fire and ash he may wield." "Oh, and why is that?" Reaper asked, surprised. "I never told you how I became the Black Dragon, did I?" "Black Dragon? I thought you were known as the Blood Dragon?" Korn sighed. "I know I'm called the Blood Dragon due to my abilities, but in the realm of dragons, I am known as the Black Dragon for my color. However, there is one thing I haven't shared with you. The name given to me by the being known as God." God? Reaper recalled reading about that figure in an old book about the First Heavenly War, though he had been more interested in learning about himself. Yes. Few remember the name, but it is one that can instill fear in even the fiercest of foes. For he named me the Black Dragon of Vengeance. Vengeance? How did that come about? Before the Heavenly War, which I later joined to fight alongside my brother, I was like my brother Drake Pure Red. We were part of a powerful clan of dragons, among the strongest alongside Albion's clan. Back then, my brother had a true harem, and I, as his brother, was determined to protect his family as much as the clan. It was because of this that it happened. Another clan, seeking power like ours, came to raid us. When they attacked my brother's holdings where I was protecting his harem, they tried to take them away while he was absent. That didn't end well for them, did it? Reaper asked. I defeated at least 6 of them before the rest retreated. They then resorted to using their powers to unleash flames from their mouths, attempting to burn down the stronghold along with everything inside. I used my body to shield the ones I was protecting. For what felt like days, they bombarded me with fire and magic, trying to incinerate me and those behind me. My body began to blacken from the powerful magic, and some of my scales morphed into blades and spikes. Eventually, I became so dark that they thought I was dead and ceased their attack. "And that's when you took them down?" Reaper asked. "Close. They wronged me by attacking those I protected. You and I are alike, willing to sacrifice ourselves for those we care about. It is why I look forward to when you become a father. Those feelings will only grow stronger," Korn said, a small smile forming in his mind. "Were you ever a father?" Reaper inquired. I was bonded to a beautiful golden dragon. Another aspect of vengeance is that when one dragon dared to strike her, he was swiftly dealt with. After that, the being known as God came to me and named me the Black Dragon of Vengeance, instructing me to always seek retribution against those who wronged the ones I protect. Korn explained. Reaper pondered this information and then asked, "Why tell me this now and not years ago when we first discovered each other? Back then, you were like a newborn wormling. You had little strength and were weak. But when you finally defended yourself and drew blood, I arose because I knew you would not only need me, but I needed you as well. Over time, I have gradually revealed more of my power to you. But remember to use it wisely. Is there anything else I should be concerned about?" Reaper asked. "There is one stage you may reach in the coming battle. I won't reveal it, but when it happens you will understand all too clearly. And the consequences will be significant. But until then, we must prepare for the battle against Hyperion." Within 2 days, Reaper was back on his feet, training hard to face Hyperion. Issei and Vale had regained enough energy from their previous battle to train alongside him, sparring occasionally as if they hadn't just faced such a powerful being. They all agreed that Dragonbearers were close to Hyperion's current power level. On the 3rd day, as Reaper practiced using his blood and soul attacks, he was improving not only at forming attacks and minions but also at crafting weapons. Not a day before, he had managed to summon a blade of pure energy to use against a training dummy, and soon after, he formed a spear made of souls. He knew he would need both to face anyone who challenged him, but he also understood that his considerable strength and current armor would be essential to overcome the forces Hyperion would send against him. So, he continued training in the backyard of his temporary home, occasionally catching sight of patrols from the Norse, Heavenly, or Greek units that roamed the streets, searching for any spies sent by Hyperion. Reaper jumped, startled as he was about to spar with an imaginary opponent using only his fists. The voice of Issei broke his concentration, and he turned to see his friend approaching with a smile. "Oh, come to spar again?" he asked. "Heh." Issei grinned. "Not this time. I have some news for you instead." Reaper tilted his head, curious about what Issei had to share. As Issei reached him, he announced, "We found Hyperion. He's heading to Mount Fuji, and everyone is getting ready for the big battle there." "Good. That means you can finally improve your fighting skills against others," Reaper chuckled. "Oh, if you're all talk, let's see if you can." Before Issei could finish, Reaper launched himself into action, using both his legs and wings to deliver a powerful kick. Issei quickly raised his arms to block the hit but was sent sprawling backward into the dirt. Looking up, he found 2 blades of energy pointed at his neck. He gazed up at Reaper, who then summoned Ascalon. Combining his 2 smaller blades into one larger sword, Reaper blocked Issei's counterattack, and they exchanged a series of blows, each easily parried. "So, when are you going to propose to Kuroka or Zenobia or whoever?" Issei asked, swiping at Reaper. "Why should I propose?" Reaper replied, pushing Issei back and attempting to stab him. "You don't want to end up like me, right?" Issei countered, deflecting the blade to the side. "No, and by the way, Rias is expecting a child, just so you know," Reaper added, tripping Issei. Issei froze on the ground, looking up at Reaper in shock. "How do you know?" Reaper paused, recalling the moment. Azul, Michael, Lucifer, Odin, and Zeus gathered around a table filled with floating numbers, letters, and words that slowly condensed into a report from the scouting party that had located Hyperion's current hideout. The group was both concerned and intrigued by the sight of the Japanese Oni engaging the Hyperion forces. Oni. Fariko. Correctly, aren't they Japanese spirit demons that protect the island from serious threats? Michaela asked, trying to remember. They also serve as guardians for some of the darker places in Japan. However, the fact that they are attacking Hyperion is surprising. Typically, they act as protectors of Japan, but if they are waging war against Hyperion, it must be for a compelling reason, Lucifer explained. Etchen. The report suggests they are holding their own, but how long have they been at this? Odin pondered. Not to mention, what are they trying to stop Hyperion from doing? Zeus added. Surely, they would prefer a defensive stance over an aggressive one. Oni are known to be quite aggressive when necessary. But one thing they might be guarding that could be Hyperion's target is a secret prison beneath Mt. Fuji, Lucifer revealed. A prison filled with powerful demons of ash, light, and fire. Balrog? Zeus interjected, prompting everyone to look at him. Azazel then asked, "So, what are these Balrog since you brought them up?" Balrog are Hyperion's chosen soldiers, intended to usher in his new age of fire, ash, and light. They are demons that few can face without fear, and even fewer can combat. The fact that they are here on this island and that Hyperion is pursuing them feels like more than mere coincidence, Zeus explained. You're right. They likely either knew about the Balrog or someone helped Hyperion regain his strength here, Michael added. Regardless, if Hyperion assembles his army, we will be in the fight of our lives, Zeus said, placing his hands on the table. At least we have some assets that could level the playing field. Although Reaper is not in the best condition, the Dragon Emperor's valet, Issei, and the Blood Dragon Bearer Reaper could potentially defeat Hyperion before he reaches his army or enters his final state. We all know he is at his weakest right now, but it won't be long before he regains his full power, Azazel stated. Hopefully, we can end his reign before it truly begins. Hey Reaper, could you come over here for a moment? Rias suddenly called out. They were on the train, just starting their journey from Greece to Japan, and Reaper had been heading toward the back of the train, hoping for a moment of solitude. However, Rias's voice stopped him just before the last cabin. Since she had asked, he complied, opening the door to find her sitting on one of the benches. I have something to ask of you, she said. Yes. Reaper replied. I've been feeling strange lately. Rias admitted, extending a finger toward him. Could you possibly see what's going on? Reaper nodded and slowly knelt down, leaning forward to gently prick her finger before taking a small sip from the tiny wound. As he did, corn appeared on his arm, and a sudden image flashed in his mind, shocking him. He quickly released her finger and backed away, looking at Rias. You may not believe me, but you're going to have a child. How is that possible so soon? Rias exclaimed in disbelief. As Reaper took another sip from her offered blood, he discerned the reason for the sudden PR. A green aura radiated from her womb, and Korn's voice echoed in his mind. The child is being protected and enhanced by Draig's aura. He may become the next Red Dragon Emperor bearer if he reaches maturity. It seems Draig is investing in the future. Your child is being slightly aided by his aura, Reaper said, stepping back. Should I tell Issei? Rias asked, covering her mouth in shock. I'll inform him when the time is right, Reaper assured her. Issei sat in a nearby chair, holding his head as Reaper spoke. It won't be an instant birth, but it will come a bit earlier than a typical child. And it seems it will be a powerful one. How can this be? Draig, are you really? Issei began, watching as Draig appeared on his arm. I am ensuring a strong child for your mate to bear. Although I hope he becomes my future bearer, I believe you won't mind if I simply keep him safe. I hope you really will keep him safe. How far do we have? Issei asked his dragon. Maybe 5 months at most, perhaps 6. Wow. Human births usually take 9 months, but Rias gets it in 5. Reaper remarked. She isn't going to like that for sure. I don't blame her, Reaper continued. An earlier divelangel date is a challenge for anyone who has to give birth. That's probably more true than ever, Korn added. As they stood quietly in the small backyard, they suddenly heard someone approaching from above. They looked up to see Akino leaning over the railing leading to the apartment. We have a meeting and lunch ready, she announced. Oh, I could use something, Reaper said, noticing Issei holding his stomach. Are you all right? He asked. I need a moment of fresh air. Issei replied, almost in a groan. Reaper patted his back and said, You'll be fine. Come on, we have food, so let's go settle that stomach of yours, okay? Issei looked up and nodded. The two of them slowly made their way up the stairs, and Akino smiled as she went back inside. Once they reached the top, they walked through the sliding door to find a long table filled with various foods. The entire Grenmory house and some familiars were gathered around the table. Issei sat near Rias, with Asia beside him, while Reaper took a seat across from them, next to Kuroka and Zenobia. The rest of the group included Fantasia, Kaneko, Rosweiss, Gasper, Yuto, Grendel, and Aquino. As the food was passed around, Reaper noticed Issei only taking a small portion, still in shock about the news of Rias's PRDY. It was tempting for him to announce it to everyone. Suddenly, Rias stood up and looked at them all. "So, my friends and my House of Grenmory, I have some interesting news for you." Everyone stopped eating and turned to her, the silence palpable. After a moment, Rias took a deep breath and said, I'm Piardin and tea. No one spoke for a moment, but Reaper managed to take a sip of water, though he felt a bit queasy himself. Everyone stared at Rias before their gazes shifted to a very pale Issei, who was again holding his stomach. Reaper noticed Issei's face turning slightly green and quickly jumped up, grabbing him. "Pardon us, sick boy coming through." That night, after dinner, everyone was still in shock over the news of Issei and Rias's situation, especially with the early DLVY date. However, no one held hard feelings against Issei. Instead, they were curious about what the child would look like, the gender, and other basic questions. As Reaper helped Kuroka and Grendel clean up after dinner, his mind wandered to more pressing matters, particularly how he would confront the Titan Hyperion in battle. While drying a dish, he suddenly felt wet hands on his shoulders, soaking his shirt. He turned to see Kuroka giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. "Okay, what do you need?" "More soap?" he asked. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" Kuroka replied. Reaper glanced at Grendel, who simply motioned for them to go. "Go on. I can finish this on my own, Reaper." "All right," Reaper said as Kuroka led him toward the nearby master bedroom. Once inside, Kuroka closed the door and discreetly locked it. "So, what are your thoughts on the child Rias is having?" she asked. "I'm the one who told her about it. But, to be honest, I'm still focused on how I'm going to defeat Hyperion," Reaper admitted. Kuroka smiled slightly as she approached him and gave him a gentle kiss on the lips. Reaper returned her smile as she pulled away. "You know, those rumors I heard before. I was surprised you didn't go for someone else instead of sticking with me." "Who would I fall in love with?" Kuroka asked, following him. "A half-dragon, half-devil, blue dragon emperor-bearer whose dragon's name is Aquilo, who also has devil and holy magic, has maybe fought a god, and is the little brother to Rias. His name is Alex," Reaper replied. "And just saying all that, I bet I could even beat him one-on-one." Reaper smiled as he laid down on the nearby bed, and Kuroka soon sat next to him, saying, "But I don't think he can do as good of a job as you did." "Whatever you say," Reaper replied. Kuroka smiled and then laid down beside him. "Hey Reaper, would you do me one favor?" "Oh?" he asked, intrigued. "Can you be my husband?" Reaper felt a rush of surprise at her words, almost catching his breath. But as he felt her hand gently resting on his chest, he sighed and said, "Issei told me not to pull a him, though." "Oh, but I don't think you'll be that bad," Kuroka said, leaning in closer. Reaper looked at her and smiled, leaning in to kiss her softly. Kuroka wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss as she playfully teased him. As their kiss lingered, Reaper felt Kuroka's hands explore his chest, and he responded by wrapping his arms around her waist, their connection growing more intimate. Kuroka shivered as Reaper kissed her neck, her excitement evident as her tails flicked playfully. She managed to slip out of her kimono, and in turn, Reaper's shirt was soon discarded as they lost themselves in the moment. "Naya, be gentle, Reaper," she whispered, her grip tightening on him. "Oh, but don't you like it a little rough?" Reaper teased, feeling her reaction as she gasped. Kuroka leaned closer, kissing his chest as he held her tightly. She paused for a moment, unfastening her bra, feeling a rush of warmth as their bodies pressed together. As their playful banter continued, Kuroka felt a surge of pleasure, her excitement evident as she playfully nibbled on his ears. Reaper's hands moved gently, exploring her curves, and Kuroka let out soft sounds of delight, feeling the heat between them grow. Suddenly, she felt a rush of boldness and began to explore him in return, her hands moving with a mix of curiosity and excitement. Reaper's breath hitched as Kuroka's playful antics continued, and he found himself lost in the sensations they were sharing. As their connection deepened, they found themselves wrapped in each other's warmth, laughter and whispers filling the air around them. In that moment, they both knew they were embarking on a journey together, one filled with laughter, love, and the promise of a future intertwined. As he leaned down to kiss her, their connection deepened, and he felt a rush of excitement. The bed began to rock as he quickened his pace, and she held his face close, savoring the moment. She sensed he was nearing his limit, and he wished they had shared this experience sooner, the intensity of the moment overwhelming him. He wanted to give in completely, but he was mindful of her, not wanting to cause any harm. As they continued, she let out a soft sound of pleasure, and he embraced her tightly, feeling a wave of warmth wash over them both. Once they settled down, Reaper lay beside her, and she turned to him with a smile. She moved closer, wrapping her arms around him and said, "Don't ever think I'm going to let you die now." He smiled back and replied, "I promise I won't die in combat." You would think that a prison holding several hundred beings of immense power would be nearly impossible to locate, designed to deter or eliminate any intruders with hidden traps and guardians. However, as Reaper, Kuroka, Issei, Rias, and the others from DXD approached the base of Mount Fuji, things seemed off. The entrance, as described by Surzex and Lucifer, was not a hidden cave but a grand Japanese fortress reminiscent of the Edo PRD, complete with a towering structure rising from within. Surrounding the mountainside and the prison itself was the army of Hyperion, though the Titan was nowhere to be seen. The horde consisted of monsters, strays, old devils, fallen, Hyperion cultists, and demigods, forming multiple defensive lines. The landscape was altered, with swathes of forest cleared to create barriers and makeshift housing, the sheer number of enemies stretching far and wide. In contrast, the combined forces of the Alliance were not as numerous, but they made up for it with powerful units, including the Big Three, Azul, Lucifer, and Gabriel, alongside Issei, Vale, and Reaper. As they reached the crest of a nearby mountain, Reaper stayed close to Kuroka, who was nestled against his arm. Issei was nearby with his own group, and Reaper remarked, "Well, this is going to get interesting." "That is true," Issei replied, observing the enemy below. "Dozens will fall in the first volley. The question is, which ones?" Vale added as he joined them. "That is true," Issei said, glancing behind them. The rest of their army was further down the slope, setting up a base camp for the upcoming battle. Tents and barricades were being erected, portals were opening to bring in more units, and magical barriers were being established for defense. The group made their way into the bustling camp, passing the many soldiers preparing for the fight ahead. Their tent was centrally located, with 5 distinct domes that would accommodate the entire group for meals and rest until the end of the conflict. As Reaper held open the tent flap, everyone entered, but Kuroka remained close to him. He smiled at her and said, "You know I'm going to need that arm in battle. I'll give it back to you." "Eventually," Kuroka replied with a playful smile, her ears twitching and tails swishing. Inside, Issei sat at a nearby table with Asia, while Rias headed to her room with Akino following closely. As Issei watched them go, Asia turned to him with a smile and teased, "Oh, you just had to get her peering. You have no one else to blame but yourself for that." "Oh, I know," Issei replied, then turned to Reaper and Kuroka as they entered. "What about you two lovebirds? What's going on with you both?" "Nothing, but you'll be the first to know, Harem King. Apparently, I'm a lord vassal of yours." Reaper joked. "You bet." Issei chuckled in response. As Reaper managed to detach Kuroka, she walked toward their rooms, but suddenly Zenobia hugged him and said, "Come and nap with me." "He's needed for the strategy meeting," Vale interjected, standing in the hallway with Surzex. As Reaper gently peeled Zenobia away, he said, "I'll see you all later tonight, so keep the bloodshed to a minimum." Zenobia pouted but walked away, and Reaper turned to the two nearby, saying, "Alright, let's plan the demise of a Titan." The tent was filled with captains from the angels, fallen, devils, Norse and Greek demigods, including Ares, Thor, Lucifer, Azul, Michael, Vale, Issei, and Reaper. The presence of so many powerful leaders was surprising, But Reaper couldn't help but wonder how many would survive the initial assault on the prison. It seemed likely that half or even 3/4 might not make it through. Alright, here is the plan we have set up for tomorrow, Ares said as he conjured a detailed map of the battlefield using his powers. In the beginning, a barrage of magic and conventional weapons will strike the enemy lines across the mountainside while the angels, fallen, and devils descend from the sky. The Norse and Greek units will march down to help push the initial air assault into a wedge that should divide the enemy. Once we reach the entrance, Thor, Lucifer, Azul, Michael, and I will break through the vanguard, and then our dragon bearers will charge in to confront the Balrog and Hyperion in a decisive strike. Any questions? Ares asked. Silence followed, prompting him to continue. Then let's hear from the leaders about their attack positions. The angels will strike the left flank with all our strength, Michael declared. The human converts are gathered there in a loose formation and should be easily scattered. My fallen will hit the right flank and push hard. I noticed some crucial supplies there that could either aid us or cripple the enemy in one blow, Azazel said, flexing his hands in anticipation. And I will have my devil's hammer the center to allow our allied forces to follow us into the heart of the enemy before we push beyond, Surzex added with a confident smile. Suddenly, as Reaper listened to the discussion, he heard startled noises from outside. He pulled back the tent flap to see an Oni with red skin, a tusked mouth, and a large Kanabo war mace. As it looked down at Reaper, he stepped aside to let the monk-robed Japanese demon enter the tent, making space for it. Once the Oni stopped near the map, it addressed the group. I will keep this brief. I am the current leader of the Oni guardians of this mountain temple, and we wish to join you in driving out these defilers of our holy ground. I have nearly 1,000 warriors with me, but we need a target to be effective. Splendid, Azazel replied. You can assist with the Devil's Center attack. Then we shall have the demigods engage the converts, Ares suggested. And the Valkyries and warriors I command can support your fallen in securing those supplies, Thor said, hefting his hammer. Then it is settled, Lucifer concluded. We cannot stop until the dragon bearers defeat Hyperion. With that, the planning session for the battle concluded, leaving only the preparations and execution of their strategy ahead. It was early dawn when the Hyperion convert, clad in his gold combat armor and wielding a gold-streaked assault rifle, stepped out of his makeshift shelter. The hastily constructed hut of logs and branches had been far from comfortable, with everyone cramped together, lacking heat for the night and even proper beds to sleep on. As the convert yawned and surveyed his surroundings, he noticed fires flickering in their designated spots. Creatures of the old fallen and devils, along with Hyperion-converted demigods, were stirring. Suddenly, he heard loud thumps in the distance. Looking away from the mountainside, he gazed up over the tree-covered peaks and watched as several hundred colorful orbs gold, green, blue, red, purple, and more arced through the sky. Just then, another convert appeared, holding an RPG, and looked up alongside him. I wonder what those are, the first convert mused. The other shrugged as more converts began to awaken, at least 36 in total, all captivated by the spectacle. Suddenly, one of the demigods pointed skyward and shouted, "Incoming! Take cover!" Swarms of Hyperion forces scrambled for any available cover barriers, barricades, walls, buildings, anything to shield themselves. The spells, having reached the peak of their arc, came crashing down across the mountainside. Powerful magical energy surged, obliterating sections of the forest and igniting the mountainside in flames. The onslaught continued as the spellcasters from the allied forces unleashed their magic, setting more of the valley ablaze. Those who remained unscathed and hidden could see legions of devils, angels, and fallen soaring high above, while Oni, demigods, Norsemen, and Valkyries began their descent down the mountain, a massive wave of bodies and armor. Spells flew through the air, though few managed to break through the heavy bombardment, as barriers and counterspells deflected them. The Oni leaders Thor, Ares, Azul, Michael, and Surzex watched as the armies of the first 3 leaders advanced from the valley toward Mount Fuji. You know, I don't remember this place having other mountains, Azazel remarked, glancing around. Magic is used by us too, Fallen, replied the Oni. That explains little, Azazel said, shrugging as the defenders scrambled to establish a defense. The Hyperion converted demigods, monsters, and humans charged down the mountainside as one massive force, while the leaders observed the old devils and old fallen forming up at the fort, acting as the vanguard. That will be an interesting fight, Surzex commented, flanked by their elite guards. Indeed, Azazel replied, stretching his wings. At least we might finally deal with those troublemakers who keep trying to get us killed. Just behind them, Vale, Issei, and Reaper stood atop the mountain, watching as the battle unfolded below among the defenses. Magical explosions illuminated the mountainside as the two sides clashed. Michael observed as waves of devils, angels, and fallen surged against the mountainside, a rush of air accompanying their assault. He watched as parts of the Hyperion lines disintegrated, retreating up the mountain toward the castle, pursued relentlessly by their forces. It looks like we've already routed them. Now would be a good time to join in, Azazel said, spreading his wings as the group took flight, with the Oni summoning clouds to follow. Meanwhile, the battle raged on the mountainside as both sides fought for dominance. A group of Hyperion-converted humans armed with AK-47s and an RPG fired from behind a barrier of sharpened stakes, encircled by enemies. Suddenly, an angel charged at them. The RPG-wielding man fired, but the rocket struck the ground harmlessly as the angel deftly dodged, continuing its advance with sword drawn. As one man fled, a blast of holy magic struck him down, and the angel teleported into their midst, wreaking havoc. Scenes like this unfolded across the mountainside as the Alliance forces pressed hard against the Hyperion lines, showing no signs of stopping. As Azazel observed the vanguard within the castle preparing for defense, dark armor gleamed in the sunlight. The angels, fallen, and devils advanced up the mountainside toward the castle walls, while the Oni, demigods, and Norse warriors dealt with resistance elsewhere. Soon, magic began to hammer the castle walls as the old met the new. Azazel, Michael, Surzex, and the Oni descended toward the mountainside with their champions, the explosions lighting up the castle in vibrant bursts of magic. As Azazel touched down, he noticed their forces being halted and even pushed back by the defenders. He sighed as Michael remarked, "Looks like we may have a real fight on our hands." "Probably because of that one," Surzex said, pointing to a prominent fallen fighting at the open gates, casting spells and magic beams toward the front ranks of the assaulting forces. Ibreem was relentless, firing into the ranks of the new devils, fallen, and angels, determined to push them back down the mountain. His men were suffering losses outside, but he remained unfazed, knowing that most were well protected within the castle, firing spells and magic from the ramparts and gatehouses to strike at the clusters of enemies before them. As Ibreem raised a magical shield before him, he watched as the angels, fallen, and devils formed loose ranks with one another. 4 figures, accompanied by groups of devils, Oni, angels, and fallen, landed. Ibreem recognized them immediately as Azazel stepped forward alongside the Oni leader, Michael, with Surzex right behind him. The 4 leaders halted, and Azazel spoke up, "Ah, Ibreem. I recognize you by those wings of yours." "Oh look, it's the old Azazel here to lecture us about our choices." "Be gone, fallen lord," Ibreem replied, waving his hands dismissively at Azazel. "You hold no authority here now." "Normally, I would be fine with that," Azazel said, though his expression betrayed his true feelings. "But I'm afraid you're trying to awaken forces that I cannot allow." "Then come and stop me," Ibreem challenged, launching a powerful area of effect spell into the midst of the army behind the leaders. The old devils and fallen rallied behind him, reigniting the battle. Azazel smiled as he summoned his personal battle blade, Retribution Incarnate, and flourished it around him. "How about one last bout, little pup?" "Only if you want to see yourself defeated, old man," Ibreem replied, twirling his halberd with determination. Reaper, Vale, and Issei stood on the opposite mountaintop, observing the chaos of battle unfolding across the valley. Though the distance obscured individual figures, the front line appeared as a V shape with wings, relentlessly assaulting the castle. The scent of blood wafted toward them, mingling with the acrid smell of smoke and fire, creating an intoxicating atmosphere that almost drew Reaper in. However, he maintained his composure as Issei remarked, "The Cows Brigade isn't putting up much resistance." Valley nodded. They either weren't expecting us this soon or didn't anticipate any visitors at all. Either way, we'll soon be on the mountainside, facing Hyperion and his minions for the fate of the world, Reaper replied, rolling his arm in preparation. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the castle. Reaper glanced down to see a single red aura clashing against 4 others, the mountainside trembling with the force of the conflict. "Reaper, we need your help to break through." Michael's voice echoed in his ears through a magic circle. "He's stronger than we thought." "What's going on? Is it a Balrog?" Reaper asked, unfurling his wings. "No, it's an old fallen named Ibrim. He's grown very powerful recently, and if you don't hurry, Hyperion might unleash his army," Surzex warned. "All right, step aside and let me handle this," Reaper said. Just as he prepared to take off, Kuroka grabbed him, kissing him softly before saying, "Stay safe. Always." With that, Reaper soared into the sky, heading toward the castle gates. As he flew through the air, carried by the stench of death and the heat of the raging fires below, the sounds of battle filled his ears, screams, wails, and roars echoing all around him. His armor began to materialize as he approached the fray, witnessing more clashes erupting where the initial battle had begun. The remnants of the converts emerged from their hiding spots, but many were swiftly dealt with by demigods or Norse warriors as Reaper continued onward. Ibrim felt Hyperion's power coursing through him as he unleashed another beam at Michael, who raised his sword to form a magical barrier, a cruel smile on his face. Hyperion had been clever to lend some of his Titan powers to Ibrim for guarding the prison entrance. As Ibrim saw Michael thrown back by the blast, he noticed a dark figure flying toward the castle. Squinting to get a better look, he recognized Reaper and raised his halberd, firing a beam of pure energy at him with a maniacal laugh. Reaper spotted the magical blast coming from a distance and quickly adjusted his wings, spinning to the left to evade it. The heat from the blast hit him hard, making his armor feel almost unbearable, but he could sense the power within it. This was going to be a fight for the ages. Regaining his trajectory, Reaper landed and summoned the spilled blood around him to form a large two-handed blood sword. He slammed it into the earth, sending a spray of dirt and mud into the air. As he stood, the blood around him began to boil, his power affecting the chaos surrounding him. Marching toward the castle, the battle continued as his allies struggled to break through the entrenched vanguard. Stray spells splashed around him, but Reaper paid them no mind, moving through the ranks of angels, devils, and fallen as they parted to clear a path. Ibrim watched as Reaper approached, about 100 yards away, and raised his halberd, taunting, finally decided to join the party? "Yeah, took them long enough to let me at you," Reaper replied with a shrug. "Get ready to be brought down a notch." "Oh, but that's only what you wish, whelp." Ibrim shot a beam of energy straight at Reaper. Reaper raised his sword, the pommel up as a thick blood wave formed before him. The beam slammed into it, turning the blood into steam, but the wave held firm, leaving Reaper unharmed. He sighed. "Is that the best you can do?" Ibrim gritted his teeth, frustrated. "Why don't you fight back and show me what I should be doing?" With a thunderous crash, Ibrim was caught off guard by a massive blood blast that sent him flying backward into the courtyard behind the gatehouse. Reaper strode forward as the Alliance forces rushed in, calling to Valley and Issei, "Get inside now. Hurry, we'll keep them busy." As Reaper split his sword into two, a gun lance shell whizzed past him. Ibrim, wielding Dragon Destroyer, shouted, "Come on." Michael swung his blade, effortlessly dispatching old fallen and devils alike, watching as his angels swept across the defenders with white feathers and glittering blades. Lucifer unleashed his magic as his devils maintained their coordination, battling their way up the nearby ramparts. Surzex looked up just in time to see Issei and Valley rush into the nearby temple, where they seemed to vanish. "And then all we had to do was clean up," Surzex remarked, firing another magic missile. Azazel observed as Reaper switched from his dual blood swords to his soul spear, clashing with Ibrim's gun lance. They exchanged blows, neither able to land a hit. Azazel watched as his fallen comrades occasionally fell to the old fallen's blades. Reaper slammed a soul sphere into the ground, causing several old fallen and devils to clutch their heads in pain, allowing his fallen to capitalize on their misfortune. Suddenly, Reaper felt his spear shatter while blocking one of Ibrim's attacks. Stumbling back, he quickly summoned his blood swords to parry Ibrim's follow-up strike, forcing Ibrim to retreat momentarily. Reaper unleashed a flurry of blood swords and spears, attempting to catch Ibrim off guard. Ibrim rolled away, firing a barrage of shells that exploded around Reaper, but he skillfully avoided the blasts, the fragments pinging harmlessly off his Berserker armor. Ibrim lunged to impale Reaper, but Reaper seized the point of Ibrim's weapon and snapped it off, jabbing the sharp end into Ibrim's exposed arm. Ibrim roared in pain, but Reaper swiftly kicked him back, causing Ibrim to trip over a fallen comrade. "Any last words, Ibrim the Weak?" Reaper taunted. Just then, the mountain erupted in a spectacular explosion of fire, light, and ash as Hyperion emerged, leading an army of demons. The explosion cast a terrifying glow over the valley, bathing it in shades of orange and red. Fire illuminated spots where debris had scattered, revealing the crater that marked the former location of the prison. The Balrog army surged down the mountainside, forcing both the Alliance and the Cows Brigade to retreat in a panic. Azazel gazed down into the crater, a mix of awe and shock on his face. Hyperion stood tall, nearly twice the height of an average man, clad in Greek-style armor made of pure gold that radiated power. He wielded a Xiphos sword in one hand, and a crown resembling the sun's rays adorned his head. His eyes shone brightly as he surveyed the destruction he had just caused. The Balrog creatures, clad in dark armor and wielding whips and fiery blades, took to the sky while others trampled the ground, mercilessly attacking anyone in their path, regardless of their allegiance. Azazel stood with Michael, Surzex, and the Oni leader, watching their armies either flee the burning mountainside or fight desperately against an unstoppable foe. Meanwhile, Rias and the others looked on in horror as three figures struggled against the relentless wave of Balrog descending the mountainside. Those figures were Issei, Valley, and Reaper, armored and fighting fiercely against the onslaught. Reaper sliced one Balrog in half and then drove a blood spear through another's head, feeling a twinge of disappointment that Ibrim had perished just as Hyperion appeared. After landing in the valley, Ibrim had almost attacked Reaper, but then he began to scream, igniting like a flame and disintegrating, the power of Hyperion returning to its rightful owner. The death of their leader shattered the resolve of the old devils, Fallen, and other Cows Brigade forces, many fleeing in terror as they realized Hyperion was no longer their ally. Reaper watched as Hyperion proclaimed loudly for all to hear, "Bow to your new ruler, lesser beings. We need to take him down." Reaper urged Issei and Valley. "We need a miracle. These Balrog are fierce opponents." Valley replied, dispatching one with a lightning bolt. "Well, we don't have much choice," Reaper said, sending a blood wave to impale a group of Balrog. "But how do we do that?" Issei asked. Reaper tapped into his limited magic to contact Surzex. "Any ideas on how to stop this army?" "Given the Cows Brigade's reaction, we might persuade them to help us, but I'm not sure we have enough forces to take on Hyperion," Surzex replied. "Try anyway. Everyone needs to give it their all," Reaper urged. Reaper blocked a Balrog sword with his own, feeling the heat seep through his armor. Surzex turned to Azazel, Michael, and the Oni leader. "Azazel, you're with me to convince the Cows Brigade that stopping Hyperion is in everyone's best interest. Michael and Oni Spirit, rally what's left of our forces with houses Leviathan and Grenmory to stand and fight." The leaders nodded and quickly set off to fulfill their tasks. Reaper, Issei, and Valis struggled against the tide of Balrog as Hyperion noticed their defiance. It annoyed him that these three remained stubborn, managing to take down his Balrog despite the overwhelming odds. As he observed the ongoing battle with his Balrog minions, he realized that they would soon be overwhelmed and cast aside by his elite forces. Issei blocked, dodged, and fought with every ounce of strength he had, summoning his armor just to keep up with the relentless onslaught. The Balrogs exuded an aura of malice and heat, their strength far surpassing his own. Despite managing to take one down, the sheer numbers of the Balrog army loomed ominously before them. Valley unleashed bolts of lightning in an attempt to thin their ranks, but they kept pouring in. With a frustrated click of his tongue, he donned his dragon armor and warned the group, "At this rate, they'll simply overwhelm us." "Yeah, I figured that out without an announcement, thanks Valley," Reaper replied, his Berserker armor shattered by a Balrog's fiery whip. Stumbling, he summoned his dragon armor and unleashed a barrage of blood spears and swords, firing them point-blank into the advancing Balrog ranks. The impact staggered some, but most pressed on, undeterred. One Balrog, adorned in slightly golden armor, stepped forward and roared a challenge at Reaper, raising its weapon high before bringing it down with tremendous force. Reaper met the blow with his own two-handed sword, the clash sending waves of heat through the air. Valley and Issei joined the fray, wielding their weapons as they fought off the encroaching Balrogs. Hordes of them rushed past, encircling the trio as they descended the mountainside. Reaper struggled to block another attack from the veteran Balrog, which roared fiercely before slamming its weapon against his blade, nearly sending him flying. He skidded through ash and mud but quickly regained his footing. As the Balrog charged again, Reaper plunged his sword into the ground, summoning a wave of energy that temporarily halted the creature's advance. Valley moved the of his spear into a Balrog's gut, causing it to stagger. But before he could finish it off, another Balrog punched him away, sending him crashing to the ground. As it stomped on his chest, he shouted, "Get off me!" and unleashed a bolt of lightning that coursed through the creature's body, forcing it to fall back. He quickly rose, his armor caked in mud and grime, only to be attacked by another Balrog. He ducked its sword swing and retaliated with a punch. "Should we start using our powers now?" Issei called out from nearby. "No. We need to save it for Hyperion." Valley shouted, grabbing a random blade from the ground and driving it into the Balrog's stomach before pushing it aside. Issei twirled Ascalon, fending off 3 Balrogs at once as he was pushed back through the mud with each strike. He blocked a swing to the left, ducked another, and tried to shove one away to create some space. But when it pushed him back, he stumbled into the mud. Quickly regaining his footing, he aimed a strike at one Balrog's foot, severing its toes. As it howled in pain, Issei seized the opportunity to slice horizontally at its neck, decapitating it. The remaining 2 Balrogs charged him as one. Issei dodged their wild swings, cutting a gash along one's abdomen and hacking at another's arm. Blood that resembled molten lava splattered the ground as he managed to create a gruesome wound in one's chest. As it fell, he faced the last Balrog, blocking its attack. It let out a battle cry, but Issei pushed back, throwing it off balance before delivering a decisive slash from its abdomen to its sternum. Meanwhile, Reaper was being tossed around by the veteran Balrog but remained determined. When it missed him, he leaped forward, landing a blow on its armor that sent shards flying. The creature roared and shoved him back with a single hand. As he hit the ground, mud and blood splattered around him. He quickly rolled to avoid the Balrog's blade and stabbed at its ankles. It cried out as it fell, but when Reaper jumped to finish it off, it grabbed his arm and attempted to headbutt him. He dodged and summoned a small sword in his other hand, stabbing it through a gap in its neck armor, silencing it with a final gurgle. "Reaper!" Issei called, joining him alongside Valley. The 3 warriors, covered in mud and blood, surveyed the Balrogs surrounding them, realizing they were in a dire situation. "Looks like we might have to unleash our powers just to survive," Valley admitted reluctantly. Just then, a Balrog roared and sent the cluster of creatures charging at them. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning, demonic magic, holy magic, and even some Nikomata magic struck the group, as the forces from houses Grenmory and Leviathan, along with Kuroka, Fantasia, Grendel, Irina, and Michael, descended from the sky. Their combined magic and weaponry sent the Balrogs reeling, taking down several in the process. "Issei, are you okay?" Arias asked, hugging her husband tightly. "We managed to rally everyone who was still standing, but it's not much. Azazel and Surzex are trying to convince the Cows Brigade to help us, but it's uncertain if that will work," Michael explained, firing a beam of holy light that struck down 2 Balrogs. Better than nothing. Reaper exclaimed. We just need to clear enough of them to either reach Hyperion or force him to confront us. At that moment, Thor and Ares appeared, looking a bit flustered. Michael remarked, "Took you long enough. What happened?" "We're sorry for the delay, but we were caught off guard by a surprise attack from behind that no one anticipated, so we had to fend it off. It was a lot of converts, though still quite bothersome," Ares said regretfully, clad in his Greek armor, with his spade, spear, and large shield at the ready. "Regardless," Thor replied, "we are prepared to stand by your side and fight to the bitter end." "Then come on and join the fun," shouted Reaper, charging ahead as the entire army followed him with a resounding war cry, while the Balrog roared and charged toward them. Hyperion remained still, observing as the resistance grew in numbers and his Balrog forces began to regroup after being scattered by the initial charge of the Alliance. This was taking longer than he had hoped, but he was unfazed. He had all the time in the world to stop them, and he would. Nothing could change that. Nothing. "Charge!" Ares roared, leveling his spear as he rushed up the mountainside, his demigod sons and daughters following him with fierce determination. The battlefield, though scorched and muddy, still bore remnants of the initial fortifications, and the fighting was intense. Ares moved his spear into a Balrog's chest, and as it clutched its wound, he channeled his power through the spear, watching as the Balrog disintegrated into ash. "Kill them all," he shouted, urging his warriors onward. Thor slammed his hammer into the ground, sending shockwaves through the area as he and the Norse warriors, along with Valkyries, charged into the fray. Lightning crackled as Balrogs were thrown aside from the force of his strike. Despite the odds, they were making progress. Thor marched forward, and when a Balrog attempted to strike him, he unleashed a bolt of energy that sent it flying. Michael observed the Oni warriors, their diverse appearances charging in their monk attire, as their kanabo met the blades of the Balrog in a display of power. Many of the Oni engaged in hand-to-hand combat, showcasing their strength. Shaking his head in admiration, Michael turned back to the battle. Angels fired beams of holy magic into the throngs of Balrogs, while some swung halberds in close combat. He swung his sword as a Balrog lunged at him, severing its arms before quickly finishing it off with a decisive move. Rias unleashed magical shots and beams, while Aquino fired lightning bolts as fast as she could. The battle was fierce, and with Surzex and Azazel occupied with rallying the cows into a temporary alliance, the fight was more challenging than it might have been with them present. Yuto, Zenobia, and Fantasia fought alongside Irina, blades in hand, trying to stay close. Irina sliced through a Balrog's armor with her circular blades, and Yuto quickly moved his sword through its exposed chest. As it flailed, he stomped it down, while Zenobia used his back as a springboard to leap onto another Balrog, driving her sword into its neck. Fantasia followed up with a stab from her spear. Nearby, Rosweiss and Kaneko fought side by side, while Gasper used his powers to freeze small groups of Balrogs, allowing the two women to dispatch them with ease. Kuroka battled alongside Grendel in her dragon form, using her Nikomata magic to blast through the enemy ranks, while Grendel unleashed fiery breath, consuming those who dared to approach. Kuroka would fire magical projectiles, and Grendel would finish off the remaining foes with her flames. Finally, Issei, Vale, and Reaper fought together, striving to clear a path to Hyperion. It was a tough challenge, as the veteran Balrogs formed barriers of armor and flesh to obstruct their progress, wasting precious time. Nevertheless, they pressed on, determined to reach Hyperion, who remained perched above. Reaper unleashed a barrage of blood spears and swords to carve a path, while Issei fired power shots and Vale followed with lightning bolts, but they were beginning to feel the strain of their energy. Still, they fought on, and when Issei decapitated a Balrog, Reaper used it as a springboard to stab another with a soul spear, allowing Vale to finish it off with a swift strike. Hyperion watched the trio approach, almost unfazed, but as he observed his best Balrogs being defeated, he prepared to confront them. Suddenly, a war cry echoed, and the sound of thunderous footsteps drew his attention to the Cow's brigadiers, led by Surzex and Azul, crashing into his flank with overwhelming force. His own converts unleashed a barrage of attacks against the Balrogs, while the old devils and fallen warriors fought valiantly, using their halberds to strike down foes and unleash magical beams. Azazel launched himself forward, using his fake hand as a projectile while soaring on his black wings, casting powerful spells that devastated groups of Balrogs as the old fallen pursued him. Convincing them to unite had been challenging, but they soon recognized that together, they might survive another day. As he pulled back his hand, he used it to strike down a Balrog leaping toward him, feeling a renewed sense of determination to face Hyperion. Surzex soared above the old devils, unleashing magic spells that shattered chunks of the mountain. Observing the ongoing battle, he summoned dark energy, sending it into the ground. A summoning portal opened, releasing some of the more sinister demons from hell and the underworld, who began to wreak havoc among the Balrog forces. This development started to irritate Hyperion, pushing him closer to anger. Although the Balrog forces were formidable, they were gradually being subdued by the combined efforts of the two factions as they advanced up the mountainside. Reaper noticed Hyperion's face twisting into a sneer, and he couldn't help but smile. Kuroka stood beside him, unleashing her Nikomata magic. "So far, you're keeping your end of the bargain," she remarked. "Look out!" Reaper shouted, shoving Kuroka aside just as Valet and a Balrog tumbled past. He quickly conjured black dragon-scale armor for her, similar to his own but more practical. "Keep this on as long as you can. It'll protect you." He then summoned armor for Grendel in her dragon form, Fantasia, and for Zenobia as Issei watched. "No matter how much you may not like it, you still look great in that armor," he said to Rias. "Oh, Issei," Rias chuckled, firing bolts of magical energy from her hands. Irina assisted Valet in taking down a Balrog, and as she helped him up, her own version of his armor appeared. "Guess I have to keep you protected myself since everyone else did it," he said with a grin. "Oh, you charmer." Irina replied, smiling behind her helmet. Hyperion's expression darkened as he witnessed the emergence of more armored fighters. He needed to eliminate them quickly before they could thwart his plans. Just as he prepared to move, a blood spear ricocheted off his armor, catching his attention. Reaper stood defiantly alongside Issei and Valet, ready to confront Hyperion. "That will be the last act you do," Hyperion declared, spreading his radiant wings and lifting off the mountainside, charging straight for them as the remaining Balrog forces followed. Reaper, Valet, and Issei barely had time to react as Hyperion crashed into their vicinity, sending them flying. As they regained their footing, Hyperion targeted Issei first, launching him back into the mountainside with a tremendous force, causing an explosion of mud and dirt that shot into the air. Valet attempted to create distance to unleash magic, but Hyperion fired a searing beam of fire into Valet's chest armor, sending him sprawling away with a scorched mark. Before Hyperion could turn his attention to Reaper, a blood wave struck him, propelling him into the air. Righting himself midair, he looked down to see Reaper summoning a bloodshot and firing it directly at him. The beam of energy slammed into Hyperion's chest, knocking him back. He grimaced at the smoldering mark left behind and retaliated with his own fire beam aimed at Reaper. Reaper dodged as the beam exploded on the ground, vaporizing mud and creating a crater. He quickly flew over it, firing 3 scatter shots of blood spears and swords while weaving through a throng of Balrog. Hyperion unleashed more sunbeams, intent on obliterating Reaper, when he suddenly heard, "Divide." Feeling his power diminish, Hyperion turned to see Valet holding up his glowing sacred gear. Valet charged at Hyperion, landing a punch that sent him flying. As Hyperion recovered, he caught Valet's kick but retaliated with a powerful fist that sent Valet crashing into the mountain, triggering an avalanche. Hyperion was about to face Reaper again when he felt a bloodshot strike his left leg. Spinning around, he saw Issei's sacred gear glowing green. Issei unleashed a power shot that engulfed Hyperion, propelling him into the sky. Though the attack didn't seriously harm him, it did leave him momentarily stunned. Recovering quickly, he appeared before Issei with blinding speed, stabbing him with his ziphos and sending him crashing into the opposite mountainside, causing another avalanche. "Issei!" Rias shouted as Hyperion unleashed another explosion with his ranged attacks. Reaper dodged and weaved, but he was tripped by a fallen halberd. Hitting the ground, Hyperion pounded him down into the crater he had created. Just then, Valley returned, joined by Issei, and together they kept Hyperion at bay, allowing Reaper a moment to recover. Kuroka flew into the crater, trying to help Reaper up while Rias and the others unleashed their ranged attacks at Hyperion. Hyperion, however, quickly threw both Issei and Valley aside. Before he could strike again, the Oni charged at him with Biko, their weapons slamming into Hyperion's armor. Though their attacks left dents, Hyperion retaliated, forcing them apart to avoid his powerful swings. "Don't forget us beyond the dragon bearers, Titan." Biko grinned, ready for the next round. Hyperion growled, gathering more power as he prepared for the battle ahead. Biko utilized his quarterstaff's ability to change size as a ranged attack, striking Hyperion in the face. As Hyperion managed to recover and retaliate, the Oni leader charged in with his Kanabo, forcing him back down into the mountain. Azul and Surzex unleashed their magic into the crater created by the impact. "Keep pouring it into him," Rias shouted as the House Grenmory and Sona's House Leviathan unleashed everything they had at the crater. Kuroka was desperately trying to awaken Reaper, but he remained unresponsive. As the mountain continued to be bombarded by powerful magic and the chaos of battle, she wondered if she would ever succeed. Hyperion soared out again, aiming for Surzex, but his Ziphos met the equally powerful angelic blade of Michael. The Archangel declared, "You will not rule this earth, Titan." "Silence, fool," Hyperion retorted, pushing Michael away just as a bolt of lightning struck his back. He turned to see Thor swinging his hammer, Mjolnir, which flew and struck Hyperion in the face, sending him flying. As Thor recalled his hammer, Ares appeared and unleashed a stream of high energy at Hyperion, grinning as he did so. Hyperion roared in fury, firing a beam of intense sunlight at Ares, who was thrown back by the impact, shouting, "You will all perish." "Not today, Titan," Azazel shouted, launching another magical lightning bolt at him. Hyperion deflected the blast with a shield of fire. The explosion struck near Reaper's crater, prompting Kuroka to shield him with her body. "You monster!" she yelled. "Kuroka!" Sona warned, but it was too late. A flurry of Nikomata magic slammed into Hyperion and the surrounding area, obliterating even the Balrog attempting to shield him. Tears streamed down Kuroka's face as she continued to use her magic on Hyperion, but as he rose, enveloped in an almost blinding aura of power, she froze in horror, meeting his eyes of pure light. "Be quiet," he shouted, unleashing a ray of fire and light toward her as Valley and Issei cried out, "Kuroka!" The explosion filled the area with dust and debris, leaving everyone silent except for Hyperion, who began to chuckle. "Did you just try to harm my woman and call her that?" His voice was a mix of reapers and corns, intertwining as the dust cleared to reveal him holding a blood wave, his aura visibly radiating as a column of blood-red energy emitted from him, causing every drop of blood spilled on the mountain to froth and boil. "Oh, be quiet!" Hyperion shouted, launching another fire ray. This one was intercepted by Reaper, who summoned the thick blood wave without even moving. Suddenly, every drop of blood surged toward him like a river, slamming into his back and being absorbed at a terrifying rate. "Reaper?" Kuroka asked, worry creeping into her voice as she heard Korn's voice say, "To all on this mountainside, run for your lives. This fight is between us and him. Everyone run!" Issei shouted, sensing the gravity of the situation. Only the Balrog remained in place as everyone else fled down the mountainside. Kuroka flew away as fast as she could toward another mountain, urging Issei and Valley, "You should prepare to help him with your own powers." "We won't go into Juggernaut Drive." "But we might not need to," Valley replied. "His power and aura. It's terrifyingly strong, almost more than Hyperion's. And now to bury you deep in the earth, where no one will find you," Reaper declared in Korn's voice as his armor began to morph. His tail, covered in blades, elongated until it was nearly as large as him. I have fought more powerful beings than you and triumphed for what they did to those I hold dear. His body armor transformed, forming more blades and taking on a more sinister appearance. I am the one who brings death to those who wrong others. His feet morphed into dragon-like appendages, cracking the ground beneath him. His neck elongated, and his helmet transformed into the actual face and skull of Corn. I am the one whom death himself cannot face, for I am the instrument of vengeance. Gems formed across his body as wings spread out, developing red membranes over their enlarged span. I am the one who has slain 10,000 to return a loved one home. The blood coalesced on his chest into the largest gem, pure blood red and glowing ominously. For I am the Black Dragon Emperor Corn, Black Dragon of Vengeance. Juggernaut Drive. The ground shook violently as hundreds of gallons of blood surged, causing avalanches before forming the formidable and terrifying figure of a black dragon, Corn, who roared at Hyperion. Hyperion was momentarily stunned, nearly shocked by this transformation. But as he regained his composure, he fired a ray of fire and light at the Black Dragon Emperor, declaring, "You will never be as powerful as me." A blood wave intercepted the attack effortlessly, and as Hyperion stepped back, the blood dragon image began to merge into the chest gem, which was the size of a bowling ball. The rest transformed into thousands of blood spears and swords, launching straight for Hyperion. Hyperion zoomed away as fast as he could, but the balrogs surrounding him fell one after another, pierced by the barrage. Though he managed to land safely, his army was reduced to lifeless forms scattered across the battlefield. He looked back to see the Juggernaut Reaper slowly approaching him, the very ground trembling and cracking beneath his feet with each step. Hyperion unleashed another ray of fire and light, but Reaper summoned a towering blood wave that absorbed the attack. When Hyperion swung his weapon to push it aside, Reaper was already behind him, bringing down a massive two-handed blade that struck his back, causing the armor to buckle and crack, sending Hyperion flying. Reaper chose not to pursue but instead raised his arms, the gem in the center glowing red before firing a beam of blood energy that engulfed the Titan. The Titan crashed into the ground, creating a deep trench, and as the smoke began to rise, Reaper walked over. Suddenly, a beam struck him off his feet as a battered but determined Hyperion emerged from the trench, a small trickle of ichor at the corner of his mouth. "I will not be defeated so easily by a mere dragon emperor," he declared. Reaper stood up, unfazed, and began to summon the remaining blood around him, swirling it into a vortex. "Come and face me, you weak Titan," shouted Reaper. Hyperion fired one of his powerful fire beams, and Reaper countered with a beam of blood energy. The two attacks collided, resulting in an explosion that created a crater reaching deep into the mountain, causing avalanches to tumble down into the valley below. Far across the mountain, Kuroka watched with tears in her eyes as Reaper and Hyperion fought as equals. She could feel Reaper's power and his rage at Hyperion's actions against her, wishing she could help him against a Titan. "He's holding his own." "Incredible," Azazel said in awe, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Anyone familiar with either Issei's or Vala's Juggernaut Drive knew it was a risky move, often costing the user their life or severely shortening their lifespan. As they watched Reaper slam Hyperion into the mountain, reshaping it in ways Azazel never thought possible, he wondered how long Reaper could maintain the Juggernaut Drive. Issei held Rias and Aquino close, all still in their dragon armor, while Asia voiced her concern. "I always said I never wanted to see you go back to that state. But now I hope Reaper makes it through this." "He will. He has to. I'm sure he has someone waiting for him, just like me," Issei replied. Reaper crashed into the ground but quickly rose again, ready to retaliate as Hyperion fired another shot. The explosion rocked the mountain once more. Reaper knew he needed to end this soon, either before his form gave out or before Hyperion found a way to regain his strength. Fueled by rage, he continued to battle, but he realized he needed a strategy to turn the tide. "Reaper, we may need to use our own abilities like Issei's boost and Vala's divide. It could easily defeat Hyperion, but we need both of them to assist," Korn urged in his mind. "We have to act now." "Sounds like a plan. But how do we contact them?" Reaper asked just as Hyperion slammed him down again, burying him into the ground. We need to get close enough for them to hear us, or I'll have to shout for them to come here. Either way, they'll be in danger soon, Korn replied as the Juggernaut Reaper climbed out of the trench. I wish we had discussed this beforehand, but at this rate, I'm just going to push through, Reaper said, rising to the sky. Suddenly, a call echoed that both Issei and Vale heard clearly. Dragon Emperors, heed my call. Now is the time to finish this fight with all our might. Did Korn just rhyme? Yudo asked. Shut up and get over here already. Vale and Issei exchanged determined glances before taking off. Hyperion, sensing the urgency, became desperate. If this Dragon Emperor could unleash such power, what if the others could do the same? He had to eliminate Reaper now. Summoning a spear of pure light and fire, he hurled it at Reaper with all his might. Reaper! The Juggernaut form shuddered as the spear pierced through, and as Vale and Issei landed beside him, the armor shattered, revealing Reaper in his human-like form, gripping the spear with Korn still present. He ripped the spear out and summoned his normal Berserker armor. Reaper, we have to, Issei began, but Reaper growled, No. I must defeat him and bury him deep. But I need your powers to help me. Both Vale and Issei exchanged uncertain glances before Vale said, Very well. Let's finish this. Rias watched as the three Dragon Emperors turned to face Hyperion. Suddenly, Issei contacted her through magic, urging, Have everyone attack Reaper. Do it now. But Rias started, but Issei interrupted, We don't have a choice. He's determined. Rias looked at everyone before murmuring, It's been nice knowing you, Reaper, as she unleashed her magic toward him. Hundreds joined in, pouring their energy into Reaper as Hyperion looked on in shock. Could he really be committing to such a reckless act? The magic struck Reaper, obscuring him completely, while Issei and Vale watched in awe at the sheer force of energy crashing against him. Relentless assault. Reaper burst forth from the magical onslaught, wings spread wide, hands outstretched, and a single blade in his grasp. Hyperion attempted to intervene, blasting Reaper, but as the flames touched his armor, it transformed into blood, empowering him further. Relentless assault. The ability to absorb one's power even as it touches you and transform it into your own, giving any Berserker a significant advantage in battle, Issei explained as he activated his sacred gear, which glowed with a vibrant green light. Boost! Divide! Vale shouted, halting Hyperion's power while the boost nearly doubled Reaper's already growing strength. Hyperion struggled to move, his powers waning. Suddenly, Reaper reached him, lifting him into the sky, green energy swirling with red around them as blue chains ensnared Hyperion. Reaper and Hyperion ascended higher and higher, droplets of energy cascading from Reaper's armor. Despite the strain, Reaper continued to push Hyperion upward. As they soared a mile high, he drew a small dagger and pressed it against Hyperion's neck, declaring, Give me all you've got, Titan. Hyperion's energy surged forth, and as Reaper absorbed it, he moved his sacred gear into Hyperion's mind, shouting one last time, Bloodshot. The bloodshot propelled Hyperion downward, and as he roared in fury, Reaper poured all his energy into the attack. Hyperion plummeted toward the mountain, reaching terminal velocity. As he neared the peak, a powerful shockwave erupted, shattering his armor. The mountain exploded upon impact, and as dust settled, Hyperion was buried deep within, utterly defeated. As Reaper's power dwindled to almost nothing, his armor shattered, and he too succumbed to the fall. Kuroka observed as a small girl with Nico ears and two tails sat on a cushion, boredom evident in her eyes as her tails swished back and forth. The girl, slightly pale with red eyes and black hair, had her tails adorned with red bows. Mommy, the girl murmured, I'm bored. When will they come back? I don't know, Riri. Kuroka replied with a gentle smile. They'll return when they can. Riri pouted, her tail still moving restlessly as Kuroka finished cleaning the breakfast dishes. Riri was now 6 years old, just 1 year younger than Issei's son, Rito, who had inherited a bit of Draig's power along with some of Issei's. Kuroka frowned as she noticed Riri transforming the water she was using into a crimson hue and back again. The little Nikomata yawned and stretched, displaying signs of boredom. It was concerning how powerful she was becoming in both Nikomata magic and blood magic, even dabbling in a bit of soul magic. The future looked bright for the young girl, but Kuroka knew she would need to guide her to prevent any accidental mishaps. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Zenobia walked by with her 4-year-old son, Gregory, perched on her shoulder. "I'll get it," she said. As Zenobia approached the door, Riri perked up, and when the figure in the doorway appeared, she exclaimed, "Daddy!" Rushing forward, she was caught in a warm embrace by Reaper, who wore a leather jacket, jeans, and a black t-shirt. "Have you been causing trouble, Riri?" Reaper asked, a playful tone in his voice. "No. I've just been bored without you," Riri replied, beginning to purr softly, though it would be a few more years before she could truly purr like Kuroka. As Reaper lifted his daughter, he winced slightly from the healed wound in his stomach. Kuroka approached him, concern in her eyes. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just old memories," Reaper said, standing fully while holding the now happy Riri. "How is Grendel?" he asked Zenobia, who was sorting groceries at the kitchen table. In response, a loud and fiery burst of energy erupted from a nearby vent, prompting Reaper to chuckle. "I have cookies." The fire ceased, and a dragon's voice grumbled, "Cookies now." Reaper sighed, setting Riri down before grabbing the cookies and heading toward the second level. "Man, her mood swings are getting worse." "You have only yourself to blame," Kuroka, Fantasia, and Zenobia chimed in unison, prompting a smile from Reaper. I know. He disappeared upstairs, and Riri moved closer to her mother, asking, "Why is Grendel so mad at him?" "She's almost as bad as Zenobia was when she had Gregory. Remember those times?" Kuroka replied with a smile. Zenobia sighed, recalling her own mood swings that nearly caused Reaper some serious trouble. "I don't know what you're talking about." Reaper climbed the stairs of his home, adorned with family photos from happier times, careful not to drop the triple chocolate chunk cookies. It had been amusing when Grendel had showcased her sweet tooth at Issei's first wedding, but he knew that keeping her happy was worth any expense to avoid her wrath. Upon reaching her room, he knocked gently. He heard a growl mixed with and shook his head before slowly opening the door to their main bedroom. Grendel, in her human form and wearing white robes, lay beneath the covers, her belly slightly prominent. She glared at him, despite the cookies in his hand. He chuckled, "Morning, sweetheart. I see you're having one of those days. That's not even the half of it. Holding in a dragon egg as a human is so difficult," she hummed as he sat beside her, taking her hand in his. I know. Just try to relax." "Open your mouth," Reaper said as he opened the cookie package. Grendel managed to sit up and opened her mouth to be fed a cookie. She quickly nibbled through half of it within the next 3 minutes while Reaper gently stroked her head. "Make sure you don't get sick. We've been invited over to Issei's home," he reminded her. Unlike his more modest but spacious 2-story house, Issei had opted for a slightly luxurious home in hell that also appeared in the real world through some complicated time-space rift that Reaper could never quite remember. "Oh, right," Grendel replied, managing to perk up a bit. "I hear Akino is almost due." "Remind me to keep the lightning rod handy then," Reaper chuckled. He then got up as he heard Zenobia call from below, "Reaper." He sighed before saying, "Forgive me, but it looks like this harem lord has to keep the others happy. I'll check on you in a few minutes." "Don't be late." Grendel growled through a mouthful of cookie. Later that day, Reaper was driving his minivan with everyone inside, thanks to a little magical help, heading toward Issei's mansion a few blocks away. Riri, wearing a lovely kimono similar to her mother's but more secure, watched the trees and houses go by, feeling anxious about what was to come. Reaper sensed her discomfort and said, "You don't want to see Issei." "Just Rito," murmured. "No. Issei has a tight leash on him, so he probably won't bother you like last time." Reaper almost doubted that himself, but Issei was a good father, surprisingly caring and loving since Rias had Rito. They soon reached the edges of the mansion's small estate, and as the gates slowly opened, Reaper felt them transition through the rift from Earth to the underworld. Waiting for them was Issei, dressed in his best clothes that allowed him to run and fight. Behind him, Rias held Rito. Asia was keeping an eye on the twins she had named Lexas and Rolus in their dual baby carrier. Akino stood behind Rias with a hand on her belly, and Kaneko and Rosswise stood nearby with Yuto and Gasper. Reaper parked his car next to Issei's van, and as everyone got out, he helped Grendel out while Issei and his family approached to greet them. "I see Grendel is doing well, Reaper," Issei said, placing a hand on Reaper's shoulder. Grendel walked over with Fantasia to chat with Akino while Rito tried to play with Gregory and Riri, but Reaper's daughter was having none of it. Everyone else soon dispersed to nearby tables to catch up, leaving the two Dragon Emperors alone. Her mood swings are getting more intense as we get closer to her due date. One day she might be as docile as a cat, and the next, the house is in chaos because she's demanding snacks, Reaper explained. But even then she wasn't as bad as Zenobia, right? Issei asked. "I don't know. I think it's a tie right now between who will get me in more trouble," Reaper replied. "What about you?" Reaper asked Issei. "Oh, Akino keeps reminding me to get her snacks every so often, but usually it's on a schedule now, so I know when to get it," Issei said as they began walking along the gravel path toward his mansion. "How has Valley been doing?" Reaper inquired. "I hear he's coming over." "It's a shame Irina couldn't have children," Issei replied. Reaper grimaced and bowed his head. Poor girl. She seemed like she would have been a good mother. Irina had been unable to bear children, though both boys had forgotten the exact reason why. It was a sad situation, as many of the girls from either harem had done their best to comfort Irina. "Well, I hope they find a way around that. Perhaps even adoption," Issei said. It would be interesting to see how Albion takes it," Reaper mused. As they walked toward where everyone else was, a small rift appeared between dimensions, and Irina, wearing a small blue shirt and white pants, stepped out with Vale, who was dressed in an all-white suit. Reaper could barely see a small figure behind either of them. "Vale," Issei said, opening his arms, "so good to see you." Although the rivalry between them and the dragons had not subsided, Vale managed a small smile before saying, "Issei, it is good to see you too. I have someone to introduce to you." Vale beckoned someone from behind Irina, and they all watched as a small girl, appearing human, slowly peeked out from behind him, wearing a delicate white dress. "Oh, how precious," Asia said nearby while bottle-feeding her twins, with Zenobia soon walking over. "Hello there," Zenobia said, extending a hand and crouching down. The girl hid further behind her father, and Reaper heard Korn say, "The young wormling is cautious and frightened. Perhaps Riri could help." "Or perhaps my Rito can help her," Drake chimed in from nearby. While the two dragons bickered, Reaper sat down and extended a hand, forming a small creature from the nearby fountain. The girl watched hesitantly as the small bunny hopped over, looking lifelike and non-threatening. As it approached and tried to sniff her, she slowly leaned out from her hiding spot, revealing the white wings on her back. "An angel child?" Rias asked in surprise as the small child began to pet the rabbit. "She's the same age as Riri. Her name is Arissa. She lost her parents, but I decided to take her on as my own," Vale explained. "She is not powerful, but I believe that with time, like the others, she will become worthy of being my next vessel," Albion added, as the child gently interacted with the small creature. As the families gathered together, careful not to scare the new child away, Reaper noticed Riri looking at him with a familiar expression. "Are you wanting to play with me?" he called out to her. "Yes." "Rito isn't fun," she called back, prompting Rito to shout from the nearby tree, "Hey!" "All right then," Reaper said as he noticed his entire group turn to watch him approach with his hands in his pockets. The breeze tousled his blood-red hair, and he smiled as several shadowy figures surrounded him. He watched with pride as Riri jumped up with excitement. "Now make sure you don't miss this time." "I got it, Daddy," Riri exclaimed, immediately summoning glowing orbs of Nikomata magic along with a few blood daggers. As Reaper sent his blood demons forward, Rito stood up, watching intently, unaware of the small girl, Arissa, who was also focused on the targets. "Begin," Reaper commanded. Riri shouted as she launched the blue magic orbs toward the practice targets, the daggers flying straight and true, easily taking out the 4 figures. Reaper summoned more targets. Continue. Make sure they don't get too close. He wanted to keep her safe, considering how small she still was. Riri fired her magic, knocking down one figure after another, and Reaper felt a swell of pride as she systematically eliminated each target. Riri was smiling and laughing, enjoying this time with her dad. As she sent a flurry of blood daggers toward another target, Reaper clapped his hands to signal her to stop. "Well done. Now come over here so I can give you a hug," he said. But before Riri could move, Rito swooped down on his devil wings, shouting, "Me next. Me next." "Rito, are you sure you want to take him on?" Issei asked, a hint of concern in his voice, worried that Rito might be too young to learn from Reaper. "It's fine, Daddy. I have my sword," Rito declared, brandishing a small wooden sword and swinging it around with both hands. Reaper glanced back at Issei before asking, "Only a sword?" "His devil powers haven't developed yet like yours," Rias explained. "But either way, go easy on him." "Aw man," Reaper joked, but then he felt a light tap on his side and looked down to see Rito trying to hit him with his sword. "You do realize you're outmatched, right?" "What's outmatched mean?" Rito asked just as a single blood demon appeared next to him. He swung at the demon, but it dodged effortlessly. When Rito attempted to stab it with a triumphant "Hiya," the demon playfully grabbed him and flipped him onto his back, proceeding to tickle him. Stop!" Rito cried out between laughter. "Why, you win. And just like your dad, you go down without much of a fight," Reaper teased. "I heard that," Issei shouted. "Get over yourself, Harem King." Reaper shot back. The blood demon continued to tickle Rito, who laughed uncontrollably, but then a small beam of holy energy shot out, taking out the demon. Everyone paused to look at its source. It turned out that the small girl, Arissa, had fired the beam and, realizing she had revealed herself, quickly hid behind her mother's legs, not wanting to come out. Reaper mused, and Kuroko warned, "Reaper, don't get any funny ideas." "Little Arissa, was it?" Reaper called out, and Arissa flinched when he said, "Could you come out for me?" At first, he expected the little angel to stay hidden, but she slowly crept out, hands behind her back, head down, and stood before Reaper, rocking back and forth on her heels. "Would you please do what you did to me?" Arissa looked up, a bit confused, and Valley tilted his head. They heard Grendel growl, "She better not ruin his clothes." "She's fine, Grendel," Reaper reassured him, motioning for Arissa. "Now come. Try that on me." Arissa kept her hands behind her back before slowly bringing them together, palms out. A ball of holy energy flew out and hit him in the chest. It stung like a sunburn, but Reaper managed to suppress his wince enough to say, "Not too shabby. Still has a way to go." "We aren't exactly teaching our kids to fight just yet," Irina countered. "Well, neither did I mean to do so, but when you have a daughter who gets bored easily and is admirably powerful, you have to keep her out of trouble somehow," Reaper replied. Arissa slowly walked back as Reaper motioned her away, and Rito managed to walk back, still giggling. Reaper smiled, knowing the three of them would grow much in the coming years. He just hoped he was ready for what lay ahead. "So, Reaper, about my proposition the other day," Issei began, drawing curious looks from everyone. "I am not giving my daughter Riri's hand to Rito. Are you nuts?" Reaper replied firmly. "Come on," Issei said with a grin. "It'll be fun. No boy is going to touch my daughter or any others that come after her." "A bit overprotective, are you?" "Excuse you, my daughter can handle herself just fine, thank you, but no upstart devil, fallen angel, or anything else in the world is going to take her away from me. I'll make my fight with Hyperion look like a warm-up in comparison." Everyone chuckled as Riri stuck her tongue out at Rito. It was clear that the coming years wouldn't be boring with this lot, but that was okay. Reaper was ready to handle it all. The end. Alex sat up suddenly in the middle of the night, yawning and murmuring, "Why do I feel like I just got mentioned in some random fanfic and was called out for being weak?" "Go back to sleep, Alex." Kuroka and Akino, sleepy and cozy next to him in the same bed, replied softly. "Oh, fine, my loves," Alex said with another yawn before settling back down to sleep.